Raising a glass to the gays and the bis and the trans and the girls and the big bald men.
You better not assume my pronouns, you ain't got a clue what I feel inside. Shake my ass while I play Beyonce. You wanna come fuck me, then get in line.
Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
Yeah.
What is life like on Bitch Island? I don't know, ask your mom. Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
Yeah.
Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
Yeah.
Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
Yeah.
What is life like on Bitch Island? I don't know, ask your mom. What is life like on Bitch Island? I don't know. Ask your mom.
Hello, everyone. What's going on? It is Monday. Fuck. Oh no, it's Monday. And it is raining fucking buckets in Cape Town. Hello, thank you so much for the raid from Pixie Bub with the 76 viewers. Holy moly. Yeah, it is Monday. Yeah, the French literally like you got M83. Okay. French. Okay. French electronic music. You got fucking Daft Punk. French. Who else is French? You got Polo and Pan, which we just listened to. French. Okay. MA3 is French too. Yeah, French music is better than French food. Justice is French as well. I'm Googling right now, by the way. Yes, I'm your Google streamer. Justice is French too, dude. What the fuck? French. Electronic music, Dio. French people, please stop being good at music. French food is good. Of course they are. No, I think French music is better than French food. I think, like, French music, I think, for me, the artists I've just described are some of my favorite musicians of all time, specifically electronic music. Well, I love electronic music. Every old electronic music group is French. Oh god, yeah, I saw this. Okay, let's have a look. Gretchen accidentally says the N-word again. Bro, I just, like, this is... Okay. Okay. No, man, nothing could have prepared me for the end of this clip. Okay.
You keep saying nigga and you can't do that. You not black.
Listen,
What part of that don't you understand? The part that you not black or the part that you can't be around this motherfucker saying nigga or you gonna get knocked in your shit every motherfucking time. What part you not getting? The A on the motherfucking B.
I don't care how much black dick you take, how many black friends you got. You are not black and you cannot say nigga. And every time you say it, I'ma whoop your motherfucking ass, bitch.
It's simple motherfucking math, yo. It's simple motherfucking math.
I heard you.
What part of it you don't get? All right, then, bitch, if you heard me, listen. Bitch, you got 2 ears and 1
I've been
mouth.
trying to talk to you. I've been trying to talk to you, but you ain't listening.
Quit saying nigga.
Okay.
Quit saying it.
Okay.
Quit saying it.
Okay, listen, everyone. I apologize if you guys feel some type of way about that word. I'm not coming at y'all in that type of way. So either we gonna squash it or not. So I didn't have a problem with you. I don't have a problem with nobody but this bitch. She snuck me. That's some lame nigga shit.
Fuck, I done fucked up again.
Stop. She said I done fucked up again at the end. No, man. You can't. You can't be doing that. What is this show? Baddies Caribbean, a Bad Girls Tea Club? Or Club Tea? I've never heard of this before in my life. That is so funny. Oh, okay, there's also something else I wanted to show you. Oh, where did I leave it? Did I lose it? I lost it. Fuck. Oh yeah, Tim Pool posted this, and I'm like, what? FBI is gay. Okay, dude. Look how woke the American government is, chat. CIA LGBTQ. Happy Pride. Oh, please send me Pride, like, really bad. Have companies been doing the Pride shit? Happy Pride.
Dude, this man's crazy. Does he have like a death wish or something? Oh my. This guy's not tied to the... Dude, this man's crazy. Does he have like a death wish or something? Oh my gosh. Doesn't he have like a wife and kids at home? Doesn't he have a husband and kids at home?
No, he's gay. Yeah, send me all your gay memes. Let's go. It's the 3rd day of gay. All right. The companies must have come out with Pride shit by now. I genuinely love that. Yeah, it's great. Kids switched it up. Yeah. Doesn't he have a wife and kids at home? Not gay, but based. There'll never be reparations for the atrocities of the Holocaust. The only way you can atone for is to stand up against apartheid today. Michael will consider Germany.
Holocaust. There will never be reparations for that. The only way that
oh no, he's gonna get arrested. Fuck. Bro, this Joni is not gonna like this.
we can atone for our past is by today standing up against apartheid, against occupation, against genocide, for a free Palestine. That's the only way.
Now here's white, it's fine, okay. Isn't the Palestinian flag banned in Germany as well?
Because I want the same thing for everybody, right? I want the same thing for everybody. I want everyone to feel safe. I want everyone to feel loved.
No?
I
Oh, I
want
thought it was.
everyone to feel like they can wake up and have a shot at the day, to have breath in their lungs, and to not be scared.
You did think he was gay once, yeah. That's true.
You know, I see someone.
Look, he's the only fucking artist who really put, like, I mean, there are other artists who did donate, but, like, really just put his whole, like, fuck, he was like, no, fuck it, I'm writing a song that's, like, no fucking progressive could ever criticize for being lived up at all. Like, he literally was like, fuck you, I'm not voting for you, Joe Biden. Like, it's just that good. You know?
A sign that says, "Happy birthday, Sloan. May your wishes for ceasefire and peace come true."
Yeah, we've got a whole bunch of links coming through.
And I just want to urge everybody. And I know the United States government is fucked up. And what Germany is doing right now is fucked up. But we are not represented by these governments. We are represented by the heart inside of our chest. Let that lead, not our officials. This compass that is right here inside of us. Let that be the leader. This song is called Hens Hall. People that won't leave. What is threatening about divesting and want a peace? Problem isn't the protest. What they're protesting, it goes.
Wow, okay. The fact, I mean, like, look, I can't, bro, of course, nerd sending fucking Tumblr links, dude. Most classic things that ever happen on the fucking stream. Who will ever link the only motherfucking chat that will link Tumblr links, dude. Only chat that goes on Tumblr. What's this? Quick reminder that Kazuma Kuryu, am I saying correctly? Says trans rights. I was born a man. I'm sorry, I'm sure that's really shocking to hear. No, it's not at all. Everyone has obstacles they've got to deal with. You also just a bit bigger than everyone else's. Ayaka. Holy fuck. Have you not played Yakuza? How dare you? I have not played Yakuza. Play Yakuza right now? No, I will though, I will. I will. No, the trans people in my audience are gonna attack me. Kiryu. Okay, Kiryu. Okay, this one now.
Stood at the gates of heaven.
Every T-girl can do this because we are generally merciful by nature. Oh yeah, I saw this. I saw this on Hassan's stream.
Even if you stood at the gates of heaven begging, he would still send you to hell. You transgender, he, she, LGBT, fatty, wannabe man, queer. Even if you stood at the gates of heaven.
Tomorrow's teachings. Is that Darman thing? Yeah, that's that Darman thing that Hassan was watching, and it was absolutely fucking insane, dude. Like it's so much that it's definitely, but oh yeah. This is the video from Ghana, and they're in the moment. I think there's legislation, very like anti-gay legislation that's being passed. So you know we can have a look at this. But it's very the lyrics are just like so out there. Okay, hold on. Have I got everything? Then when there's this pride meme, okay, it's Tumblr, so I have to literally go into BRB. Let me just get all these links up. Okay. Okay, we got that one. Any other link? Brazilian queer people playing dodgeball in anticipation for later. What's happening later in Brazil? We're gonna have 2 Brazilian chatters on today, by the way. We got Different Dura and King RFZ, I think it is. Anyway, so we're gonna be learning about Brazil. It's gonna be great. Okay. That's the wrong football, yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay, we got this. A lot of links to go through. Okay. Oh yeah, man avoiding gay stares. Stairs. Okay. Ressa is back as Jesse and Rob have a date on next Thursday to vote in the European elections. Crazy ass moments in Dutch politics. Okay, what the fuck is this about? Why is it in English if they're Dutch? Rob Jetson, of member of D66 Progressive Liberal Party, is gay and keeps getting shipped with Jesse Claver of the Green Party. For context, wait, so they've been shipping? Like, stop. Because this is insane. People ship Dutch politicians? Why is it all in English? I guess like a lot of people in the Netherlands speak English. Okay, then this is Nerd's meme. You have my sword and my bow and my axe and my brick. Okay, dude. Here we go. We went to Tumblr today, chat. Facebook asked me, yeah, it is. No, like this is insane. I mean, Marsha P. Johnson, always incredible though. Okay, and then this was the Ghana, the video from Ghana.
It's nice to be nice. Your driver could be LGBTQ. Your tailor could be LGBTQ. Hairdresser could be LGBTQ. Your plumber could be LGBTQ. Your doctor could be LGBTQ. Your teacher could be LGBTQ. Your bestie could be LGBTQ. The African mermaid.
Anal sex.
It's nice to be nice.
Anyway. I will play Yakuza at some point, okay? Oni's already gonna get me set up with that, okay? I know. Oni talk to me about it. Okay, what is this? When your pride slogan sounds like a threat. 6 months, okay, let's go. Fine.
Is Ty Turner, trans man extraordinaire, here with some devastating news. It's recently come to my attention that about 53% of my viewers aren't actually subscribed.
Yeah.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get in.
What the hell are you guys doing? What are you thinking? No, I'm not mad. Yes, I am. Newsflash, that's transphobia. But you know what? I'm willing to put it all behind us. Just go ahead and click that button, and we'll look at some memes. We'll have a good time. My friend transitioned, but I found out.
Oh my god, you did? No, you're incredible. Okay, let's go. Soren, blink!
You better not assume my pronouns. You ain't got a clue what I feel inside. Shake my ass while I
Thank
play
you,
Beyonce.
Torin.
You wanna come fuck me, then get in line.
Oh my god, thank you so much, Zenoda. This is amazing. I hope we got time for it today. We might not, but either way, remind me and we'll do it on Tuesday. On fucking Tuesday! Anyway. Torrent turned you into a turtle? I was lurking in Torrent's chat earlier, watching, I am transphobic and I'll never subscribe. Okay, Grozzy. Anyway, I was lurking in Torrent's chat earlier, watching him play, Minecraft. Very cozy. Alicia, thank you for the gifted sub to Grossi. Oh, I need to sort that out. Why is it not like doing anything for a single gifted sub? Hold on, let me figure that out right now while you guys all have a look at this. Okay.
She's naming herself Mildred. I want to be supportive,
what is life like on
but
Bitch
fucking
Island? I don't know.
Mildred?
Ask your mom.
You know, Mildred is an elderly ass name. Mildred. And it doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. You know, it does sound like mildew a little bit. You know, it conjures a musk. But it also reminds me of a witch, which is pretty cool. So, trans women are women. 1,000 years later. Yup. This person is dead. It's a good edit. It's a good variation of this transphobic meme that has then been turned into a trans meme many times, many variations. I think this is my favorite. Yup, this person is dead, just as I suspected. My favorite trope is when someone makes an antro animal, but without thinking gives them dimorphist features that are the opposite of their gender, accidentally making them transcoded. Yes, the classic barnyard cow, the main character sporting an unapologetic udder. Love it. And the red bird, of course. I know what that is. Oh, I know all about that. That red bird. Another classic. I think it's from regular show. I only watched it a few times. What is the bird? Is it a
cardinal?
And only male
Cardinal.
ones are red? And that's a woman, so she's
Okay, it should work now. Some explanation for those that don't follow South African politics?
I'm going to need West and Central Africans to gather here because I've been seeing some very disturbing content in the last 24 hours on this app, and it's bothering. Like, what on earth made you think that South Africans were going to vote the Pan-Africanists? What made you think, like, if you actually thought that South Africans were going to vote the guy who wanted to unite all black people in Africa, then you have either never interacted with a South African, then you are just as bad as the same Europeans that you're accusing of not caring about Africa because...
No, this is just into discourse. Like, I don't think this at all. Like... You have to remember, South Africa, the ANC literally wanted to, I mean, this will never happen, but wanted to create an African currency. There was floating ideas around that. Now, like, that's not going to happen. There have been many fucking, like, African leaders in the past that have been assassinated by the, that have been assassinated by the American government for, like, even thinking of something like that, you know? This to me is more like, because the thing is, he's not talking about white people here, which is what's interesting, which is why, like, he's not talking about white South Africans, he's talking about black South Africans, and that is something that I can't comment on. Like, I can't comment on, like, how, for me, like, what my understanding of a lot of things is, like, a lot of South Africans will never vote for anybody who's white. So, you know, like... Anyway.
You clearly don't pay attention to anything African. Because if you did, there's absolutely no way on earth that you would have expected South Africans to vote Julius Malema. Yeah, he would have gotten a smaller vote, yes, but...
No, this guy doesn't even understand South African politics. Okay, like, I'm sorry. Julius Malema has been well known, even before we formed the EFF, within, South African politics, and a lot of people, regardless of race, do not trust him, okay? Because he's done a fuckload of sus shit, okay? Okay, regardless of, like the political party he's standing for now, which I think is based, okay? He's done a fuckload of sus shit, and that's been in South African, he's been in South African media for a long fucking time. This motherfucker does not understand South African politics at all, okay? Like, it's never this big thing of, like, of course South Africans don't want to unite the rest of Africa. That's not the case at all. This is, like, this guy from Burkina Faso. So, you know, you're in Northern Africa. Of course you're not going to understand what's going at the bottom there. Yeah. A socialist politician having a shady political career? No way. I mean, socialism, like in the way that people see it. Now, I think the EFF had great policies, and they represented me more than any other party. But that by no means are they a party that I trust at all, okay? And all South Africans feel this way, regardless of how fucking progressive they are, okay? The EFF in the past has had some really insane takes on xenophobia and has been openly xenophobic and openly calling for xenophobic violence against Zimbabweans and people from Botswana, okay? Like, it's not as simple, it's very similar, I guess, to Indian communists. Like, it's not as simple as just like, okay, a lot of the times people are grifting from the left in South Africa because you can't grift on the fucking right. Okay? So it's not actually even that simple, Grozzy. I was being sarcastic if it wasn't obvious. Oh, okay. No. I knew you were being, but the thing is, what I meant, Grozzy, is like the way I interpreted what you said was more like that, a lot of the time media will want to do hit pieces on socialists and like make them seem like they are not trustworthy. Which does happen. You know, they did that to Jeremy Corbyn, okay? But it's actually here more... like these qualities Julius Malema didn't seem to hold. Like this has not always been his fucking cause. That's the thing. My experience of Julius Malema in media. Anyway. But yeah, there's a lot of shit that Julius Malema has been known for, and yeah. So the thing is like also the EFF is not the only like party that. I'm just a bit confused by this take. You know? But yeah, no, immediately, like a minute into this, and this guy is just like, no, I mean, a lot of socialists claim socialist politicians kind of grifters are corrupt in countries where left-wing ideas are popular. Yeah. No, exactly. And that is the case. It's like, I don't trust Julius Malema. But I do want to see a coalition between the, I do want to see a coalition between the EFF and the ANC. I don't think we're going to be able to see it. I don't think they would be able to make one because they won't be able to make a majority. But yeah, like, this to me is more like, this guy's from Burkina Faso. He has an American accent. I don't know how much.
As a majority. That's a black majority country. So.
Like, he's got a slight American accent, so I don't know. Like, he's in Northern Africa, dude. Anyway, I just don't think anybody really understands South African politics, not even South Africans. So, you know, I thought this later takes time taking sense. It's just not something I can really talk on. Like, the thing is, the majority of voters here are black South Africans. I'm not a black South African. I don't know, like, it's something that I can't really comment too much on. You know what I mean? I mean, let's be honest, a lot of socialist success parties in Eastern Europe are pretty dog shit. Yeah.
I'm from a mixed race family.
I mean, the EFF also is not something that just popped up this election cycle. They were in the last election cycle as well. So it's just interesting that everyone's piping up now about it. Anyway. And they've only been growing.
I'm from a mixed race family, so for my whole life, like, people used to say mixed race relationships were too far, and they embarrassed themselves and they had to live in shame. And in our generation, people said gay marriage was too far, and they embarrassed themselves and they had to live in shame. And I was like, yo, I never want to grow up to be the kind of person who says that something is too far, because as soon as you do, you bury yourself like a bullshit time capsule along the road to progress. But recently, I was back home where I'm from in Ohio, and I saw my cousin for the first time in a while. My cousin for my whole life has been my girl cousin named Katie. And I was like, hey, Katie, it's great to see you again. My cousin says, actually, Curtis, I'm older now. I'm accepting myself for who I am. I'm in transition, and I prefer to go by male pronouns. And I was like, you know what, dude? I got you. I love you. I support you no matter what. What name would you like to go by now? And my cousin said, I prefer to go by Devontae. And I feel like that would have been cool, except this cousin is white, and that's too far. I was like, yeah, bro, you're a man, but you're not a black man. And this dude's name is tearing my family apart. Because even the people I was worried about having I asked my father, I was like, Dad, you heard about Devontae? My dad said, I'm not calling him that. So now everybody compromised, and they just call him the boy. And I feel bad because we've all talked about it behind this dude's back, and we've all decided he's more of a Greg. We're like, yeah, bro, you're trans, but you're not interesting.
Oh, God. Anyway.
He's a trans
cardinal.
I love that. I love that. Accidentally making them trans? Was it an accident? Or is this just the agenda at work? Maybe it's the fucking liberals putting their queer You know what? I'm going to say maybe don't include most of that. That's a note to the editor. FTM Trans Pride. Transsexual minishirt slaps. Love it. I love this shit. They're just some guys. I'm really vibing with the jorts and sandals look. I didn't transition to look like Ellie.
Bro, this is literally just like American Northern Boys. Literally just American Northern Boys fits, okay?
Page, I transitioned to look like Hank Hill, and by God, I will achieve my goal. I think that's where we're all headed. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's the goal. This video is sponsored by Atlas VPN, the most
How old is this? I'm skipping it. Okay, 6 months ago. I'm sorry. Fuck VPN services, okay? Most of them are fucking scams.
The best deals. And speaking of deals, right now, Atlas VPN is offering my subscribers a premium guarantee. Tib Cigarette got gender dysphoria. So sad. No. One like equals one prayer. Being trans is a choice. Do you honestly think I would choose to get gender euphoria from wearing knee-length basketball shorts? That's humiliating.
Oh god.
Oh my god, you guys. I just...
Gosh, maybe we're getting too much into trans discourse. Yeah.
I'm literally wearing them. This is... Do you remember? Hey, my first ever meme video back in 2018. Just roll the clip. I have the same... I literally have that shirt. I'm wearing it. This is the shirt. Me. Ha! My dysphoria. You look like this. Why does this keep happening to me? Okay, that's actually too relatable. I'm being targeted. I think more trans guys, or really anyone who picks their own name, should give consideration to the blue-collar middle-aged wife guy realm, like Gary or Frank or Roger. I don't want to wake up one day in a world with no Dougs. You know.
I'm actually... Doug is such an American name. I've never met anybody IRL called Doug. Ever. Ever. So I'm okay. I'd live with no Dougs.
No, I couldn't agree more. I did personally name myself some weird shit, but I think the Hank Hill type trans guys with the Gary, Frank, Roger, and Doug type names are the true heroes of this community. And I stand by that. 7 weeks post-op. A beetle. My Reddit feed glitched and gave me this masterpiece. The transition process truly is a metamorphosis. Because of the bug. So. Not fair, England ladies fishing team up in arms over trans participant. Over fishing, are you serious? Trans women who fish. Fish want me, women fear me. Hell yeah, and it's even the right colors.
Bro, it's fishing! It's fucking fishing, dude! It's fishing! There's a fishing team? What? There's competitive fishing? And they do it in teams in the UK?
Women fear me. Hell yeah. And it's even the right colors. I want that hat. These trans bans are getting so ridiculous. Like banning trans women from beauty pageants. Are you saying that
that's insane? That is insane, by the way.
Unfair biological...
I don't think trans people should be allowed to fish. Don't you know about the biggest cheat scandal? I do know about the weights in the fish. That scandal.
Advantage, like trying to ban them from chess tournaments. I think there was a science competition or something. Like all of these things that are completely unrelated to gender, but they're trying to use the same arguments to.
What are their pronouns? Ty Turner. I think he, him, but yes, he, him. Okay. Yeah, he does look like Jeff Wittig. He does.
Disqualify trans women as they do with, you know, different kinds of sports. It kind of just feels like they think cis women suck at everything. Like, that's the message I'm receiving when they are telling me that trans women have an unfair advantage in literally everything. Which just goes back to the point that most transphobia in the name of feminism is actually just sexism. Plain and simple. I don't want trans men to play in women's sports. Transphobes. Then why did you ask for it? Literally. All those people who were so upset when the wrestler from Texas, Mac, he was forced to wrestle in the women's league even though he was a trans man and wanted to wrestle with men. And then everyone's citing that as like, see, this is a huge problem. We got to keep men out of women's sports. You're putting men in women's sports. What are you talking about? They just don't want us there at all. They don't want any of us anywhere. That's what it comes down to. Guys be like, pizza. Girls, pizza with arms. This is a classic. I'm sure this has shown up in one of my videos in the past. At least one of them, because I've been seeing this for years. But just in case. You know, I can't let this slip through the cracks and risk the chance that anyone misses this incredible example of the two genders. Women be waving. Ask Reddit, what's the boner etiquette at a strip club? The rule is just to have fun and relax. If she has a boner, don't make her self-conscious.
What is life like on Bitch Island? I don't know. Ask your mom.
Upvotes. Hell yeah. Asked and answered. What are your adjectives? You mean my pronouns? No, I already know your pronouns. What are your adjectives? I don't know. What are yours? Noisy and chaotic. I've never had something go from making no sense to complete sense so fast. What are your adjectives? Let me know in the comments below. As for mine, I'm going to have to think about it, and I will let you know in my next meme video, so make sure you're subscribed, or else you're going to miss out.
Mine are caffeinated and streaming. I guess streaming's a verb, isn't it? Okay, I'm caffeinated as one. I'll think of the other one later.
It wasn't about water fountains then. It's not about bathrooms now. It's a good point. But I can't help but be a little bit distracted, and maybe this was on purpose, by the disconnect between the seriousness of this message and just the presentation with the shiny pink party balloons. It's such a fun and...
It wasn't about water fountains then. It's not about bathrooms now. Yes. Yes, okay, I get it.
Presentation with the shiny pink party balloons. It's such a fun and whimsical way to say...
I'm guessing water fountains is like same shit in South Africa, like you know, like net blancas, meaning like only whites are allowed to use it. Is this a reference here? Was there like, yeah, segregation era discourse? Okay, yeah.
Shiny pink party balloons. It's such a fun and whimsical way to say something so heavy. Call the Christian God a she, her, and watch how fast they care about pronouns. My pronouns are Jesus, take the wheel. Yeah, they care. They care a lot about a lot of stuff that I frankly don't even know how they have the energy to be so upset about.
Are Tucker Carlson's pronouns still they, them on Twitter? I don't know who changed that or why they ever got changed, but he had his pronouns as like they, them for so long. No, no longer. Fuck. He used to have they, them written, and I thought it must have been like one of his fucking like social media managers that just like put it down like that. But it used to say they, them. Anyway.
So much dumb fucking... Anyways, I'm going to cut out a lot of what I just said about that and move on to the next meme. I love when the gender options are male, female, and prefer not to answer. Like it just reads as boy, girl, and what are you, a cop? I don't owe you anything. My gender is come back with a warrant. Fuck yeah. I like that. Which is also pretty accurate because I know
Technically, he did not update them to he, hims. Now you're misgendering Tucker. Okay, we don't need, Tucker Carlson doesn't need that level of, like, memeing, okay? He's one of the most transphobic pieces of shit out there, okay? He has, he has radicalized so many Americans into hating trans people. We don't even need to meme about him and be like, yeah, no, you're misgendering Tucker Carlson. No, he's disgusting.
Plenty of non-binary people with that exact energy. The fire department are trying to show they're supportive, but I'm fully dying at the implication that we will simply just all burn. Fire doesn't discriminate.
I agree with him.
Fire
Grozzy.
doesn't discriminate.
He's got some good ideas. What, Grozzy? She's on something today. What's going on, dude? Bro, Grozzy has just been posting straight like, nah, actually, fuck all trans people, dude. Yeah! Really show it to them. Grozzy is just posting today. Yeah, she is.
On a fire truck with a pride flag.
Why I left Grozzy, yeah.
A pride display with a threatening aura. That is my favorite shit. Okay, so here's the rest of the truck. Fire doesn't discriminate, neither do we. Working together for a safer city. Incredible. I like it better when it was just the one. But that's nice. That makes more sense now. As a transsexual, having access to women's bathrooms is important to me because that's where I bite cis women and suck the estrogen right out of their bloodstream like a vampire. Joe Biden personally allows me to do this because we both love misogyny.
Okay, that's a really good one.
Yep, we did it, Joe. The agenda, it's all coming together. Hey, I recently
I can't say slurs here, so I just have to be homophobic to get the same effect. There we go.
had to use the women's bathroom as well. It wasn't a good time, but
my title is "Good Morning to all the gay/trans people in my chat." Grozzy saw that and was like, "Fuck that! I'm gonna make sure that every single gay and trans person in LB's chat feels like shit." Okay.
made a video about it, a story time, and you could go click there's going to be a card that pops up. You can click that to watch it. So go check that out. And we're going to go ahead and wrap up the memes here, call it on a high note. Don't forget to subscribe and give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it.
Homophobia is objectively funny. Yeah, it is. It is. Republicans ruined it. That's the thing. Like, I've seen Hassan and Austin talk about this. Like, you know, homophobia used to be really fucking funny, and then Republicans ruined it. Okay? You know?
Don't forget to click that link below to get Atlas VPN. Thank you, Atlas VPN, for sponsoring. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And as always, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right. Time for the dolls. So we'll be having, we'll probably do Brazil at like 6. Yeah, you can't even be homophobic anymore because of work. Exactly. Exactly. Have you seen the pink lighter stuff? I've not seen the pink lighter stuff at all, Grozzy. Okay. That was good. I've never heard of Ty Turner before. But good to see, like, you know, trans YouTubers that are doing well. There's always this classic.
You don't respect trans women because you're transphobic. I don't respect them because they're women. Trans inclusive radical misogyny. There's a better way to hate. You don't respect
I mean, yeah. Trans-inclusive radical misogyny. Oh, it's so good. Send me the pink lighter stuff then. And then we're gonna do the dolls. And we're gonna do, isn't that a Hassan? But Hassan has done, Hassan's bit is different. His bit is, I want, like, women to have equal rights so I can be, like, you know, like, so I can, like, you know, own them in the marketplace of ideas, or so I can, like, make fun of them. Like, he wants women in general, regardless, to have, like, equal rights, so that he can literally, like, you know, he wants to be able to punch a woman in the face, like, if that woman's irritating him, just like he'd punch a man in the face, you know? Same thing. Like, you know what I mean? He wants that level, he wants equality so he can just be a dick more often to women. It's like this, dude. He wants this to happen. By the way, you can follow me on TikTok if you want. I'm never going to post anything on this account, but there we go. Maybe I will one day. This is just my stream TikTok, okay? But you're welcome to follow. Where is it, this one?
You got me. Oh my gosh, your shoe's untied.
Where? You have me right there.
This is the world like someone wants to live in, okay? That's the world, alright? I wish that was me. Grozzy, link me the fucking pink lighter shit. Okay, you said, what is this pink lighter shit? And you didn't link me anything. Where is it? Hello? Bitch, where's the pink lighter shit? I can't find it. Well, then say you can't find it. I've been waiting. Oh, you did say it. Twitter search so bad I can't find it. Okay, cool. Never mind. How bisexuality changed video games? Okay, it's 53 minutes. 54 minutes. Just post this in we're watching so many gay things. So I love Verity Bitchies, we will watch it. Just post this in the Discord. Post this in the Discord react suggestions, Differender. And Differender, can you also send me a message on Discord? It's just Littlebear36. Just so I can, because Differender is one of the Brazilian chatters we're going to be having on later. Today we're doing Brazil. Wait, I want, how, does anybody know of a website where you can like fill in world map? So I can keep track of like, no, I want to be able to map chart, create your own custom map. This looks like I have to pay for it. No, it's free. Okay. I want the world. There we go. Oh, here's the pink light of it. Okay, cool. So at the moment, so today we're going Brazil. We've done Hungary. We've done Poland. We've done Czechia. And we've done one of the states. We've done Indiana. What else have we done, chat? Oh, we did Egypt as well. Okay, so this is how far we are through the world. Okay, and Brazil's going to be filled in today. Okay. You see? The crop on that... Shut up. No, that was promised. Okay, it's not... It's temporary, chat. Also, I'm for faction Oz map. You're just playing into all of the trans memes, by the way, Grozzy. Like, you are the one that brought up Hearts of Iron 4, okay? Let the fucking record dictate here. Nobody else brought it up, you did, okay? I love that the first US state is Indiana, lol, yeah. Good luck making Indiana on this. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just keep it separate, okay? Maybe we can... No, show you... There we go. Fuck you all. It said show US states. Yeah, get owned. Oh my god, get fucking owned. Holy. Good luck making Indiana on this. Oh, boom. Yeah, bitch. Fucking... Yeah. It was a setting, okay? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm supporting trans rights and trans wrongs. Elysium. Okay, let's see this pink lighter stuff. And then we're gonna do the dolls.
Flavor blood, should you give me a
Come on, bro. You have to do all that? You ever go on my... How am I playing, bro?
Come behind that counter.
What I do? What I do? What I do?
The lighter, bro.
What's wrong with it?
What the you did, bro? This
What's,
is your last lighter.
what's wrong with it, bro?
That pink lighter?
Cause it's pink? All that cause it's pink?
Oh, do I like some type of you game? I said a red lighter, bro.
So what?
Red lighter. Boom. What this is?
What you mean?
Come on, man. What?
Stop. Come on, it's just pink.
This man, give me a red lighter, bro. I ain't with
What's
all
wrong?
that other shit you on, bro.
What's wrong with this, bro?
Come on, man. Just give me a red
No, I'm
lighter,
saying
bro.
that's
I ain't with that gay shit, bro.
That's the only light I mean, bro.
I don't want that gay shit. It's pink, dude.
What you mean?
Red, green, all type of colors. You choose to be a pink lighter, gang.
No, I'm saying it works. It works. Like you can turn it on. I got.
I'm cool.
Pink, bro. I'm a nigga. I'm a nigga like you, gang. Come on, give me a different color.
Bro, I ain't. Come on, bro.
That's the only light I got, bro.
All right, bro. Just come on, bro. Come on.
That's the only light I got.
I'm cool, bro. Come on, just come.
You know we boys. I like you and everything, but like, what's wrong?
Bro, this lighter is pink, gang. I don't do that.
I'm saying, like, what does it mean? Hey, look, bro. What does it mean? What does it mean if I give you a pink lighter?
You like me? I don't like that shit.
What?
I like pussy. Come on,
bro.
I need another color.
Bro, I'm saying, like, what? So what? I just gave you a pink lighter. No, like, I'm just asking. Bro. Bro, I'm just asking, like.
Another lighter will come from behind the glass.
I got you, bro. I got you. But like, I'm just asking you a question. What does it mean if I give you a pink lighter?
I don't want that pink lighter.
That means you gay?
No. Is you gay? Hell no, I ain't gay.
I'm saying, like, works perfectly fine, bro. You got it.
What that mean? It don't matter if it works.
Yeah.
All type of colors.
What color you want? What color you want?
Blue. Blue.
I want a blue lighter.
All right, Brody.
Yeah.
My bad, bro.
You good?
Come on.
All right, it's gonna be 8:25.
All right, come on, man. You tweaking, bro.
How am I tweaking, bro?
I'm cool. I don't do all that.
Why you? I probably remember this guy that went crazy on me for trying to sell him a pink lighter. Post like a 30-second clip just to show you guys what I'm talking about.
I'll come back there and I will beat your ass.
What you mean?
What I mean?
Why you doing all that over a lighter?
I look like a to you, nigga.
But I'm saying that, how? Because of a lighter?
To you, bro.
Because of why are you making a big deal, bro? I don't want no problems, but I'm just saying it's a lighter.
No problem. You gonna give me a pink lighter, folks?
I mean, you want me to give you another one?
None of that, nigga.
I got you, bro.
Trying to call me a fruit or something?
I got you, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, this is straight homophobia.
Sit out here, nigga. You give me a pink lighter.
You want your dollar back? I'll give you
that dollar. Why the fuck you get?
He actually came back, and honestly, the only reason why I started recording this video was supposed to be like a video of us being cool, you know, and talking about how it was just a misunderstanding and maybe he was having a bad day, but nah, he was not going for it. Dan, what you got to say about that?
I see him. I'm gonna for you.
Nah, you ain't got to do that. Yeah, he was mad. I'm not gonna lie.
There you go.
That's all you getting, boss?
Yeah.
$1. You give me $1, brother.
There you go.
Seem like you all cool now, man. You was mad as hell the other time.
Cool.
Yeah.
Bro, I just came my ass in here on the humble, bro. And you gonna bring that shit up to me again, bro?
Nah, I'm just saying, like.
I don't wanna hear that shit, bro. Some real shit.
I apologize.
You bring some shit up there that you ain't see me coming here tripping.
Yeah.
So what the fuck is you tripping on me for?
I'm not tripping. I'm just saying, like, it seemed like you was having a bad.
Until the 1900s, pink was a boy color and light blue was feminine. Yeah. The reason why pink became like a girl color is actually because of the pink triangle that was put on gay people and like that the Nazis did, right? I'm pretty sure that was yeah. I think Nerd came in with that bit of information. No, it was UB? Yeah, okay. No, UB was the one. Nope, literally from the Nazis.
That day or something.
I be saying about like you, man.
What you mean?
Shit.
Bro, why you do that? Why you just do that?
between me and dude, bro. This between me and dude, bro.
Right, bro. Why you not? Nah, it's all cool. It's all cool. It's all cool. It's all cool. Yeah, it's between me and them. Don't even. Hey, you good, bro. I appreciate you.
I ain't trying to none of that shit.
I'm just saying.
You come handing me that old
I'm just saying. Why you mad though? It's like it's only. First of all, it's only a lighter. The second time, I only brought it up to see how you were doing. I wanted to be cool with you. You get what I'm trying to say? What you mean?
You like, nigga?
Bro, why you on that?
What you mean you want to be cool with me, nigga? I'm a man.
You acting lame, talking like that, bro. You doing all this over a lighter, bro.
You tried to hand me that big ass.
You acting goofy, bro. You acting goofy. Cause of a lighter?
Hey, you a ain't you?
This is insane.
Over a lighter.
Hey, you like
all this over a lighter. And I'm just trying to bring up the topic,
you like booty, don't
you know, to make sure we both cool. But I'm just... You ain't gonna do that.
I would treat you, homie.
You all talk.
I would all talk.
Yeah, you all talk. I'm just saying, like...
The last time I told you...
Listen, I respect you, right? But at the end of the day, look how you're acting over a pink lighter. I want to be cool with you. I want to be cool with you.
Cool? Cool for what? What you want to be cool for?
What do I want to be cool for?
You know me? Where you know me from?
I'm not...
I don't know you. You don't know me either.
I don't know you. And I don't want to know you. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck who you are. But I'm just saying, that's not cool. That's not cool.
Ring in this nigga.
Your name Ring?
Yeah.
I bet I'll bring...
What?
You heard me? Like, you like...
This is insane.
I will beat all you mother...
Alright, you ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna do that. What?
I don't know what to say. Like this all over a lighter. Holy moly.
And say Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
What? Wait, how are Muslim people being brought into this? What? There's got to be drugs? No. No, that's an assumption that we don't take here. Dadbury Smash. You don't assume like that like stuff like that about people. But yeah, no, this is insane.
And I'm still...
Oh, the guy who's filming is Muslim. Yes, you're right. I mean, we don't know. I mean, he could be. We don't actually know if he is Muslim.
Prostrate and say,
but he's like, yeah, he could be. You know. I'm pretty sure he is. I mean, he looks a bit more like MENA-coded, you know, but he could just literally be like Indian as well, or he could actually be, you know, a lot of other like different races, not necessarily. I always thought the pink became Kurdish because of Mary Eisenhower. UB told me, and UB like I guess studied some of this, said that it was literally the Nazis. This?
Lord China?
He said, bro, China.
China, baby!
Okay. That's funny. Hey, yeah, Boomer. You gonna continue this every single... This is a bit about Pink from Vox. I mean, Vox could also get... I do trust UB. On, like the association with it. I'll be honest with you. I'll ask UB again. I don't really want to watch or like go on a whole tangent about like Pink and whatever. You know? Anyway, let's continue with this. This lighter stuff is insane.
You a Muslim? God is the greatest. But nigga, I'm the greatest under God, nigga, and I will beat your ass.
Good for you. Good for you. Good for you, bro. Look how you acting. Look how you acting, bro. You acting so childish.
Because you gay.
Because you acting so
Because you
childish.
gay, nigga.
How?
Because you a faggot, nigga.
How? Tell me
you
how.
ain't trying to come at me.
Holy, okay, that was not censored. Okay, holy moly. Okay, okay, dude. All over a pink lighter, bro. Come on.
Nigga, man, hey, homie, he be trying to get at you, bro. I bet you be sliding you his number and shit, nigga. You a
How though? Explain to me how. Go ahead.
You sit there try to give me a pink lighter, then you invite me, you know what I'm saying, over to your crib or whatever.
When did I invite you to my crib?
Yeah, it sounds like that's what you said,
You think I'll bring somebody like you to my crib?
It sounds like you said, like me.
Now he just has to lie, dude. He's now just straight lying.
Aggressive for no reason. Clownish, bro. Clownish. Over a pink lighter, bro. Over a pink lighter. Look, you still doing it. But look, at the end of the day, look. You see how I came at you cool? I was trying to be cool with you. But look how you acting. You acting like a childish. You acting childish, bro. You acting you acting childish, bro. All that over a lighter. Let's be real.
You just got to tell me you ring me up, nigga.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
who childish? You childish.
Nigga,
look,
you grand,
you call me a bitch. You call me all these names.
He invited himself, yeah.
I put my hands on you, homie.
You gay as hell. See, that's gay right there. That's gay right there.
No, man. Come on.
That's gay right there. Just letting you know. That's gay right there. That's just letting you know. You all talk, bro. You all talk. You all talk. You all talk. I'm safe, but I'm not worried about you though. I'm not worried about you though. Like, look. Check it out.
We talking, bro.
We could be cool, right? And you could walk out of here, and we could be like brothers, like nothing happened. But look how you're acting though.
Like brothers. What you mean like brothers?
I'm saying like we could be cool. You feel me? Cause you know, like you acting right now. You acting like I tried to give you some fucking time or I'm trying to set you up. I gave you a pink lighter.
I'm gonna call the FBI.
I'm gonna call the FBI. Kind of worth it. Maybe we'll have a look at the Kickstream video then. GP on GP. Have you seen the new Boy Boy? We have seen the new Boy Boy. I did the quiz too, Grozzy, and I'm gay. So there we go.
On the real. You want them up? Yeah? You a suicide bomber, nigga? I got a secret cell over here or something, nigga? FBI.
Oh my god.
DEA, ATF. Nigga, I'm gonna go call all them motherfuckers on.
Go ahead.
Straight up.
What the fuck?
This one of them motherfuckers. He one of them motherfuckers, bro.
Alright, bro. Go ahead. You good. Go ahead. We could be cool.
Fuck it, man. I'm gonna ride. I'm gonna take wherever you see me. Don't say shit to me. If you say something, I'm gonna slap you like you is, nigga.
Yo.
Straight up.
All that over a lighter. Hey, you a man. You the big dog. Cause you doing that over a lighter. You the big dog. You the big dog, right? You a big dog, right? You a big dog cause you scared of a pink lighter?
A pink lighter, nigga.
Yeah.
Yo bitch ass scared, nigga. Yo bitch ass scared to behind this motherfucking glass, nigga.
Cause of a pink lighter?
Yeah, a pink lighter.
Yeah. Yo, total gonna be 425, big dog.
Alright, cool.
And next person. Let's see. Next person who gets a pink lighter. Let's have a look.
5.
Hey, hold on. Boy,
What happened?
It's your chance. Bro, you giving us a pink lighter?
What you mean?
Boy. You know where you at?
What you mean, bro?
The beat you, boy.
What you mean? Bro, what? So what?
What the f is you giving a nigga a big lighter, bro? A straight fucking pink lighter, bro.
What's wrong with it, bro?
No, I don't want that shit, bro.
Bro, what's wrong with it, bro? It works.
Pink, gang.
Like, it literally works, bro.
It's pink, bro. What are you doing?
Literally works, bro.
No, stop. Stop, dude. Yeah, his durag is pink.
Pink, bro. What are you doing?
Hey, bro, hold on. Back up a little. Bro, your whole do-rag pink, bro.
bro. It don't matter if I'm on fucking do-rag, bro. This is a color on my head, bro. Don't give me no pink lighter, bro. You a bro, nigga, this
Man, bro, just take it, bro. Trust me, just take it.
Give me a different color.
Bro, trust me, it works perfectly fine. I promise you.
Give me a different color, guys.
What you mean, bro? Why you calling me that, bro? Damn.
Get on his ass. You a goofball. I'm finna smack your shit.
Bro, what the hell? What you doing all that for?
Fuck wrong with you, bitch ass.
What you doing all that for, bro?
You a hoe. That's
For what?
give him that pink goofy.
Your boy wearing a pink do-rag.
I don't get no pink ass suit, nigga.
So what difference does it make? That's my question.
Cause you giving me the pink lighter, bro. Give me a different color, bro. This nigga him, bro.
I'll give you a different color, but can you just answer my question? Like, what difference does it make?
It don't matter what difference it make, bro. You an odd, bro.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's all the color I got.
Bro, give me a different color, bro.
That's the only color I got, bro.
Run him his shit, nigga.
He started hiding the lighters.
That's the only I got, bro. For real.
I don't get no fuck, nigga. Why you recording us, bro?
I'm not even. What you mean?
You got your phone out like it's a game. Nigga, you a camera, nigga. You a fuck wrong with
Why you?
Give me a different color, bro.
Come on, bro.
It don't even matter, bro. Why you gave me that?
Go ahead, bro.
Now we getting black, bro.
What's wrong with black?
Black folk.
What?
No, okay, now he's got an issue with the lighter being black. No, he's like, no, you gave me a black lighter, you must be racist. Stop. Stop.
Damn, bro.
How am I racist?
What time you get off, gang? On God.
What you
I do
mean?
not think this is staged at all, Chad.
Bro, are you serious? You said I gave you a black lighter because you black? Come on, bro.
Black History Month, you want to give a motherfucker a black lighter, bro?
So what you want?
Funny, G?
So what color you want?
Is he trying to be funny, bro?
Bro, what color do you want? Yo, chill, bro. Bro. God damn, bro. What y'all doing? Give your money back.
Damn right, I want that.
Hey, you have a go. You said you wanted a lighter, right? Yep. You have a good day.
I don't want no pink ass lighter, bro. Give me a different.
Want a pink? Yo, drink is pink.
Man, I'm finna drink this. It's different.
It's different.
Yeah.
All
Give me a black one or something.
right. I got a purple one.
No, bro. Give me a black one. What the fuck?
What? What's wrong with this
Black
one?
or the green one.
Bro, those are not for sale, bro. I promise you.
I know his name is Khalid. Okay. Khalid or Khalid. Okay.
I only have this one.
No, it's enough. Okay, I love this. The trolling.
That's it. I mean, bro, your drink is pink.
It's juice, bro.
It's juice, but it's pink though.
Yeah.
It's pink.
This gay ass lighter, man.
What's wrong with this one?
Man, that shit gay as hell. What
It's gay.
that shit gay as pink.
Come on, bro.
Pink, man.
It's pink.
Pink, nigga.
What you got against pink lighters, bro?
Man, get that shit, man, give my shit back, man.
That's the only lighter I got, bro.
Give my $2 back, man.
Yeah, nah, get this one, folks.
Bro, why not?
Yeah, nah, I want that, bro. Give me a different color.
Bro, what's wrong with this color, bro?
Nah, that's a bitch, bro. I'm cool with pink, bro.
Damn. You have a blessed day.
Yeah, man, I don't, what the fuck?
What's wrong with
I don't want this bogus ass lighter, bro.
It's broken?
I don't want that shit, bro.
It's
I
broken?
don't want that shit, bro. Give me something else, bro.
It's broken?
Like a woman to use.
I just wish that like nobody like the thing is it happens so often, and clearly like the thing is I want one of them just to explain like no I want one of them just to say like outright people will think I am gay if I have this lighter and I don't want people to think that I am gay. You know, I want one of them to just say it. Like, please, just say it. Because that's less homophobic than, like, anything else these guys have been saying. You know what I mean? Just being like, look, I'm not homophobic. But, like, you know, I don't want people to think that I am gay because of, you know, other people around me being homophobic, okay? And a pink lighter could be enough to for them to think that I have come out of the closet, you know? Meanwhile, gays vape. True. Gays vape, okay? And...
Don't give me that shit, bro. Give me something else.
Come on, bro. What's wrong with it, bro?
Come on, give me what I want, bro.
I got you, bro. I got you. Chill. Just calm down, bro. Here.
And then the purple one, it's... Okay, this is perfect. Bro, this guy is so brave. I like...
Have a good day.
I would not want to, like, include this level of confrontation in my day-to-day work. You know what I mean?
What you give me a... No, I don't want this bitch ass pink lighter, man. What you give me a pink lighter for?
What's wrong with this, bro?
I don't want... I don't like...
Nah, you don't look like a sight. No. You want a pink lighter?
He is buying a plexi screen? Bro.
You have a good one. You don't want what? Bro, it works. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it works. Yeah, it works. You don't want it? Why not? Why don't you want it? What's wrong with it, bro? It works.
I mean, this is not really stuff for me to comment on. Like black masculinity, machismo, and homophobia. Like this is black people business, okay? I think like homophobia to this degree exists in like all levels, or like regardless of race. It's FD has a video on it, yeah. Like it's not necessarily something that like I feel comfortable talking about, you know?
You don't want it? Damn, bro.
Yeah, it's not black people, it's Americans in general. Yeah.
So. You have it going.
Man, I don't want that bitch lighter, man.
What's wrong with it, bro?
Man, do I look like a shorty?
You're not no bit, but it's like, you know, there's nothing wrong with it, bro.
No.
It still works.
You gotta switch that out, bro.
You have it going. Is that serious? Is that serious?
Watch my pink lighter videos.
This to you, how would you act, bro? Come on.
How would I act if you gave me this?
Yeah, bro. This
I'll act normal. It's just a lighter.
Nah, bro. I'm not like that, bro. I'm not. Come on, bro.
I'll switch it out, bro. It ain't really. It's really nothing but a lighter, though, right? It's really nothing but a lighter. You have it going, bro.
You still playing with me, bro?
You're still playing with me, throws in the ground.
Damn, bro. Why you so mad?
You then, bro?
Bro, it's just a lighter, yo.
No lighter, bro.
You really that mad over a lighter, though?
You want me to hurt you or something?
Listen. You know I don't want no problems. But why you acting all like that just for a lighter?
Because, bro, I'm in a bad day. I'm in a bad mood. Don't play with me like that.
But I'm saying, why you letting the lighter get to you like that?
It don't matter, bro. You gave me a pink lighter, bro. I'm not no girl, bro. What's to you?
I got black. I got a question right now.
What's up, bro?
You said you 19 years old, right?
Why? Why do that matter, bro?
You said you 19 years old, right?
You gave me
you acting like that just because I sold you a pink lighter?
It don't matter, bro. I'm not no girl, bro.
Let me get that lighter. Let me get that lighter that you threw.
Bro.
Okay, he now literally said, no, I'm not a girl. He's like, no, it's got cooties on it.
Let me get it.
Bro.
Just let me get it.
Get that shit off the ground somewhere.
Why you throw it like that?
Because I threw it like that.
Why you mad?
Because I'm mad. Now what, bro? I just told you I'm having a bad day. You gonna give me this girly lighter.
He had a funeral for the lighter.
You smooth, bro. What you mean? What you doing? Why you throwing it like that?
Bro, it's a fucking pink lighter, bro. How the fuck am I walk somewhere with a lighter, bro?
Walk somewhere? Well, you don't like pink?
No, do you like pink, bro?
That's the only color I got, bro.
This ain't breast cancer.
It's the only color I got. You can see all the lighters right there.
Man, let me get the green one.
Bro, that's the only color we have, bro. Bro, these are not for sale, bro.
Man, come on, man.
These are not for sale, bro. These are not for sale. Man, that's not. You know, bro, these are not for sale.
Come on, bro. You got all these lighters. How they ain't for
That's the
sale?
only color I can sell. Why they in the window?
So why they in the window?
Somebody already bought these, bro.
Come on, man. It's a woman's color, man.
Oh, that's the only ones we have, boss.
For real?
It's the only ones we have.
Oh, man.
I'll have to take it.
Okay, thanks, man.
This guy's like, oh man, okay, fine. It's this guy's nice. He's like, okay, fine, I'll take it.
No, I'm just playing, boss. You have it going.
Bro, I don't want no motherfucking pink lighter, bro.
So what?
Give me another lighter.
That's the only lighter we got, bro.
Bro, I don't want that pink ass lighter, man.
Bro, that's the only lighter
Okay, sounds good, Steve.
that we got.
Pink ass lighter, Joe. I don't want that lighter.
You said what? What did you say?
Pink ass lighter, Joe.
That's the only lighter I have.
Give me another color, man. I don't want that lighter,
That's
man.
that's the only color I have,
Man,
bro.
I don't want that color, man. I don't
That's-
want that shit.
Come on, bro. You don't like pink?
Bro, I don't want that color, bro.
You don't want that?
Shit. Hell no, I don't want that color, bro.
How's it going, boss man?
Man, I don't want that pink ass lighter, man. What you doing, man?
Why not?
Man, no, man. I'm cool. Give me that green one, man.
Give you a
That
green.
pink ass shit.
That's the only one I got, bro.
No, you gonna give me something else. Well, give my money back.
Bro. I love this. I love the pink lighter discourse. Oh my god, he's got so many subs. Oh, he does this a lot. Yo, I love this. He's turned his work at like a tiny little convenience store into like a massive channel that's getting 2 million views. This is insane. Anyway. This is very clever. He's kind of cringe, otherwise the pink lighter bit is good. Yeah. Corner store content hits. I just like, I mean, I hope he didn't get the job for the content, but I like to think that this was his job and he just managed to like, you know, because gathering this many subs, like you are making money off of this. Like you're going to be completely fine. You know? Some of these titles are sus. Yeah, I'm not. Let's not get into it. It's his parents' store, I think. He's doing in the hood style videos, which are really good. Yeah. Okay. Well, the pink light stuff was funny, but other than that, yeah, I think he's playing up like, and like like causing. Yeah, this is not. Yeah, I don't like that. Anyway. Okay. All right. It's Doll's time. Okay. Oh yeah, the title called Scary Black People? Okay, yeah, no, fuck that. There's a way to do content like that without, like, appealing to people's biases in a very racist way. You know what I mean? You don't have to... You can create, like content like that without, like, appealing to, like, that side of people. You know, it's fucking gross. Anyway. Is this Dream Minecraft music? No, it's fucking, Vibecraft. And it's DMCA free. So maybe Dream used it, but it's not fucking Dreams, okay? Torrent, fuck, that was a self-report, yeah. No, you did just self-report. Anyway, we'll go with Dream. Just for you, Elron. Bullying? All of you guys should take the normal pill. Grozzy is on one today, okay? Okay. No, it's fine. Don't worry, Pro Guys. Like, nothing Grozzy has said has been, like anything, like, people will know, okay? It's fine. But yeah, in general, just be careful, obviously. Twitch is, like, really weird with, with that sort of stuff. Okay, we got an S. I regularly call for violence in Twitch chats and having bans, so okay. Okay. Don't do that. That's worse. Grozzy's like, no, I love to Fed post. Like, all the time. And everybody just thinks I'm an FBI agent, so it's fine, okay?
Come on, Bobby, let's go party.
Yeah.
You know that a chatter got banned on Twitch for saying to Hassan, show tits? That chatter was me. Okay. Got an S. RB. Okay, R is like, so R is here, A can, I don't think it's gonna end with an A. That would be insane. So A is like around here. So... Scarb? Scarb? I thought what? Okay, fine. Okay. Shot? Okay. Start. It could be start. Fuck. Starn. Stark. Starf. Starl. Stark. There we go. We got it. No, Dragon Doll's bot, I won! What do you mean? We won! Stop crying! Dumbass bot? No, I'm joking. Those are tears of joy. It was not impressed. Yeah, for real. School, movie, laser, coil, spool, thread, bull, spreadsheet, wax, honeycomb, wrap, organism, solar panel, wind, vitamin, plug. What a honeycomb, wax. Movie, school, laser, ball, wrap, vitamin, plug, wind, honeycomb, thread, spool. We got thread, spool. Okay, well, all of these things would be like wrapped around into like a, around like something. A wrap? I guess a wrap. Like all cylindrically stored. Okay? Like cling wrap. What? Spreadsheet. School, movie, spool, wax, organism, wrap. I've got to think through this. Vitamin. I'm not saying vitamin, okay? I'm not American. Pluck. A spreadsheet mention. Wind. Organism. Honeycomb. Spool thread. Those two definitely go together. Then coil. Okay, something with cells. Honeycomb, spreadsheet, organism. These things have got cells. Solar panel cells. Fucking owned. What are you, a word cell? No. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. There we go. Movie, laser, coil, thread, ball, spool. I'm garbage at this game. I have got the woke mind virus. That's why. I have the New York Times mind virus. What was that really? Here. Let me find a really good meme about like what it means to be good at this particular game. Okay. But just give me a second. It's in my bookmarks, and which means I need to search through it. Okay. Give me a second. It's not like I bookmark a lot of things, okay? I mean, I do, but this one should be easier to find. I hope I did bookmark it. It was a Northern Lion one. Found it! You guys ready? This is what it means to be able to be good at this game, okay?
Words with an E and an O in them. Words where the only vowels are an E and an O, and would you fucking do? Okay, I am mentally ill. I'm mentally ill. I'm seeing patterns that don't exist. I'm the inspiration for Darren Aronofsky's hit film Pi. I'm performing a self-trepanation. The New York Times has infected me with the mind virus. But I'm not wrong, right? EO, EO. Words with...
Okay, movie. Laser. School. School of thought. Pluck. Woke has an O and E, true. Wind. Let the breeze in. Wind. I have no idea, dude. Purple is stupid. We'll get there. Okay, we definitely had thread, spool, coil, and I don't wrap then, and I think maybe school, pluck, vitamin, wind, wind. What? Okay, it has to be these. It has to be these. Yes, okay, there we go. Twist around. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Because M-Hud laugh emote. That's new. Glad that M-Hud's getting, you know, his emote game is getting there. Let's have a look. M-Hud. Oh my god, he's adding all the flags. But okay, I see. Where's the flag of Greenland, okay? He purposely adds the worst emotes, yeah. this one's pretty good though. The one is the default laugh emoji from Kick. It's so bad. I love that. I love that. Bro, that's such an easy way to tell if someone's a Kick watcher. If they recognize it or not, you know? Fuck, that's clever. I like that. I think that's pretty 5-head, I'll be honest with you. Okay, laser. Laser tag. Thread, school, vitamin, pluck. Laser. Thread. Pluck. Ah, I got it. Hair removal. I have the mind virus. B-ball, B-movie, I didn't... B-school, B-vit... Okay. I would never have gotten this, ever. Who says B-vitamin? Everyone says vitamin B. The fuck is a B-school? I have no idea. This is Cuba. Easy. Okay, hold on, chat. I'll be back in a second. Just look at the nice vibe thing here. There, look at the vibes. There. Well, actually, I think you guys like the BRB screen, don't you? 'Cause it's gay.
The people
Okay, here.
and
Let's
help
go into
them to
BRB.
see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Okay, I'm back. You don't have Bit Fruity? No, we have It's Not June and It's June, and I made those emotes. Well, I mean, I didn't make it. I just uploaded them. But, you know.
Holy moly.
Holy moly.
Today I feel gay.
Yuck.
Please clap.
Oh, no.
Leave Italians alone!
Oh, no.
Harry Potter would have been put to death.
They're all playing now.
And smooth!
That is a good version. Oh, we don't have any space, unfortunately. Okay. Faces and fedoras, their hats. Trixie and... We just learned about this. I want to say Trixie and Mattel, but it's not that. Take in as a cat. What? A limo. Aliens for short. ETs. I've had it. Tiny building blocks. I don't know what might pass off as a... What you might pass off as a misspelling as. Took a chair. Sit. Sat. Heart leafy green. Kale. Oh, Kayla. Adopt. Fuck. Okay, what's wrong? What's wrong, chat? Katya, okay. Here we go. Typo, fuck! Okay. Hashtag fake. Mm-hmm. Population under 50 million, borders Russia. Or like Mongolia. North Korea. Estonia. Damn, LV. But a lot of people forgot the exclave. True. Poland would have been good. That's true. Okay. Everyone went for Mongolia. Let me think. Ends in E, with a population under 50 million. Just looking at islands. Trinidad and Tobago, no. Barbados. Maldives? No. Hmm. Think about Europe. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, ends in E. Guinea? That ends in A, doesn't it? Lesotho, Eswatini, ends in I. Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Australia, Austria, Italy, E. El Salvador, Panama, Nicaragua, Cuba. I'm just listing of countries in my head. Venezuela, no. Guyana, no. Suriname. Suriname, right? Doesn't it end with an E? Yes! Let's go, okay. And that one will probably be here. Let's see. I think it's easiest to do under 10k, Suriname. Okay, let's think of another one. Okay. Yeah, chat, stop fucking helping, okay? Do you see the bot? Now I can't use Zimbabwe as an option because 2 of you said something, okay? Wait, Anna, it's why do you keep posting that? Stop posting it, okay? I can't use it now because then I'm not doing it by myself. And I've been to Zimbabwe, unlike most of you motherfuckers, so I would have liked to have used that one. There's another easy one, don't overthink it? Okay. Okay. France. But I don't know if France has a population under 50 million. I doubt it does. Yeah, it doesn't. Sorry, I just got here. No worries. Okay, I'll have to think this through. But let's just first go with name is 5 letters long. Okay. We'll put France down here. Just, what do you guess? They don't let you do this again? Fuck, okay. Okay. Japan. Japan. I have no idea if it's under 50 million. I don't think it is. Oh, is it not 5 letters? Okay, well, I didn't check. Ali. What? There's more than 50 million Italians? Fuck, okay. I need to, okay. I'm taking the L. Burundi. Mali, Chad.
Leave Italians alone.
Laos, no. Vietnam. Myanmar. Singapore. Brunei. Singapore! Okay. Okay. Ireland. No. Got one left. So, population under 55 letters long. Just need to find a country that's 5 letters long. Which there should be a lot, but like... Aruba. I don't know. I don't. I think that's... No, that's not a country. Hmm. Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Finland. No. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Hungary, Belarus, Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Greece, Turkey, Jordan, no. Syria. Okay. Surely there are less than 15 million Syrians. Sick. Okay. That was legendary. Okay, let's go. Nauru would have been good. 58 million in Italy, 68 million in France, 120 million in Japan. Okay, good. Fun fact, France is the only country that ends with an E with more than 50 million people. Okay. India for bottom middle was as crazy low. Yeah, you're right. India, fuck. I forget about the little flower. Yeah, oh my god. Fuck. So, Malta, Libya, Haiti, Ghana, Gabon, Chile, Benin. Okay. It's not a flower, it's a wheel. Okay, good to know. Let's do one more of these. I love them. Because I've done some of them before, you know? Population under 5 million in Euro. Top 20 in population density. Oh fuck, I'm fucked with this. This is real nurtured. This is real nurtured. Your name is Nerd that was promised, okay? Europe, flag with green. Let me think. What has green in it? Lots have got green in their flag, but like we could go with Bulgaria. That's probably one that people don't really get because nobody really knows the Bulgarian flag, unless like you bought a Bulgaria, in which case you probably do. But let's see, can we get anything else? Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Yeah. Well, this one I'm gonna go Andorra. Because who the fuck knows about Andorra? No one. Okay, this was not as bad. I probably should have gone Hungary. I think more people know about Bulgaria than Hungary. Actually, I have no idea. Capital city population under 20k. San Marino. You should have gone Belarus. True, Grozzy. Cap city under top 20 in population density. Bro, I have no idea. Top 20 in population density is gonna kill me. Landlocked and it's flagged with green and it's landlocked. Malawi's got green in it. .1%. Okay, there we go. I got IKEA meatballs. I'm gonna fry them up. Thinking in Rwanda is landlocked. Capital city under 200k. That could be like Rwanda, actually, or a Burundi. I'm gonna go Burundi. Legendary. Okay, easy. Landlocked, population under 5 million. Liechtenstein. Get owned. Kosovo could work too. I think Nigeria. This is gonna kill me. This category. Population density. I'm giving up. I need to look. Population density. I just don't know. Macau. Okay, but that's technically not a country. Monaco. Okay, Monaco's first. Then Singapore, then Hong Kong. Then Palestine. Specifically Gab. Then Bahrain. Okay, that's a country. Maldives. Malta. Okay, just very, very small things. Vatican City. These two are not countries. Bangladesh. Not country, not country, not country. Palestine. Okay. Taiwan, Mauritius. Okay, so just islands, basically. Netherlands is up there. Guadalupe. Okay. Yeah, Mauritius was rare. It was. Okay, one more. The left is the British side, right? I don't drive, so I get confused, and I get confused between left and right. One of the reasons why I don't drive. Left is the British side, yes. Right? Fishy fins don't help. Okay. Eswatini. No one's getting that. New Zealand. This is just British colonies, landlocked in Africa. Cape Verde, Comoros, Mauritius, Seychelles. Or Sao Tome and Principe. Which do people know the least? I'll save the Sao Tome and Principe for the plus 10. Let's go Comoros. This one is probably 10 minutes long. Sao. Yeah, it's more than 10. That's an epic. Grozzy, most people aren't like weird about geography like us, okay? Most people don't know this level of shit. Most people don't know that Sao Tome and Principe exists. Okay, I know that you're saying, I don't know, it's not that crazy, but like you literally are known in Emmahat's community for being really good at Hungarian geography, okay? Alright? Yeah, but this is like the mostly flags, which is the least at part geography. The thing is, you're not searching through looking for the flags, Rosie. This is not a flag game. And most of them are not flags at all. Look, none of this has got anything to do with flags. Is there a flag game I can try? Yes. We haven't done it yet today. Don't tell me the answer. You can put on easy mode as well. Mine's on hard mode. Okay, but on most of them there's like at least one that's like has a red thing on the flag. Yeah, okay, but that doesn't make it a fucking flag game, Grozzy. These are tricky as fuck, okay? In my opinion. Name is 10 letters long plus. And drives on the left. I mean, we could just go with South Africa. South Africa, yeah, that works. New Zealand. Australia, I don't know if that's 10 plus letters long. Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe would work. I think it's Zim. No, that's not 10. Damn it. South Africa, fuck it. That's rare. Okay, that's insane that that's rare. Population over 20 million. I could have used South Africa for that. Oh, I thought I got it first try. It puts the flag you guess on the flag you have guessed. It's so misleading. I mean, I get it. New Zealand? What? Not... Fuck, okay, no one lives in New Zealand. Fine. What music is this? This is... It's Pokemon Diamond and Pearl music, yeah. It's called Chill Nintendo. Chill Tendo. Deluxe. New Zealand is so pretty. I would like to go to the Faroe Islands, but like similar sort of vibe to New Zealand. Lots of mountains. Name is 10 that's long and is landlocked. Congrats on the base, Belden reply on Twitter. I was told that my rations would be decreased. Also, the brace does not run the True Anon account. The Faroe Islands are just small shit Iceland. Yo, you are in a mood today, aren't you, Grozzy? Just shit Iceland. Name is 10 letters long. Is landlocked. Okay, let me think of landlocked countries. No, Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think Bosnia and Herzegovina is landlocked, isn't it? It doesn't have a coast. No, it is landlocked. Oh my god. If it has like a tiny coast, I'm gonna lose my mind. Fuck! It has a tiny coast. But it's like Croatia wraps all the way around it. It has 8 kilometers of coast. Fuck. I got so excited. Uzbekistan, maybe? Kazakhstan. Turkmenistan has got a coast, I'm pretty sure. Afghanistan is landlocked. We count the letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Legendary, let's go. Okay. It very specifically has a coast because of Yugoslav war reasons, so Croatia doesn't get all the land. Okay. How is that legendary? Because it's nobody's thinking of Afghanistan, okay? That's why. That is so sad. Wrong flag for Afghanistan. Yeah, they have different flags for it. It's confusing. Like, I'm pretty sure that the coat of arms is supposed to like be a little bit bigger, and it's different as well. Island nation, population over 20 million. It's Australia, yeah, okay. Island nation, this is the United Kingdom. You have to do it, dude. Oh my god, that was epic. Good. So, we really have to do a Balkan stream sometime. The 7-day long stream is just shouting. True. Okay, this was not too bad. One more. Just one more. No, the UK has got a very big population. See, there's only one flag thing, Grozzy. In Asia, bottom 20 in population density. Mongolia. A common? Fuck. I guess everyone knows that. Russia, I think, would have been better. Flag with a star. It's easy. There's so many stuns. But I like to go with Bhutan. Because that's rare-ish. I guess one of the stars would have been rarer than that. Flag with a star ends in letter N. Suriname. No, that ends in E. San Marino, Andorra. N. N. Bhutan. Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan's got a star on it. Yeah, you can just use the stans with this. Turkmenistan probably has one too, but let's go with Uzbek. Just rare? Okay. It's got many stars. What is 5 countries? Considered N. Tajikistan. Afghanistan. Afghanistan. Okay. Kyrgyzstan has no stars. Nudge. Well, technically the sun is a star. Grozny. Micronesia. What? No, oh, it has to be exact. I thought it was 8 plus. Fuck. Okay. 8 is hard, man. Sorry. Yeah, that's 8. Eight letters long. Okay. Austria? That's not 8, is it? No. 7. Hungary borders a fucker of countries. That's also 7. Ukraine. No. Eight letters long in Asia. Vietnam. No. Cambodia. That's 8. Bottom 20 in population density. This, for me, is just like an immediate L. This must be Russia, right? Yeah, and that's just super common, but like what else? We need to see. I'm very interested to see these ones. We've got one last guess. 2 last guesses. Okay, we can get this. Name is 8 letters long. Borders 5 plus countries. Time to put on the thinking hat. I have no idea. I'm just, in my head, I'm just like Tajikistan, but I don't even think it borders 5 countries. Maybe like Israel? Which I don't really want to put down, but it probably is the case. Oh, God. Please don't be 8 letters. Okay, it's not 8 letters long. Thank fuck. Okay, good. Burkina Faso. No. Mauritania. Mauritania? No. That's way more than 8. Okay, well, we could just say no to South. It's immediately not South America or North America. 5 plus countries at borders. Europe. Let's think about Europe. Italy. We've got no. Croatia. No. Serbia. Fuck. It's 6. Bulgaria, maybe. I doubt Bulgaria borders 5. It does. Let's go. Bottom 20 in population density, flag with a star. Okay. Somalia. Vietnam. Let's think about stars. New Zealand. Maybe. Australia would work here perfectly. Australia! Yes. Oh, we did it. Even though we got all of the most common answers ever. Jordan. Maldives, Zimbabwe. Okay. Bolivia, Oman. Okay, population density in Asia. Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Oman, Russia, Turkmenistan. Australia, Bolivia, Central African Republic, Kazakhstan, Libya, Mauritania, Namibia, Paraguay, Suriname. Namibia! Fuck! Okay. Bolivia, you see, the Namibian flag has got a sun on it. Rosie, that counts as a star. Sun is a star. Fucking owned. Russia, Libya, Kazakhstan, Chad. That's bullshit. Japan works too. Shouldn't count. Is the sun not a star? Fuck. Like, actually, the planet. It's not even a planet. The sun planet. The sun is the star at the center of our solar system. Oh my god. Why would you remind me that that shit rag exists? I hate that that comes up on Google first. But in flag terms, it's not. Why not, Grozy? Just go here. You can email them. Yeah, email them. You can complain. Here's the contact details. Go write them a stern letter. Oh yeah, I forgot to do Tradle. In symbolism, a star symbol is different to a sun symbol. Yeah, but is the sun not a star? Reaction and catalyst products. Electricity, insulated wire. Okay, we're gonna have to go straight to the food shit. Water, tobacco, wine, other processed food, baked goods, chocolate, ice cream, sausages. Sausages. Chocolate, ice cream, wine. Cabbages, rice. Sheep, goat, cheese. Non-fitted frozen fish. We've got some fish. Some fish. Some fish. Okay. I think this is a European country. Or like one of the stands. It does feel, yeah, we got wine and tobacco and baked goods. So, but it's like small, like fucking Slovenia or something like that. Holy moly, oh my god, is it fucking Croatia or Bosnia? Fuck, but Europe's so close, 740 kilometers in European like standards is like countries apart. Like, this straight up could just be fucking Serbia, dude. I mean, it does, I guess. This is the worst. Like, when you get a European country like this and you have to, like, try and pinpoint it, like, 740 kilometers away. That's like not even a tenth of the Earth's circumference. But, like, it's Europe. It's fucking tiny. Bosnia and Herzegovina, maybe. Fuck. No! Serbia. It's gonna be Serbia. It's probably not gonna be Serbia, but I'm down this right now. Like, I have to keep going. Fuck. Bro, is it fucking Kosovo? I'm gonna lose my mind. Or is it Macedonia? There we go, it's Macedonia. So annoying. Anyway, we got there. Good initial guess. Happy with that. United Kingdom to Finland. Okay, easy. You're Germany. You're Denmark. You're Sweden. Also, to Serbia, it exports like 50% of the world's supply of raspberries. Normally, they don't like specifically indicate the fruit. Though. Actually, no, they do. They said melons the other day. You're not human, bro. This is the easiest one possible. Yeah, I know. France and the UK are connected by a fucking channel. It doesn't really count, but yeah, this one is ridiculously easy. Seconds, yeah. This is like some of these are really, really difficult. Let's do the weekly. So I'd like to go from Slovakia to Lithuania without going through Ukraine or Poland. What? Slovakia, we've got Czechia, Poland. I don't know where Ukraine is. Is there Belarus involved? I'm gonna fuck this one up. I have no idea. Actually, does Estonia border Finland? Yeah, okay. It is exactly the same as I just did. Estonia. What? I don't need. Oh, you could just do Russia. Fuck. Wait, what? Can you do something else? No, you could just do Russia, right? And you just have to do Latvia. I fucked it up at the end. Close, but not perfect. Oh, Finland only borders Russia. Belarus would have been quicker? No. No, Belarus or Latvia. My issue was I added Estonia. Yeah, Belarus works as well. But yeah, you can't use the little enclave here, whatever, because you have to actually, it's traveler, like as if you're traveling through. So, you know. And there's Poland, yeah, okay, cool. Which is bullshit, you can take a ferry? Okay, Grozy. Okay, dude. Rosie's like plays Monopoly, starts debating all the rules, okay? Yeah, that's the energy. Okay. Pro guys, choose a country. St. Kitts and Nevis? Okay. This is gonna be fucking Poland, dude. Okay. Blue and then red. I can't remember if the French flag starts with fucking blue or red first, but I think it must be only France. Well, they could. We'll see. It probably is France. Another color in between. I have no fucking clue, dude. Let me think. What other country has vertical lines with blue and then red? I mean, it could just be a bunch. I can't think of one. Like, it's not Africa. Spain, Portugal, no. Nothing in Europe. What fits? I have no idea. There's nothing in South America either. Can we help? No. There's ones in both Africa and Europe. Yeah, but I'm talking about the vertical lines with the blue and the red. No, you don't know. Yes, someone was talking about that. There literally is not one. Like, the only thing that could work maybe be the Gambia, but it's the other way around. It's supposed to be horizontal. Think harder? Okay. What other color could it be? Let's think. About that. Black? No. Yellow? No. Green? No. So close yet so far. Oh, Chad and Romania. Fuck off. Okay, yeah, okay. But you said there are both. There's one. Okay, fine. Bro, that. I'm sorry. You were acting as if there were fucking multiple, dude. Well, let me guess, Chad. Well, the game's broken. There's 3 in Europe and 1 in Africa. What are the other 2 in Europe? Ireland? No. Fishy fins. Ireland does not have blue and then red. Ireland has got orange and green. Moldova, okay. And Andorra, okay. Fine. Fine, I was wrong. This website's breaking though. It was Romania. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. Fine. Fine. This is the first time I've actually seen Elwie not know a flag. It's happened before. Okay, please can it be Ghana today? Wrong way. What? There we go, it was Monaco. Not first try a dunk on dolls, but... Okay, time guesser. Great country, Monaco. Texaco. Okay, this is the United States. It has to be. Even though they don't look American. But I think that's just American, isn't it? Texaco. Where would there be a stop for customs? In the US. And there's like a mountain as well. Bro, this sucks. I'm like, the US is so big. Must be like around like... like somewhere here. We'll just go 1, 2, 3 there. Okay, we'll put it down like here. Okay. And hope for the best. And this car is very like 30s. Like 32. What? What? It was the fucking Ireland? Texaco is not just in the US? It wasn't just in the US? Aria is Irish? I didn't know that. On the sign? I didn't know that. Also, like, Irish people went to America. Moulin Rouge. Okay, well, I know where this is. Where is it? Okay. '60s. 63. I'm getting better at dates, I will say. I'm very happy about that. Oh god. Okay. They're penguins, so this has to be like penguins only. I'm pretty sure you only get penguins in the southern hemisphere. Grozzy, this is easy. Grozzy, everything's easy for you, okay? You're a nerd. You know that the windmill had a spinning piece collapse recently? No? I did not know that. Although I do think it's in the southern hemisphere. Yeah, like, motherfuckers will be like, you should know that this is like the, I don't know, New Zealand army, like, I think it's New, because I think it's New Zealand or something like that. Like, you should know that. Or maybe like the Chilean, I don't know. This is what Australians wear in Melbourne, in Tanzania. Fuck it, like here. What kind of gun is it? I don't know. I'm not a gun nerd. I've never held a gun in my life, and I never wish to. Says a streamer who sits in names or flags. I think that's infinitely cooler than someone who like knows all the different types of guns in the world. It's an FN foul. Okay, sick, dude. I'm gonna go with Tasmania. And fuck it up just out of spite, okay? It was 1982 and I was 36 years old, but it was the Southern Hemisphere. It was actually in the Falkland Islands, okay. I got 12. Okay, I don't know anything about the Falkland Islands. Obligatory Falkland Island meme, okay.
Hey, it's Krusty the Pizza Man. All right, where's my $400?
Hey, wait. How can you be here when your show's on live?
I just threw on an old rerun. No one will know the difference. Children, remain calm. The Falkland Islands have just been invaded. I repeat, the Falklands have just been invaded. The disputed islands lie here, off the coast of Argentina.
Where are those penguins anyway? That's why it says easy, because it's the only war in the Southern Hemisphere in the last 50 years. Where there's penguins anyway? Okay, fair enough. Well, like, I didn't know that. But now I do. Is this building in New York? It must be. Although there's a hill, and I don't even know if there's a hill in New York. Could be San Fran, MLC. I think it might be San Francisco. I don't know though. People are gonna be like, you should know it from the architecture and the fucking poles, dude. You should know that this is fucking I think it is San Francisco though. Because I don't think New York has got any hills. We have hills? Where? Like, how does a golf course though? I have no idea. Fuck it, dude. Oh, there's Alcatraz. I mean, it could just not be America entirely. I mean, the cars are going, they're not, this is not the American way of driving, is it? This is the opposite, right? Like, this is not, this is the different side. This is the British side, right? Right? But when did America switch sides? I have no idea. Fuck it, dude. We're taking the L anyway. How was I supposed to know that that was New Zealand, dude? It's not working. Everything's breaking. Okay, it's not working.
Bobby, let's go party.
Yeah.
The website's broken. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I didn't. Nobody saw that. It is your connection. Does make the bear race against Kiwis? Because the other game broke too. Is it your connection? No, I don't think it's my connection. Like, otherwise these YouTube videos would not be loading. Oh yeah, food gas is also not working. No, literally, Grozy had said it was. Yes. Okay, Sakura, yes, I will change it. Sorry. Fuck. Fuck! Sorry. I will change the fucking cable after stream today. I have no idea. The fuck? Oh. Is it Depeche Mode? Your own personal... Is it Depeche Mode? It sounds like Depeche Mode. It was! Let's go. Personal Jesus. Now touch me. The one person that got it on the drums. Oh, King RFZ and a differenter. So we're gonna do in an hour. Are you guys ready to come on in an hour? That's normally when I do it. And then there's 2 hours that we will do short daily dose. Sure. We're gonna be learning about Brazil.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This guy had to join a virtual court hearing
I'm ready.
after being
Okay.
charged with driving.
So maybe you guys could come on in half an hour then. Where's differenter? How about half an hour? Because then differenter will be able to make it as well. Sick. Okay. The guy in this video was innocent? Oh, okay.
Driving with a suspended license. So he joined the court hearing while illegally driving his car.
Just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now. This is a driving while license suspended, and he was just driving.
There no evidence. That's
And
bullshit.
He didn't have a license.
The judge then ordered him to be arrested, and he spent 2 days in jail. Why is this toy being so dramatic?
Oh shoot, it's hey, what the freak? Oh.
These people found a credit card skimmer at a gas station.
Why are you holding it down so hard? Look! It's literally a scanner. We could call the police right now. Look, this is the real one. I have it all on video.
Fake,
Don't use your cards in places like this. They're trying to steal your information.
Wow.
Go Yana, go Yana! Go
Look how beautiful this building is.
Abba, 你说鱼。
This is what happens when you put liquid nitrogen into gasoline.
Don't come back.
I have never seen a cat whisper before. This snake is so dramatic.
Buoyant. Kind of, I'll show you, I'm moving him with a stick here. He's just floating around. He can swim off if he wants to, but he's just content to sit there.
How do you get ducks out of your garage? Duck laser pointer.
Oh my god! Ducks are like dogs!
I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Ducks are just like dogs, dude. That's insane. Ducks are like cats? Bro, do cats run after laser pointers? I've only found dogs do. I also only own dogs. Yes, they do. My cats love them. I have a laser pointer. They famously do. So stupid, dude. Okay. Fun. Dogs loving them is new to me. We never watched that video. Okay, fuck it. Should we learn about the Falkland Islands?
Hi, English mariner John Strong. Hi, Anthony Carey, 5th Viscount of Falkland. I would very much like for you to go to Chile and locate the wreck of a Spanish treasure ship for me. Okay. Hey, I found some islands. The English were probably not the first to discover the Falklands, but they were the first to write it down. They found it to be cold, wet, and miserable, just like home. So they established a colony in 1765, unaware that the French had also discovered the islands and done the same a year earlier. And for a while the two were unaware of each other's existence, until presumably there was an awkward moment where they ran into each other.
Classic, dude. Oh shit. Oh fuck. The French. Oh no.
Then the Spanish showed up and told the French that a couple hundred years earlier the Pope drew a line on a map and said all of this belongs to Portugal and all of this belongs to Spain, and that the island was in Spain's territory and they would like the French to hand over their settlement. Now since the two were good friends and Spain was willing to pay in cash money, the French obliged. But since they were still a little bitter about the recent 7 Years' War thing, they made sure to warn the Spanish not to let those dirty English on the other side of the island take over. So Spain went over to the English and explained, Pope, line on map, Spain's island. And the English said, yeah, right, this is our island. But the Spanish had more guns, so they kicked them off anyway. But then England threatened to go to war. So Spain went to their friends in France and said, hey, it looks like stuff is about to go down.
Wait, they did a war about this fucking, like, dumbass... What? This was what they were like, no, let's go to war. Is that why the Falkland Lines are insane? Not just about that? Okay. Alright. It's morally justified to be xenophobic towards the French. Bro, we got French chats in here, and they're very nice. I wouldn't go as far as saying xenophobia. I am very jealous that they have very good, you know, French music. Yeah. We'll definitely watch it. Zenodo. Probably not today, though. We probably won't have time.
You in on this? And the French Minister of War said, yeah, and we'll launch a full-scale invasion of England and party like it's 1066. But then King Louis XV said,
oh yeah, no, we can make fun of French people. That's fine. But let's not be xenophobic. Okay? Xenophobia is a different sort of, you know, importance there. We can make fun of French people, though. I make fun of Squirrel Temper all the time. Motherfuckers like, no, I would love to try Ortolan. I'm like, what the fuck? Bro, you're insane. Yeah.
Insane. And two,
I'll be back in a second. I'm just getting some
Spain,
coffee.
We're not ready for a war right now. So Spain had to give the English their settlement back, saying it's still our island. And the English said, no, it's our island. Then some colonists in North America got a bit rowdy, so the English had to leave their settlement to go focus on that. But they left behind a plaque that said this is totally still our island. So the island was in Spanish hands. But then a French guy, no, not that one, turned on the Spanish, took over most of the country, and captured King Ferdinand VII. And in response, the Spanish colonies in South America started vying for independence. So Spain had a little bit on its hands and also had to leave the islands. And for a couple decades, the islands were left uninhabited except for the penguins, some fishermen, and the gauchos, which are basically like cowboys but cooler and Spanisher. A merchant from Hamburg living in the now independent United Provinces of the Rio de la Plata heard about the feral cattle roaming the Falklands and thought it would be a good way to make some money. So he got permission from both Buenos Aires and the British government to set up trade there as a private venture. Some American ships came down and began hunting whales and seals around the islands, and Vernet wasn't too happy about it. So he asked Buenos Aires for some military assistance in defending the islands, but Buenos Aires said, meh, do it yourself, gave him some weapons, and appointed him governor of the islands. So he seized the US ships and arrested their crews. In response, two things happened. First, America came down and said, nice settlement you have there. Would be a shame if someone destroyed it. And then they destroyed it. Second, Britain heard Vernet had been appointed governor, meaning the United Provinces, actually now the Argentine Confederation, were officially claiming the islands as theirs. So Britain showed up and said, hey, didn't you see our plaque? And since they had more guns, they kicked them off the island. And the Falklands remained firmly in British hands for the next century. They officially became a crown colony in 1840. Port Stanley became the island's capital in...
You could count the amount of times Elby makes fun of French people in multiple sets of 20. Yeah, look. Look. French language conventions are really dumb. Like, super dumb. And I think all French people understand that. I remember Squirrel Temper was like, well, the Belgian French people don't do that. You're dumb? So is English, to be fair. Grozzy, saying like 86 is not the same as saying, you know, 20 times 4 plus 5 plus 1. As they say it in fucking, like...
I picked up a guy in the car the other day, and listen, I swear to God, I don't know where he was from. He might have been from Montreal or something. He asked me if I know any French, and I said, no, what do I look like? God? I don't know French. Does God know French? Probably knows French, right?
Croissant, français. French numbers and stuff.
You look like a polyglot? What do you think? I know all the languages? You think I know French? No, I know New York. I'm from New York. You know, we learned some stuff in school. We learned a different language. We had a chance between, we had a German, or we had Russian, or we had Spanish, and I chose Spanish. If you got a few Latinas in your class, you're gonna want to know Spanish, because if they ask you a question, even if they know English, you respond in Spanish, all of a sudden, whoop, bang! You're married, 10 kids. I gotta tell you something about the French number system, how they count to 100. It's absolutely bonkers, man. You're not gonna believe it. Everything from 1 to 16 is fine. They got their own names for it. It's like un, dux, trois, cat. I don't know what it is, but it's something. They got the same numbers for it. When you get to 16, for some reason, some arbitrary number like 16, they say, hey, the rest of it, we're gonna do some random now. So instead of 17, what you'd expect, they go 10-7, then they go 10-8, and then they go 10-9, and then they go to 20. So that's fine. They have 20. So that's cool. But what the hell was all that 3 numbers before
not,
that?
Rosie.
Some of our numbers are like 21, 22, 23. Well, yeah, theirs is pretty much the same, except for one, it's like 20 and 1. Why is there an and? I don't need to say and, it's just 21. And then they said, hey, you know what? We're going to be normal for the next 49 numbers up until 69, which first of all is hilarious because that's a sex thing. What comes next after 69? And I said, of course, it's going to be 70. You got some sort of stupid French word for 70, don't you? And he said, no. He said, instead of 70, then we got a 60, which is soixante or something, and you just add a 10 to it. So I said, what, you doing math now in the middle of your numbers? How the hell how do you keep track of it? So instead of 70, it's 60-10. He gets to 60-17 or what should be, and I forget that it's 60-10-7. Now we got 3 numbers back to back, and then he says, listen, he says, get this. He says, we're gonna go to 80. I said, great, it's 80, right? He said, no. So I said, what is it? 60-20? And he was like, no, something worse. I said, what? He said, it's 420s. Again, hilarious because 420, that's like a weed thing, right? And he was Canadian, so he got it because that's legal now. You get to 81, which actually in French means 420s and then 1. Then we get all the way to what should be 90. What should be so easy to just have a number followed by a T like we do with 70, 80, 90, whatever. They gotta throw some math into it. Nobody here is Eric Einstein. You think it was bad enough to have a number in your language actually have to be quantified in front of it? So hey, we got 420s. Now instead of having a number for 90, it's gonna be 420s 10. Quatre-vingt-dix. What is that? Just say 90 or something. Who needs a quatre-vingt-dix? We got 420s 10, and then 420s 11 for 91. Why not throw an and in there? 420s and 11. 4 and 20s and 11, and then the next one, you go 420s and 10 and 12. Who cares? Just start saying numbers. And then you get to 97, 98, 99. It's 420s, 10, and 7. That's 4 goddamn numbers in a row. That's 4 numbers for just 1 number. Who the hell's got the time? And this here's the craziest part.
You're jealous of our cool numbers? No. No, I'm jealous that, like, French music is really good. That's it. Stop. Okay? Like, this is an abomination. When I confronted you on this, you were like, well, they don't do this in Belgium. Bro! You're French! You're not from fucking Belgium.
Right before I dropped them
And then
off,
she
you know
did
what he
I
said?
open it,
He tried
Rosie?
to tell me what 100 was. I said, listen, if you tell me some stupid shit, I'm gonna be so pissed. He said, there's 2 choices, and the 2 choices are you got 2 50s or 4 25s.
Wait, is it actually?
No, it's just 100.
Oh, now the other French chats are getting an LB, you won't accept it, but we have better wine than South Africa. That's just straight up not true. Specifically with white wine. And the Spanish have got better red wine than the French. I've been to both countries. Spanish wine, so much better.
Croissant français. French numbers and stuff.
What's this? That's secret.
How many languages do you speak, Werner?
Not too many. I mean, Spanish, English, German. And then I spoke modern Greek better than English once. I even made a film in modern Greek. But that's because in school I learned Latin and ancient Greek. So from ancient Greek to modern Greek, it's not that far. And I do speak some Italian, and I do.
One of you French motherfuckers is gonna need to stop chirping and start doing a Monday chat presentation section. Right? Oh god, dude, bro, do we want like French chatters to actually do like a presentation? Like, do we need to learn about France? I'm striking on Mondays. Most French thing based. Okay. Pull the fuck up is all I'm saying. I don't think we need to hear about France. It's like Germany and France, the UK, we don't actually, like, I think we're fine. Okay? And Rex also was what Keg W.
understand French, but I refuse to speak it.
Wait, I understand French. Wait, hold on.
Latin and ancient Greek. So from ancient Greek to modern Greek, it's not that far. And I do speak some Italian, and I do understand French, but I refuse to speak it. It's the last thing I would ever do. only get some French out of me with a gun pointed at my head or something like that. Then I would speak French. It actually happened to me. I was taken prisoner in Africa, and drunk soldiers on a truck, all of them 15, 16 years old, some of them 8, 9 years old, and I mean really scared. One pointing a gun here, Kalashnikov, another one here and another one there. So that was very unpleasant because they were all drunk and some of the little ones were stoned. And I tried to explain that they probably arrested the wrong ones, and the captain of them shouts at me, "On ne parle français ici." Here we are speaking French, so I had to say a few things in French. I regret it. I've done it.
This is French experience? Exactly, dude. I do respect the French for refusing to speak English, though. I love that, like, the way in which French people learn English is specifically English with a French accent. Go look at, like, French books on English. And literally, like you will see that the pronunciation is so geared towards being exactly like speaking English with a French accent. Because when you learn a language, you can learn how to, like, say it in a different accent. You know? But the French government's like, no. We can't have, if we're going to be teaching our kids English at school, they have to learn it with a French accent, okay? The French are so shit at business, I hate it. They don't even have a word for entrepreneur. Shut the fuck up, Elysium. Okay, back to this wall. I missed some stuff.
Response, the Spanish colonies in South America started vying for independence. So Spain had a little...
I want to go back.
It's our island. Then some colonists in North America got a bit rowdy, so the English had to leave their settlement to go focus on that. But they left behind a plaque that said this is totally still our island. So the island was in Spanish hands, but then a French guy, no, not that one, turned on the Spanish, took over most of the country, and captured King Ferdinand VII. And in response, the Spanish colonies in South America started vying for independence.
Hassan, cancellation take. Do you concur? Is Jason live? He shouldn't be live. He's not allowed. Legally, he's not allowed to be live by his doctor. Three minutes ago? Where's his little neck thing?
One of the funniest things about Hassan going on right now is that you can tell he's hotter because he's getting, like, canceled less. Hassan gets canceled only as, like... it's, like, fucked up, but, like, it is, like... It is directly related to his, like, how hot he looks at the time. Like, haircut, mustache, all that going on.
I mean, this is Hassan's take. This is Hassan's take. Like, Jason stole this from Hassan. Hassan has said this so many times. So, you know. Hassan has said this.
So Spain had a little bit on its hands and also had to leave the islands. And for a couple decades, the islands were left uninhabited except for the penguins, some fishermen, and the gauchos, which are basically like cowboys but cooler and Spanisher. A merchant from Hamburg living in the now independent United Provinces of the Rio de la Plata heard about the feral cattle roaming the Falklands and thought it would be a good way to make some money. So he got permission from both Buenos Aires and the British government to set up trade there as a private venture. Some American ships came down and began hunting whales and seals around the islands, and Verney wasn't too happy about it. So he asked Buenos Aires for some military assistance in defending the islands, but Buenos Aires said, meh, do it yourself, gave him some weapons, and appointed him governor of the islands. So he seized the US ships and arrested their crews. In response, two things happened. First, America came down and said, nice settlement you have there. Would be a shame if someone destroyed it. And then they destroyed it. Second, Britain heard Verney had been appointed governor, meaning the United Provinces, actually now the Argentine Confederation, were officially claiming the islands as theirs. So Britain showed up and said, hey, didn't you see our plaque? And since they had more guns, they kicked them off the island. And the Falklands remained...
Was the island unpopulated? Because I'm not hearing anything about any native people. Yes, okay.
Firmly in British hands for the next century. They officially became a crown colony in 1840. Port Stanley became the island's capital in 1845. The cattle hides from the island weren't worth much, so they imported sheep from Britain in 1851. 2 world wars came and went, and all this time the Argentinians never rescinded their claim over the islands. Now it's 1976, and after a couple civil wars, a new brutal military dictatorship sponsored by the US fight against communism has taken control in Argentina. And by 1981, this guy was in power. The economy had been struggling for a long time, and Galtieri had been unable to improve the situation. Now, if you ever find yourself the brutal military leader of a struggling South American country and you start getting into hot water, here's a bit of advice that has been tried and tested throughout the centuries. Start a war to distract everyone from their misery. Galtieri knew how popular he would be if he could finally take back Argentina's last Malvinas from the occupying British. There had been proposals to cut British military spending, and the ice patrol vessel HMS Endurance had been withdrawn from the area, so the Argentinians assumed the British may not even bother doing anything about the invasion. After easily capturing the largely uninhabited South Georgia island, 600 Argentine troops were sent to the Falklands. The small number of Royal Marines and other British forces stationed there put up a small amount of resistance, but in the end had to surrender to the larger Argentine force. Crowds in Argentina celebrated the news, but they were wrong to assume the British would do nothing, because the person in charge of the United Kingdom at the time was this lady. Thatcher was a somewhat...
Oh my, yeah, okay. Bro, like, she's literally, you know, I think we should not have, like, she's one of the reasons why I'm like, please, can we just not have women in politics? Like, every single woman in politics has been shit, okay? And I'm saying this as a woman, alright? Like, can we think of one good female politician? No, I can't. They always get the fascists, dude. Is that one Irish lady? Hillary Clinton? Exactly. Right now at the cusp of the Mexican elections. I don't know anything about Mexican elections, okay? I just got here, Oni. Merkel wasn't fascist, she was just mid. AOC, true.
Controversial prime minister, but whether you loved her or...
But like historically, like the ones that were there before everyone else was, like, suck, okay? Like Margaret Thatcher, like, first female fucking prime minister, one of the worst. Like, straight up the worst, dude.
Hated her, there was no denying that she was tough. Like metal. Iron, for example. She immediately declared an exclusion zone around the islands and organized for a task force of over 100 ships to set sail for the Falklands. The United Nations expressed concern at the Argentine invasion. All South American nations apart from Chile backed Argentina. And since the United States had propped up the Argentine dictatorship, Reagan went to Thatcher and said, "Could you maybe just let them have the islands?" And Thatcher said no. Okay, here, have some weapons. Fighting a war over 8,000 miles from home was a logistical challenge for the British. They requisitioned civilian cruise ships and containers, and they used British-owned Ascension Island as a forward base. By the time they arrived at the Falklands in May, the Argentine forces had had time to entrench themselves. The first task for the British was to gain control of the seas, which they did.
What was the reason Thatcher got a second term? This makes me so fucking angry, dude. Holy fuck. On these islands that no British person had ever fucking, like, been to or didn't even know what they looked like? Fuck. Oh my god.
Easily. On the 2nd of May, a British submarine sank an Argentine cruiser. The sinking was controversial, as it occurred outside the British exclusion zone. It was also the largest loss of life in a single incident during the war. And in response, the Argentine Navy withdrew from the islands. The next task for the British was to gain air superiority. While the Argentine Air Force controlled the skies, they were able to inflict considerable damage on the Royal Navy below. Days after the sinking of the General Belgrano, 2 Argentine super-étendards carried out a raid on the HMS Sheffield and sank it with an Exocet missile. For weeks, the Argentine Air Force would continue to carry out raids and inflict heavy casualties on the Royal Navy, with British Sea Harriers doing their best to take out as many of the Argentine aircraft as they could. While the battle in the skies raged on, San Carlos was chosen as the best landing site for the British ground forces. An SAS raid took out Argentine defenses on Pebble Island, and the HMS Alacrity sailed through Falkland Sound to flood.
Someone came into Tina 2's chat that was banned this channel, so I figured you must be good people because they were awful. Yes. I wonder who that was. Anyway, you're welcome in here. Rolf, Liron, Chef, welcome in here.
Shot any Argentine
what an interesting intro. You know, I bet I know. I have no idea.
began on May 21st, with Argentine aircraft carrying out full-scale raids on the task force ships taking part in the landing, damaging several and sinking a few. But anti-aircraft cannons and sea harriers shot down many of the aircraft in what became a major turning point for air superiority, and a beachhead was successfully formed. Then the ground troops began their movements out of San Carlos, across the north towards Stanley, and south toward the Argentine stronghold at Goose Green. In the following battles, a clear trend emerged. The Argentine conscripts put up a good fight, and with the rough, muddy terrain, the war was by no means easy for the British, but with highly skilled Royal Marine commanders and parachute regiment troops, the British would often find themselves
My husband is Brazilian, so you might stick around. Yeah, every single Monday we have chatters on, and we're having them on in literally like 5 minutes to talk about Brazil, which is going to be great. Yeah, every single Monday we have chatters on talking about various country, because, you know, such a dumb war. Let's just finish it,
larger numbers of Argentinian soldiers, but would still come out victorious with minimal casualties. The 14-hour-long battle for Goose Green commenced on the night of May 28th. The battle ended in a decisive British victory, with over 900 Argentinians surrendering. Then, with 5,000 reinforcements arriving from the 5th Infantry Brigade, the British started preparing for their final assault on Stanley. In a series of hard-fought battles, they took control of the hills and mountains surrounding the town, as the Argentine forces withdrew, with British ships shelling their positions from offshore. Utterly surrounded, on the 14th of June, the Argentinians surrendered, and the war was over. The 2-month-long war claimed hundreds of lives, and left the islands strewn with minefields that still pose a problem to this day. Argentina still claims the islands, but in 2013 a referendum was held, and the islanders voted 99.8% in favor of remaining British. Plus, oil was
3 votes!
Referendum was held, and the islanders voted 99.8% in favor.
There were 3! Okay, I love that. This makes me like genuinely. Yeah, everyone there is British. Like, I guess this is not so consequential because like there weren't any natives living there. So I'm like, just go off, dude. It's like the most ethical kind of colonization you can do, okay?
Of remaining British. Plus, oil was just found near the islands, so the British probably aren't going to give them up anytime soon.
Oh, there we go. There's the unethical shit. Yeah, it's dumb shit. War over stupid rock. Yeah. Okay. I think it's time. It's time we are going to Brazil. Come to Brazil. Let me just get it all going. Brazil. Okay. All right. It's ages to Thatcher fuck the kids. Okay. We'll get onto all of that afterwards. Okay, let me get everything set up quickly. I just need to talk to these 2 chatters and all. Different duo. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Add. Okay. Different duo, can you just accept my friend request? And I need to download quickly the presentation that you guys made. Actually, no. I can just do it like this. No, this is fine. I don't need to download. Did it? Perfect. Now let me add you to. Oh, I'm not friends with. Okay, hold on. King RFZ. I'm just sending you a friend request. Just accept it quickly. There we go. Sick. Okay. And now I just need to add both of you. Just changing my headphones. I need to add both of you to the group chat. Okay. And let me give you guys a call. Okay. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got different duo and King. I don't know what if you want me to refer to you guys to that the entire time, but let me know.
You can refer to me as Alex.
Alex, okay. Or yeah,
Yes.
and I could just and then. Okay, can I just call you King?
You can call me Raphael. It's fine.
Okay, okay, Raphael. Okay, all right.
And my pronouns are he, they.
He, they, and yours,
Yeah.
Raphael.
He, him.
He, him. Okay, perfect, perfect. All right, let me just quickly get everything going.
It was a good thing that I had my partner here with us because otherwise the first presentation of the Pride Month would be a straight white guy.
True.
Yeah.
And we can't have that, can we?
Yeah. I wanted to continue the tradition of having a trans person every time.
No, stop again. I love
Yeah.
that. We can't escape it. It is the rule that when someone
We had
comes
to
on.
beat the quota.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just give me a second. I just have to add a chat in here. So just give me a second. Because I have to I swapped everything over from Stream Elements, so everything all of my settings are changed and I haven't changed on this specific thing. So give me 2 seconds. But anyway, thank you guys for yeah, go for it. Go speak.
I was just gonna say that I'm also white, so when it comes to like the racial part of it, I separated a video that we can watch maybe at the end
Okay. Perfect. I
because
love
it's the black perspective of like the racial dynamics of Brazil.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Thank
And
you
I
for that.
promised for a Portuguese chatter that I'm gonna try not to dunk so much in your country. I'm gonna dunk a little bit, but I'll try not to be so mean.
Okay, hold on. I'm just getting a chat up. And then I'm going to quickly just add a color so that they can see it. So I'll be a few more seconds. Anyway, so both of you are Brazilian. Obviously, we're going to learn about Brazil. So I guess the main thing is everyone knows the meme of the come to Brazil.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's like any artist or any person at all will have a fandom here, and that's why like no matter how big or small an artist is, there will be at least like 1,000 people at your show.
Oh, okay.
That's the meme.
I have a good anecdote about this. You guys know Rene Rapp? He has a fan club in Brazil, and her Brazilian fan club announced her new album before her.
Yeah.
They were refreshing her page, her website so much. And the day that she said she was going to release the album, that they announced the album before her, and her manager messaged them to be like, "Hey guys, remove the post so she can post it first."
I love that. Okay, hold on. I'm
Yeah,
almost done with the chat. There we go. Yeah, keep going.
The stereotype that Brazilians are very passionate, it's very real. And, like it's not a stereotype because people are just like they go hard for anyone that they like.
Yeah, we go crazy. If you want to see how much crazy we go, just look up Lewis Hamilton, Brazil. You will
What is
see.
life like on Bitch
This
Island?
dude is not
Ask your
even.
mom.
This dude is has nothing to do with us, and we ride for that man.
He got a Brazilian citizenship. Like the government declared him an official Brazilian, and he has the documentation and everything.
Yes, we did. We ride for that man like crazy. It's the only British person we like.
Exactly.
Okay, I just want to add at the bottom of the screen here, just for guests. Give me a second. So, just so people like, because everyone always comes on here and they'll ask who's on stream. So is it Alex?
Yeah.
Alex. Okay, let me just change it. Here. So it's Alex.
If I could add just one thing about what we were saying about the Maldivas, the only miscalculation of the Argentine government, it is that the British person in charge was Thatcher, who was so unpopular that she was like, I need anything to make me a crumb of popularity, and they just gave to her, and she got reelected because of it. a common Argentine L, giving Thatcher a second term.
Yeah. I mean, I guess sorry, I've just been writing this down here. Wait, say that again about Thatcher. Sorry, I completely like zoned out while I was writing your pronouns. So he.
Thatcher was very unpopular at the time, and like the Argentine, and she needed any crumb of something to give her because she was going to lose the election by any polls before the war. She was going to lose, and she crammed to their war. She grabbed it and took it to heart to be able to get some popularity, and she didn't got reelected because of
Yeah.
Argentina.
Yeah.
True.
And another thing that I said in the chat is that Brazil recognizes Argentine sovereignty over the Falkland Islands, so it's basically like a fuck you to England.
That's pretty sick. I mean,
The only South American country that doesn't is Chile.
that's
Yeah.
interesting. And it's only Chile.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of
Yes.
the diplomacy in
I don't
Brazil
know if
is
they,
very like
I don't know if they
un
did change it, but it was before.
yeah. We're very anti-interventionism and also recognizing the sovereignty of like people in general. So like it's the general principle of our diplomacy.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I'm done. I'm done making everything. So just once again, do you want to look at the stream quickly? Have I spelt? Is it Raphael spelt that way? Did I hear
With an F.
correctly?
It's with an F.
With an F. Okay, thank you. Don't worry, I'm gonna be sharing my screen with you so you guys will be able to see. Okay, so
I have the stream open still, so
well, you'll be able to see this. This will be easier for you because you'll be able to see in real time because there might be a delay. So you can have a look at this
Okay.
as well, and you'll just see all you'll see is the presentation. So you can just see where
Okay,
I am.
nice.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Raphael and Alex. Thank you so much for coming on. I have never met anyone in my life from. Actually, no. When I was out clubbing once, I met someone from Brazil, in Cape Town. But other than that, I know that like the other thing everyone knows about Brazil is Lula, which is I'm sure something you guys are very happy about. Even though he's
we love him, but I at least have some smoke for him.
Yeah, he's not left enough. Like
you like people think he's way more left than he actually is,
Yes.
especially in terms of domestic policy. Like his foreign policy is very left wing, most of the left that you can basically get, and like very he doesn't take that, he always take this confrontational route to the imperial powers, but inside the country he does way too much compromising with the rich people.
yeah.
Sounds a lot like South
the
Africa,
aggro,
actually. So, a lot. In fact, I think Lulu is probably better on domestic issues than like our current president Cyril Ramaphosa. As far as I know, is like the he owns McDonald's South Africa, but we have
like,
based foreign policy, you know.
Better than that.
Yeah.
Lula was like a true proletarian. He was a steel worker. He lost a finger in his job. He wasn't rich. He only had money after he became a president. He was like the real deal, but he as the years pass, he compromises more and more and more. It's because he wants to keep winning, like he wants to keep getting elected, and the right keeps growing in power, and the Overton window keeps shifting. So he keeps just giving ground, and it sucks. But he was the real deal at some point.
Mm.
And like the thing is, and we're probably go mentioning this a little bit more later, but like in he before he won in '02, he ran 3 times, and in those 3 times and it was 89, 94, and 98. In those 3 times he was way more left-wing and way more communist than he was when he won in '02. So after losing 3 times he was like, yeah, this shit ain't working. So he started moving more to the center, and that's when his party started breaking a little bit, and we have a part of his party who just broke and went and create a new party that we make a joke that they don't like to win because they don't win, they never win. And
Mm.
then he started winning. Him and his party started winning more when he started going more to the center, and he never left the center.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Yeah,
center
but
left stopped them.
I guess the main
yeah,
thing.
that
Yeah. Continue.
sorry.
No worries.
I was just gonna say that there's a part in our presentation where that's mentioned a little bit, but yeah.
Okay. So I
Yeah,
think
we mentioned it a little bit later,
I
but
think what
it's
we'll
basically
do
that.
is and also already like people in the chat. I've asked the chat to save the questions for the end, but I mean already people have got questions for you. So you guys,
About the
so
Haiti.
let's save it for the end, because then like otherwise we're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
gonna
for
get
the
through
end.
it. Anyway, so
Grab that because I am a international relations major because I am a nerd who likes to be unemployed. So save that I have some thoughts about Lula and Haiti.
Okay, perfect. Well, good to know that you're into that. Anyway, and you're pretty new to this. What's interesting is different. There, I've seen you around in the chat,
Yeah.
but
For
King,
3 months
yeah, for 3 months. But King, Raphael, you knew, like you have been here only the past like few weeks, or were you here
Yeah,
like ages before? And I can't really
I have
remember.
no. I started watching like 3 weeks ago maybe, but then I was just lurking,
Yeah. Anyway,
and then I started talking more. Is because it's a great thing to watch while I am at work and not paying attention to what I'm actually doing at work. So
yeah.
not that I do
Okay, yeah,
that. I
let's
would never do that. I would never do that. It's just an idea that's people suggested, but I would never do that.
Anyway, okay, all right. Let's start. So you guys tell me when to move to the next slide. You just take it
You can
away.
move to
I'll interrupt, but you
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 can move
go
to
for
the
it.
next one. I just it was just to put something before the first one, but you can move to the next one.
Yeah, because Brazil, I think it's the fifth largest country in the world. Yeah, it's just it's
Massive.
continental. Yeah, it's continental in size, so that's why like it's so different in the every single region.
Mm.
Okay, I put in this slide because a lot of times people start with the history of places by the time the colonizers arrive, in America at least, and I wanted to point out a little bit about what was here before. There there was and still is like thousands and thousands of different indigenous peoples and groups. Some of them still uncontacted, like there and our constitution gives them the right to remain uncontacted, like, and also
Really?
some that, yeah, exactly, and some that have been contacted but have decided that no, we don't want any more contact with Brazilian society. The government, the constitution demands that no one has the right to contact them anymore, which causes a bit of a clash with like religious groups that want to evangelize them, and also um people that raise cattle in the Amazon, and also people that want like to extract diamond and gold. It's a lot of conflict that ends up in indigenous people being killed or like hurt.
Mm.
But our constitution demands that like the different cultures and the sovereignty of the indigenous people should be respected, but the reality is it's a bit different, and
Yeah.
it depends on the president that's in power.
It's a bit like
We
Canada,
did
but it's probably,
try
I'm sure Brazil
to.
is better than Canada with regards to native
We
issues.
are a little better than Canada, but
A little.
they did try to remove some of the protections a few years ago. They did remove some, but they didn't remove all of them. And like the difference between the indigenous people here from the rest of the Spanish colonized America is that like we didn't have any like central big civilizations like people remember on on the other parts. We had like a lot of smaller um
Very
smaller
diverse and
communities.
spread out.
There
Mm.
were more spread out. There were more a lot of different languages and a lot of different cultures. Most of those languages, cultures, and stuff died after the
Mm.
Portuguese arrived
Yeah.
because not because they because of a lot of things that they brought with them, not only necessarily directly killing them, but a lot of disease as well. Because if we
Yes.
go to a secluded community that doesn't have the immune system to deal with some of the diseases they brought, that killed a lot of them. And they also did the infighting of like, you have two tribes who hate each other. Let me boost one to kill the other, and then I killed the one that I was
Yeah.
helping, and this kind of thing. And but we have some of the oldest finding, like the one that in the picture, the skull,
Yeah.
and there's
Mm-hmm.
a lot of other ones that we find that are very old. So you can see there were people living here for a long time.
Yeah. The skull is called Lucia, and it's like more than 11,000 years old. And when it was found, a lot of and I don't know if you guys know about the theory that people came to the American continent through the Bering Strait, like at the north, where Alaska has like a few islands connecting it to Russia. That was a theory about
Mm.
how people migrated to the American continent originally, but um, for thousands and thousands of years, many indigenous peoples in the Americas have said that that wasn't what happened, and that they were here way before the theory suggested. And the archaeological findings of Brazil, like those cave paintings and the skull, and also the oral tradition of the indigenous people, say that they were here for a long time before a lot of people used to say. And yeah, there's some now in scientific evidence that what happened was that people came through boats through the Pacific Ocean or something like that. But we can't really know, like, but
Mm.
a lot of different indigenous peoples have oral traditions that they were here like since the beginning, like it's what they say. And the indigenous name for the South American continent is Pindorama.
Mhm.
So yeah.
You know what's fascinating about this slide? It's the most.
What?
I'm gonna do the most LB thing here. The fascinating thing about this slide is if I didn't know this in the context of it being Brazil, I'd be like, no, these images are South African, like they're from South African museums.
But
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
there's a lot
what's
of similar stuff.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
interesting
because
because.
you end up because in since in the beginnings of humanity, basically, if you look anywhere in the world and take the things that are around this old, you can say that it's from anywhere in the world, basically.
Mm,
Yeah, a lot of
it's
similar
Because
things
everything's
emerged.
very, yeah. I was gonna say exactly that.
Yeah, it's just fascinating because nobody knows. Like for me, as someone I've like, for example, why would somebody in South Africa learn anything about Brazil? It's the same with like why
Yeah,
would
but
anybody in
we're very
Brazil?
similar.
Yeah, but it like this, like the cave paintings, and then also like finding very old human bones. Like most people would associate this with an African country,
Yeah.
which is just fascinating to me. Anyway, like that. Yeah,
And
this is pretty cool.
And just one more thing about the slide, that image of like the mound in the top right. I just
Mm-hmm.
put it there because it's one of the also very old evidences of like human habitation here. They were piles of like shells and bones and also burial sites of like very old peoples here. And when the Portuguese got here and they saw those mounds in the coastline, they they were terrified because there were a lot of bones and like stuff like that. But it was just like a mix of a disposal place and also a burial sites in
Mm-hmm.
some places.
Okay.
And
As
yeah.
anyone who is not from the imperial court would be able to tell, if Europeans get into a place, seeing something they don't understand, immediately devil stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They called
True. Yeah.
Okay, we can go to the next one.
Sure. Oh, there's something else I just wanted to say. I can't remember what it is. I'll figure it out. I'll remember what it was later. Okay. Next
Oh yeah,
one.
yeah. Sorry, I forgot to say in the last slide that the population got very, very diminished, like more than 90% by the Portuguese. Like in just 100 years. In 100 years, they managed to kill like 90% of the people that were living here.
Gosh.
But
and it was
yeah,
a mix of disease that killed, if I'm not mistaken, 1/3 of the indigenous population was killed by disease brought by the
yeah,
Portuguese. And then you have another, I don't know how many of that one that was killed in wars started by the Portuguese that was either against them or against another tribe that was being backed by them.
yeah.
Interesting.
And
Eh,
there was also in that mix the in the early stages of the colonization, they started using the indigenous people as slaves. But
Yeah.
the indigenous people know the land. So they escaped and they couldn't find them. So what they
Mm-hmm.
started doing, so in kind of like a dual purpose, the Portuguese crown was like started. That's when the slave trade between African and more specifically Brazil started growing, because the people that were being brought here, they didn't know the land, they didn't spoke the language. Most of them didn't were able to speak amongst themselves because they were from different tribes who spoke different languages and had different cultures. And Crown got money on tax and all of those kinds of things in every single slave trade. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like a double win for them. So it's one of the reasons where they started transitioning from enslaving indigenous people to enslaving the people they brought from Africa, which is different from what they did in the rest of South America, where they the Spanish enslaved the
Yes.
indigenous
It's
people
similar to South
because they
Africa.
took advantage of the structures that were already there from the previous
Yeah, yeah. The
civilizations
bigger
that were there.
civilizations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now the population is almost at 3 million indigenous peoples all throughout the country, because since Lula got into power, there's been like very more slow than it should be and smaller than it should be, but there's been a lot of demarcation of indigenous lands, and also rights of indigenous people being put into like the constitution and other stuff.
That's a Lula
And
W.
now, yeah, it's one of the Lula's W's. And yeah, a little tidbit about the disease that killed a lot of indigenous people. That's a problem to this day, because like I said, there's a lot of isolated peoples. And for
Yes.
example, when the pandemic happened, indigenous people were dying at a way higher rate than everyone else. And since Bolsonaro was the one in power, there was nothing done to help them. Like it was awful. A lot of people of the Yanomami in the Amazon were dying and were like hungry, and it was just awful. It sucks.
It does.
And yeah,
Bolsonaro
but
was
one
flexing on them, being like, look, I got every
yeah,
single different flavor of COVID. You can too.
yeah. And
I
yeah,
don't
but
even get me started on that, man.
But
Okay.
yeah, another little thing is that our health system has a special like programs for indigenous health and indigenous immunization. Like there's a lot of like the system has a lot of things to work. The problem is like money and whoever is in power. Like because if it worked right, indigenous people would have a lot of more protection. But yeah, we can go to another slide.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay, this is Brazil. For those that don't know, if you can't
Yeah.
put, if anybody here can't point to Brazil on a map, then have you ever looked at a map? It's very
It's a
hard to
bit,
miss.
yeah, it's a bit hard to miss. It's just
Yeah,
a little bit
it's
hard to miss.
huge.
So
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
assuming. Wait, I just want to just a few questions about you guys before we move on. Just about you personally. So, are both of you white Portuguese people, Or is either of you indigenous?
Yes yes and no.
Okay.
So for
I
me,
let
okay,
them
yeah,
start.
you can speak first. Sorry.
No, you started. I interrupted. You can
Okay.
go.
Okay.
Okay. Um, for me, my mother side is from Portugal, but it's like a mix of you know the I can't go on a tangent, but yeah, it's a mix of like Jewish people that had to convert to Christianity in the like 16th century, and also Arab from when the Iberic Peninsula was held by the Arabs and stuff. So it's my last names are like Arab and also um Jewish, Sephardic Jewish. And by my father's side, his family came to Brazil earlier, but it's the same origin. Like it's just earlier in time. So
Okay.
I'm mostly like ethnically Arab and Jewish, but uh origin from Portugal, something like that.
Okay.
There's a lot of people like me here. Like there's a lot of people with ethnically Arab and Jewish, and like but Jewish from way earlier when they were forced to convert or escape, stuff like that.
It gets a bit more complicated here
Yeah.
in this kind of stuff. And like in my case, my grandmother on one side is Portuguese, which I don't mention very much because I'm sorry for the Portuguese chatter, but fuck Portugal. Even
It's
though I
okay.
live here now,
I think RC Pinto will agree with you. Don't worry. You know.
even though I live here,
Anti-colonial.
Yeah.
even though I live here now, kind of like and on my other side, I do have like some indigenous, but it's like 3, 4 generations before me. So it's like it's not that much.
Okay.
And I'm like pale than the wall, so
Okay. Okay. So you'd be but so okay. It's just interesting to me, and then just obviously both of you grew up and Portuguese is your Brazilian Portuguese is your first language, mother tongue
Yes,
speaker.
yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good to know. Okay, you can go
but
off.
we are from good thing about this is that we are from different regions of the
Yeah.
country. They are very different from one another, and we will talk more about this a little bit later. But like and that's one of the things that people kind of know but don't really know. Like people say that the US, if you go from state to state, is very different. People have no idea. Like here, it's not necessarily state to state, but you can see like in the map that has the political regions, like from region to region is so different. And like there are words that if you say on different states or regions, people don't know what you're talking about because they have
Yeah.
different words, different way of speaking. Like it's very different.
Okay. Interesting. So the dialect changes a lot, but it's all
Yeah.
Portuguese, right? Like there isn't a part of
Yes.
Yeah.
except for there would be do native like I guess a lot of there would be more Amazonian tribes, but do the native tribes have their own
Yeah.
specific languages and different
Depends.
obviously?
Many
Like
thousands
they
and
do.
thousands and thousands.
I say
Thousands of
depends
different
because like
indigenous
yeah,
languages.
they have their languages, and I only say depends because a lot of those tribes that have a lot more contact with the rest of the civilization do speak Portuguese as well, but they do have
Yeah.
their own language, but it's not necessarily their first language. That's why I said depends, but they do have their many languages. Sometimes it's not their first language, but most of them have.
Yeah, they're trying to keep it alive because colonization killed a lot of languages and peoples that don't exist anymore. But a lot of indigenous peoples are trying to do a revitalization of their culture and language.
Okay. All right.
And like
Interesting.
and another like and in that sense of like how different the regions are, like even the climate from the top part and the lowest part of the country are so different.
Mm.
Like in the bottom of the country, in like the south, you have like more cold weather.
Like right now,
Like
I'm freezing.
Yeah.
yeah, like in for example, I grew up in Rio, and like we have summer all year. Our
Really?
lowest,
Yeah.
like we get cold at 20 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's
20
so
degrees
funny.
Celsius is unimaginable for us. We are
It's so
Really?
dying
funny
at 20
because
degrees Celsius.
yeah, when I go to Rio, it gets to like 20 degrees Celsius and people are going out in scarves and gloves. It's so funny.
Yeah,
That sounds like, I mean, like
because
I complain a lot about
our
like
average is
mm-hmm.
35 Celsius. That's our
Wow.
Yeah.
average.
Okay. I
So like
complain.
20 for us is like it's snowing.
No, that's similar to, I mean, it's not really in Cape Town. I mean, Cape Town doesn't get that hot, but like for me right now, I'm probably sitting at like 15 degrees Celsius and I'm freezing right now. I'm sitting, I've got my little
Yeah.
boots on and everything, so I get that. So don't, yeah. Anyway.
I think
Earlier
the
this year.
highest that I got, I think the highest that I got was 45 Celsius.
Yeah.
Wow.
Earlier this year, there was like in Rio, there was like a 45-degree Rio temperature, but at a 60-degree feel earlier this year. It was the record ever recorded.
60
And it
degree.
was yeah, the Rio
Wow.
feel. And it was so fucking
A real
hot.
feel.
Like
Holy moly.
yeah.
It's
The
crazy.
actual temperature was 45, I think, something like that.
Okay. All right, but it must have just been super humid or whatever. But
Yeah,
wow.
that's one of the differences is that we not everywhere, but like in the southeast, it is very hot, but it's very humid. But once you start moving like to this, but the center part of the country is just very dry and very hot, and you just die.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I put in the topographical map because I'm a huge nerd. Like I'm what I did in school, I went to vet school. I'm a veterinarian, but I don't want to like I'm not doing clinic work right now. I'm trying to be a government servant, like a
Okay.
public servant. So I'm going to like some testing to be a public servant. But anyway, I'm a huge nerd, so I wanted to put in the topographical map to just point out that the terrain in Brazil it's very old. Like you know that mountains are geographically new terrain, like because
Mm-hmm.
in the like timeline of the tectonic plates moving, but the Brazil it's old, it's ancient, and that's why we don't have like mountains.
Mm.
We have like a lot of plains, especially in the south and in the Amazon. A lot of plateaus, especially in the center of the country, like the little orange part in the political map. And some peaks, mostly like in the pink part and a little bit in the north.
Mm.
But yeah, it's just and the soil is also very old. Like if you go look at the layers of soil, it's one of the oldest soils in the entire planet, especially in the center of the where I live. Like yeah, I live in the capital and
Mm-hmm.
I grew up here, and the soil here it's so fucking old.
And is that Brasilia, the capital?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
Brasilia.
Okay, all right. Most people would say that Rio is the capital because that's like I'll be honest, the
Rio was
only
the
Yeah,
capital.
yeah, I only know
it
of
was.
Rio. I don't know of any other Brazilian city, but now I know Brasilia. Okay. All right.
Rio was the capital until the 1960s, until 1950s, until the 19 late 50s, early 60s. But I do have, we'll probably talk about that. And but yeah, Rio was the. To be fair to most people, except the Americans should know better. But for anyone else who doesn't know that Rio is not the capital, Rio was the capital for over 100 years. So like,
Hmm.
Mm.
It's not that off, but
Yeah, well,
it's off
it's
right
like
now.
it's like people think Johannesburg's a capital, for example. Here, it's
Yeah.
not. You know, it's the same thing. Very similar. I'm sure
it's the same thing
Johannesburg.
with Turkey.
Yeah, like people think Istanbul's the capital, but it's actually Ankara. Yeah, exactly. All right. Interesting.
we
So
can go to the next slide.
yeah, I had no idea how that it, this is not. This is pretty flat land. Like it is raised,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
not. This is not insane. I mean, you look at the side. You look at Chile.
Yeah,
Peru.
that's the Andes.
Yes.
Sorry, sorry. I always
yes. Now I will.
sorry. I
will
always
never
make
forget.
fun of you.
I will never forget. Okay, that's okay. You can make fun of me. That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's the Andes.
Yeah. No, that
Like
as for Bosky.
comparing to the Andes is not very fair. But like
Yeah.
in some areas you have more not as flat, especially in the southeast, like closer to the
There's a
coast.
lot of
It's not as
hills.
flat. Yeah, there's a lot of hills, but like there's a lot of areas where pretty flat.
Yeah. The
Anyway.
Amazon and the South are very, very flat, mostly.
But it's still funny because it's so difficult to traverse through. You know, like you don't even need.
Yeah, you gotta go by river in the Amazon.
Anyway, all right, we'll move on to the next slide. Demographics. Okay.
Yeah. So one of the main things I want to point out here is that Brazil is extremely diverse. Not but for like not for good reasons, but you know, right now the reality is that we're extremely diverse. But the bottom graph in about the transatlantic slave trade, Brazil received by far the most amount of African slaves. It was like just for that time an insane amount of people, like more than 3 million people at that time, and through that.
So you cut out there for a second. But yeah.
Like just picking it up where they
And that's why
left.
yeah.
No, you can finish. I was just
Oh
gonna
yeah, I
add
was
one
just
more
gonna say,
thing. So
yeah, I was just gonna finish by saying that that's why like about 50% of the people of Brazil are either identify as black or as pardo, which is like it's similar to colored, but there's some difference.
It's similar to
Well,
colored in
kind of-
South Africa. You mean?
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
kind of
It's
yeah,
kind of similar.
in the if it's if you take the line between mixed in the US and colored in South Africa, I would say part is like in the mid.
Okay.
in
So it's not
between of both.
it's like not as like a. Okay, I understand. I see what you mean.
It's not a specific culture.
Okay.
Yes, it doesn't have its specific culture, but it's not it's has a bit more than what mixed in the US means. And
Yeah.
one more thing about the slave trade is that like we were talking, like I was mentioning, why they switched to the African slave trade. Like people think, and again, this is not trivializing the slavery in the US, but people think the slavery in the US was bad. They have no idea how it was here. It was
you had
way
3 million slaves in Brazil, 300,000 in the US, you know?
Yeah, that's
and
why
like
there it's more
and even
segregated.
you
Yeah,
can
I just
continue.
You guys
Sorry,
keep talking. Just one of you talk, so you guys both start talking at the same time.
That's just Brazilian people talking. That's what happens.
You're like okay. Go for it.
Yeah,
It's
I was
so
just
true,
gonna
though.
say that's why in the US what happened was more of a segregation, but here for like because of the amount of people, but also because of some policies of like miscegenation that wanted to make people whiter, like there was intentional policies and like philosophies made that tried to mix people with the intention of making them whiter.
Classic.
That's why that's why here it's less segregated. Doesn't mean that it's less it has less racism or less like discrimination, but the society is not as segregated. Like the spaces where people frequent, it's not as segregated, but there's still a little bit of like specific spaces, but there's a lot less segregation.
I guess more
And
the best way to describe it would be what you're saying is, are you saying that basically like normally what happens with regards to segregation policies in the past in like countries like America and South Africa, because America did have apartheid even though it wasn't called apartheid back then, is basically that divides races into classes. So what
Yes, it was
basically
more
you're saying,
societal than legal.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of segregation economically here. The economy is very segregated, very.
Okay.
But culturally, people, what I meant is that people, a lot of times, people will frequent the same spaces in
Okay.
general, unless there's like a huge financial difference. Like, of course, places for rich people will have mostly white people, but yeah, I just meant that like the culture is a lot more like there's a lot of more overlapping of culture between races here.
Okay, no, that makes sense. The culture overlapping makes I understand what you mean. Okay, one thing, just one
like
thing you didn't
Eddie's
include here. Hold on. What is the current population of not Portugal, of Brazil? How many people live there at the
I
moment?
think it's I think
was
it's
250 million the last time that I
yeah, something
checked.
like that.
I can
Okay.
do a small Google here just to make sure.
Yeah, and I wanted also to say that a lot of Pardo people nowadays, like because of the Black rights movements, are starting to identify as Black. So like while the how do I say, the numbers show that like 45% of people are Pardo, that keeps changing because a lot of Pardo people identify as Black, and here Black does include like people that like look very light with their skin a little bit lighter or darker. And there's a lot of talk about colorism and also like how different people of different tones of skin are treated, but the general I'm just speaking from what I know, but that's why I said that I separated a video for later. But the general black rights movements, they want to reivindicate that like part of people should also be called considered Black if they want to, like, because there's a lot of people that don't want to, like, in every place there's a lot of different opinions.
Okay.
Just making a correction is 215.3 million from 2022. But
Okay.
if you count the people in diaspora and the people that are living outside, it's probably gets to around 250, maybe 260. But just one more thing that mentions the slave trade and bringing two things that were mentioned in the chat, like the UK was not a powerhouse in the slave trade. The UK was actually one of the main reasons slavery ended in a lot
Yes.
of South America. Not because they
Mm-hmm.
wanted slavery to end, it's because they want more people to buy their stuff. Because people who are free earn money. People who have money buy stuff. And who is the place that's selling stuff? The UK. So it's kind of like their logic.
Gosh,
So
that's insane.
insane.
I
Yeah.
never
This is
knew
like
that.
very that's like no, but that is like in the 19th century they were like the Britain was like the industrialization of Britain was so was getting they're starting to move way faster. So they were like, we need more people to buy our stuff because we have more stuff than people in Europe can buy.
Yeah.
And there was a little man who also put a damp into that, though I'm gonna talk about him later.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they started looking in the Americas for that. So they sponsored most of the independence movements in the Americas to have more people to buy their stuff. And they started attacking slave ships and trying to force everyone to abolish slavery because again slaves don't earn money, and if people don't have money they can't buy British products.
That's
Yeah.
insane. Wow. I had no that
Eh,
blows my mind.
And the other graphs are like historic immigration from Europe and Asia and stuff, and more recent one. The one with the bars is like the historic immigration. Most people were the Portuguese. Then the second most were Italians because they were like subsidized to a lot of them were subsidized to migrate to Brazil to farm, especially in the south and southeast.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Spanish, and then the Japanese. Nowadays, Brazil has the second biggest population of Japanese people outside of Japan.
Interesting.
It was the
A
first.
lot
It
of
lost.
Japanese
interesting.
people.
It was the first. I don't know if we lost the first place, but it was the
Yeah, it
first
was the
place.
first for a long time.
Huh.
Yeah.
And
That's
in
interesting.
terms of the Italians and the Germans, the interesting thing is most people, when they read Germans and Italians, they think of 1930s immigration, but it wasn't that. There was some there, but it was like mainly the main bulk of the Italian and the German immigration started in the 19th century when
Yeah.
when you started having the unification movements in Italy and Germany. Like the people started fleeing there, and the Brazilian government at the time was
They would say,
starting
"Come
to
to Brazil."
transition.
I'm sorry. I'm
Yes,
joking.
because they were no, but that is true. They subsidized those them to come here because they were seeing the writing on the wall that the slavery was going to end. They started importing those people to, when the slavery ended, to not have a country that was primarily um, of black people. So they started importing them to try to make the population more white
Gosh.
in the
Yeah.
late 19th century. And that's why you will see, especially in the south, a lot of cities that if you don't know where it is, you say is in Germany.
Yeah.
Gosh. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of Germans and a lot of Arabs as well. Like there's a lot of especially Lebanese people. There's a lot of Lebanese people, especially in São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. A lot
Fun
of
fact
them.
about Rio, there is a popular market in Rio that is like sells cheap stuff. That is called the region of where the market stays is called the Sahara.
Yeah.
And it's just
It's
like a
great. It's
big
a great
place
market.
with, that sells cheap stuff. And like it's very long and because and it's called the Sahara because it was initially formed by people who were from Arab descent that come especially from northern Africa.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah. And more recent migration is mainly from a lot of countries that suffered from recent stuff like climatic and political, like Bolivians and Venezuelans, Colombians, Peruvians, and also Haiti. A lot of Haitians moved here after the earthquake and stuff. And some Argentinians because of the economical problems, and also a lot of Chinese also. More recently, there's been a lot of Chinese people moving here, especially in the southeast, and also Americans.
Interesting.
And there is an interesting fact about Japan is that in the you had the Japanese people coming. And then in the 20th century, about like after the midpoint of the 20th century, like about the 1970s or so, they started having a reverse movement of the flow inverting and people going
Yeah.
from Brazil to Japan, the people who were of Japanese descent going back. And it was a movement that happened for like a decade or so. And a lot of those people went, saw, did not like what they saw, and came back.
Yeah. Yeah,
Gosh.
the people that went were called the Dekasegi, and yeah, a lot of people came back because it's hard because a lot of them were like second or third generation Brazilian, and they didn't know Japanese, and in Japan it's very hard to get a job if you don't know Japanese. And a lot of Brazilians that still live in Japan, they're very segregated because it's hard to learn their language, so they stay like talking in Portuguese. And a lot of times they have like neighborhoods where there's a lot of Brazilians of Japanese descent.
Mm.
And
I mean,
it's
Japanese culture
it's
is very
very hard.
xenophobic as well. You know, like it's
Yeah, it's
their
very
government as well.
it's very hard for them to integrate. So there's a lot of, and also because they're like second or third generation Brazilians, the culture
There's a
that
difference actually with the
they grow
culture.
up in is very different.
Mm. Of course, interesting.
And
Oh,
we
go
can go
on.
to the next one where
Anything else about the
we
site?
would start.
There's other things here. What
Yeah,
was
yeah.
the?
There's more
I
things,
talked
but
about the the
we
last
a
thing is
lot of
just
things
that.
we're going to mention later as well. But they can mention the last one.
Yeah, yeah. The last thing, the two last things. One last thing is that I put the age demographic shift in the bottom over there because we used to be in a like demographic explosion like most
Very young
developing
population.
countries. Yeah, but now it's the second image. We're in the middle of a shift. Yeah, exactly. We're in the middle of a
Sorry,
shift,
I
and
went there.
soon enough, will be like our population will be older, and that's worrying for a lot of like the public
Health.
infrastructure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is what's happening
and
in the UK right now, and a lot of European
yeah,
countries. And this is why actually I mean, this is just a side. This is actually why they need a lot more immigration in those countries because they need a lot of people
yeah,
to
yeah,
work in the specifically the healthcare sector to take care of their aging population.
yeah, yeah.
Anyway.
Yes.
And the last thing is that 77% of Brazilians are Christian, but that's like there's Christians and Christians because most people here are not that serious. Like they're the type of Christian. I can say that because I was raised in the as a Roman Catholic, and most people are the type of Christian that only go to mass like on Sundays, and they still have
Sometimes not
tattoos.
even that.
Yeah, and they don't really care that much, but they still consider themselves Christians. The real like fundamentalist sentiment mostly comes from evangelicals.
Just like the US.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes,
and
evangelicals
the
anywhere in
evangelicals.
the world, they suck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Brazilian evangelicals specifically are a huge global issue because they go everywhere. Every single country has a Brazilian evangelical church. Every single one. It's the universal church. They're everywhere. They want to convert everyone, and they're filthy rich. They're billionaires. Like they're so fucking rich.
The
It's
evangelical church
unimaginable.
is our shitty techno music
Yeah.
comparing to that place that shall not be named.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see. So your
and
Brazilian evangelical church is the same as Israeli techno music. Okay, all right, I see.
yeah, exactly. And they have a lot of political power, a lot of structural power, and a lot of economical power, and it's fucking awful. It's terrible, and yeah, they do the most.
I have a brief question on religion, just quickly, because I can see like a lot of Christianity, and I'd say it's very similar, like demographics of religion. I'd say compared to America, maybe America's a little bit more irreligious in some parts, but it's very similar, like mainly Christian and mainly not serious Christian. You know, maybe 30% is like a very serious Christian, but like, what I have to say is I don't see like are there a lot like there probably isn't a big group of Muslim people in Brazil, and as a result, would you find that Brazilians are mainly Islamophobic, like in the same way that Americans are, or not
I
really?
mean, there's a lot of like, especially in the São Paulo region, and also a little bit in Rio. There's a lot. There is Muslim people, but they're mostly like recent people that immigrated recently. And I would say that it's not necessarily Islamophobia, although there is. I think it's more xenophobia against Arabs in general. Like,
Okay.
I
And I
think.
would add to that like you have xenophobia, but you also have a situation of like um I'll give like an anecdotal example. I'm 25 and I lived in Brazil for 22 years. I think I saw two people wearing a hijab in my entire life
Okay, wow. Yeah,
in
it's very
Brazil.
little.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like there is the element of like xenophobia, a little bit of Islamophobia, but also a little bit of weirdness of like um not having that contact of that kind of people in frequency. So
Yeah,
like
it's gonna
when
cause xenophobia,
every
yeah.
when like you have like, for example, using someone like me who never saw someone wear a hijab, and um, suddenly there's like you see a person wearing a hijab, you immediately are like, wait, what?
Mm.
Like you get that sense of like weirdness and unfamiliar territory. So there's a lot of that as well.
Mm.
So I wouldn't say I would say the US is way worse in that case, but I think because there are more Arabs there and they have more contact with them, so they built this idea way more than we did.
Mm.
If that
Yeah.
Yeah,
makes any sense.
I see a lot more Muslim people because I live in the capital, and a lot of the people that some immigrants, but also people from the embassies.
Mm.
There's a lot. I see a more people in hijabs, and yeah, I feel like it's a mix of like all two things. Like weirdness of the different, and also xenophobia, and also Islamophobia. Because like in Brazil, there's a thing where xenophobia mostly shows up when it's people of color. So it's a mix of xenophobia and racism,
Mm.
because there's no xenophobia for like Europeans or
Mm. No,
Americans.
exactly.
Like
Exactly.
people love the Americans and Europeans in general, unless it's like a left wing
Until
communist.
page
There's
like
like fuck.
people love the American. I would say more for the Americans than for Europeans. People love the Americans. Um, Not that much. Depends. Depend on the American. If the American
Yeah,
doesn't have good vibes, it's very vibes based with the Americans. If you're in America and you have like shit vibe, you are you're cooked.
yeah. It's because it's like there's a balance between like we love gringos and we hate gringos. It depends a lot of like what the gringo is doing.
Mm.
And also a detail about the word gringo, because
I was
in
gonna
Brazil
mention that.
in Brazil the meaning of gringo is different from a lot of other countries in South and Latin America, because here it's used to mean anyone who's not from Brazil. Like it could be, it doesn't have a racial connotation necessarily, but it can also mean
Okay.
white foreigner, but it's mostly almost like I'd say probably 80% of the time it's used to mean like foreigner.
Okay.
No,
Interesting.
and there is a justification for that that I'm gonna mention later when I'm talking about the Independence Project. There's a justification of why the word gringo is like that. That's getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah, the word gringo is similar to foreigner for us, which is very interesting.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I need the
and
bathroom, so I'm just gonna should I go to the next slide so long
yeah,
so
yeah,
you
we
Go
can
to
go
the
to the
next
next
one.
one.
Okay, and then I'll be back in a second, but continue talking about like the thing, and then also
Okay.
Homie's got a question about Protestantism. So I'll be back in a second. Okay.
Um, I before let's go to the airplane thing, and then we go back to the Protestant thing when she's back. But like, the airplane thing is kind of like it's also a meme, but also a real thing that we have kind of like a beef with the US because the US claims they invented the airplane, but like the twins that the US claims built, and that's a rare French W because the French used to recognize us as the inventors of the airplane, but the
Yeah.
twins who US claims invented the airplane, their freaking machine didn't needed further assistance getting off the air. Stayed in, it was like didn't get it up that much and stayed in air for like 10 seconds. And I'm not even joking. It was like 10, 12 seconds. Like if you it's like the falling in style from Toy Story, basically. While our dude, while the Santos Dumont, who is the gentleman with the mustache next to the airplane, his plane, who unfortunately flew for the first time in Paris, got up by itself, flew around the city for like I think was 6 minutes or around 10 minutes, and then landed. Sure,
Yeah.
half the plane got destroyed when he landed, but still, 6 minutes is
Yeah.
better than 10 seconds.
It's a huge fight because Brazilians claim that we are correct, but yeah, we claim that we invented the first true airplane, like a flying machine that is self-propelled, has a motor, and could fly by itself, while
I'm back, by the
the
way.
Americans
So
the
continue.
Americans used like an external force for their machine, and 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 uh, and still like the global canon on who invented the plane is still the Americans, but the French used to recognize us, and we recognize ourselves, and we think that we're correct on this issue. So yeah.
Wait, so
And like, I'm
wait,
sorry,
I just
10
missed this.
seconds.
But like
Um,
was actually Brazilians that invented the first airplane?
Yes, the
so the
first true
situation is
airplane. Yes.
so the situation is this. The twins who are there, the Wright brothers, with the
Mm-hmm.
US claims invented the airplane. They created a machine that like with the help of I forgot the name of the thing, like it got up the of the floor and was
Mm-hmm.
able to kind of fly by itself, but they stand up 10 to 12 seconds, and it was like I think it was 50 meters above the ground,
Mm-hmm.
while Santos Dumont, which is the other dude
The guy
in
in
the
the
slide,
left.
Mm-hmm.
yes, he flew his plane for like 6 to 10 minutes. It got up by itself, flew around Paris, while the other ones just flew us in a straight line. He flew around Paris and landed.
Oh my god.
So like,
And he is
which of the two is an
Brazilian.
airplane?
And
Yes,
he was Brazilian.
Okay, you've sold me. I'm never
slave
gonna.
owner,
I'm
but
never a slave owner, but you know, no, you've sold me. No, it's fine. You didn't have to
Yeah.
include
no,
the slave owner
His
part.
plane
I just
You didn't have to say that. We
like
would have been.
his plane was
no, you see,
self-propelled.
no, like my only
Okay.
thing is which of the two is an airplane? Like, is the one that flies in a straight line, stays in the air for 10
No,
seconds,
you're right.
or the one who can actually fly?
You're right. And I will now
Yeah.
from now. What was his name?
Santos Dumont.
Okay.
I'm gonna write in the chat for you because it's probably better. And he
Yes.
is from the and another fun fact about this dude, if you have your Apple Watch today or any type of watch in your wrist, it's because of him. He invented the
Yeah.
wristwatch because since he was flying airplanes, he couldn't take the pocket watch to check the time.
Oh
So he
my
was like, "But I
gosh.
need a watch." So he just put a watch on his wrist.
Yeah, with I think it was a handkerchief. He tied the watch with the handkerchief and on his wrist. Yeah, he was one of like the early Brazilian like big figures. I'd say. Yeah, he to this day all Brazilians will say that he invented the plane, and we will fight anyone that says otherwise.
No, I'm on your
Only
side. I'm on
L,
your side.
the
Okay. You know,
biggest
I
L
get
he
it.
ever got is the fact that he's a Francophile.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
his
Like the
surname is
biggest L.
Dumont, so you know.
Yeah. It's
yeah,
his biggest L is the fact that he's a Francophile.
yeah. Okay, we can go to the next slide.
Okay. All right, let's go. We're going back.
Yeah,
Look
we're going back in
Independence.
And
time.
we are going back because this, I think, might be the history point that is the biggest difference between Brazil and any other ex-colony in the world.
Mm.
So the tide started changing to Portugal and the colonization in the turn of the 18th to the 19th century because of a little short king who decided to wreak havoc in Europe. That little man right there.
Yeah.
After as we saw, after he invaded the French, the Spanish, and Portugal, who was like an very very traditional British ally, was taking in their boots because they knew they were going to get invaded. They did not want to get arrested. They did not want it to die. So they were like, we need something. What the court decided to do, they packed everything they could, the entire court, the people, paintings, money, books, everything they could fit into ships, was like 20 ships, and sailed the colony. And
They
stay
ran
there.
fast.
And yes, and they stay there from 1808 to 1821. And Napoleon was finished in 1815. Like they stayed 6 years more than they what needed to do. And from 1808 until 1821, the center of power in the Portuguese Empire was in the colony. So like that creates ramifications that like you can see to this day, and that propelled the independence movement to be the way it was. But like for any, including you who is from South Africa, can you imagine something like that, like the British royal family bossing the entire British Empire from like Cape Town or something?
True.
Like it's
That's very
like
unique, you know?
It's
very
very
like
different.
And you know what's funny is, I mean, this is just an aside, but you know that the first, like, you know, European travelers that came to South Africa was Vasco da Gama, Portuguese.
it was.
But he didn't
Yep.
colonize, you know, he just set off, like, basically a pit stop. Anyway. But yeah, no, that is, I can see that's insane that they used Brazil as the center of like
Yeah.
the
And
imperial, it became the imperial core, you know?
yeah, and
Yes.
that's why a lot of like the early like the early constitutions and the laws and also the urban development of Rio de Janeiro, it was the way it was only because the royal family moved here. Like a lot of the older buildings in Rio de Janeiro are from this time because yeah, they just started
When they
building
arrived,
the capital.
yeah, because when they arrived, Rio was the capital of the colony, and they were like, Rio wasn't. Rio was the capital of a colony,
Backwater.
so it wasn't like, I wouldn't necessarily call backwater, but like it was the capital of a colony, so it wasn't like the big European city that Lisbon was. They
Yeah.
started just like building things and restructuring things to accommodate the lifestyle they had. And it started getting even more crazy that when 2 years after that, in 1810, because of pressure of the British, because at that point, everything that Brazil produced, only Portugal could sell. The Brazilian bourgeoisie would sell to the Portuguese bourgeoisie, who would then sell to the rest of Europe. But Portugal was um, infighting with the French, and Britain was like, I want what they have. I want the materials to keep producing, and I want to keep exploring the third world. So they are like, open the ports, and they forced the Portuguese crown's hand to just open the ports and allow Britain to, instead of going through the Portuguese bourgeoisie, to go straight to the Brazilian bourgeoisie.
Huh.
So it's very creating this decolonization of the country slowly, of like, no, let's open a couple ports, no, let's open all the ports.
I see what you mean.
and
Yeah.
once and once Napoleon got defeated, the truth be told, the royal family did not want it to go back. They wanted to stay where they were because it was safe. There was
They
no
liked it.
risk of, one, they liked it here, and two, it was safe. Like there was no risk of them getting imprisoned, them getting killed by war, because the war was not in the colonies, was back in the old continent. So it was safer for them.
Yeah,
And
you
but
know.
yeah, they fled. So like And so it started, and there was even talks of them, like during the convention after Napoleon was defeated, of them removing the status Brazil as a colony and making part of the kingdom. It would be the kingdom of Portugal, Azores, and Brazil. Wanted to do that. That's the level that they were putting the place that was formerly a colony at. They were about to they wanted to elevate it to the same point, legally speaking, as Portugal.
Mm. And I guess it's also because, like, if you just look at the time around Europe, like, you know, people were not too fond of royal families. I mean, like, there was, but it was, you know,
Yeah.
they could see what happened to neighboring countries around them, you know? So, yeah, I can see that 100%, especially with the fact that they were still royal.
And then like in the beginning of the 1820s, like the end of the 10s and beginning of the 20s, the Portuguese bourgeoisie was like, wait, why are you guys not back? Why are the ports still open? Why are you guys not back? Why are we still losing money? Because they were losing money because they didn't have the monopoly on the Brazilian goods. So they were like, why are we losing? Why are you still allowing us to lose money? Why are you not back? Why are you a traditional royal? We don't want that anymore. So they started revolting, and the royal family was like, yeah, we gotta go back. We gotta go back. We can't stay here, or we're going to lose the main place. And they went back, but they were like, but at the same time, the Brazilian bourgeoisie was like, oh, I don't want to go back to the way things were. I'm making way more money now. So they were, and Britain was like, I don't want things to go back either. I'm making way more money now. Fuck those Portuguese people. so they so they were like, so what they did was they kind of like, the dad left and the mom and everyone left, and they left the heir here, and and make a big deal of him staying and whatever. And then the bourgeoisie started building the entire independence movement around the heir to the throne, and he proclaimed independence.
Oh my god, so wait, the royal family, like when he
Proclaimed
was...
independence.
Yeah, so he was the one who like the actual heir that they left here was the one who pushed for straight. He was like, no, I don't want to go back to Portugal. Fuck that. Like, no, let's just give, like, let's no longer be a colony. Let's be our own country. It was actually the royal family that like their heir that they'd left there for protection so that they could like
No, they left him. They left him either for both protection and to kind of be like, kind of an appeasement of the Brazilian bourgeoisie of like.
I see.
And like they didn't leave. It's not confirmed that the official story that he decided to stay, but my personal conspiracy theory is that they told him to stay as an appeasement to the bourgeoisie.
Yeah.
But again, that's my theory. That's not confirmed. And our independence negotiation was a father-son negotiation, and this dude, whose name is Pedro, was crowned king. We crown him emperor. We are the only monarchy in the Americas.
Wait, still to at this time, or like still today, is there a monarchy?
No, we're not a
Okay.
monarchy anymore, but we
Okay.
were at that
But
time
we
the
were,
only monarchy in the
Wow.
Americas. And our emperor was the heir to the Portuguese throne, and he never abdicated his role as heir to the Portuguese throne.
Wow.
So there was a real possibility that didn't happen of the king dying, he taking his role as king, and unifying both places in one
Interesting.
crown again. And that's why I say that they left him here.
Yeah. So Brazil was a kingdom for a time and also an empire for a time. And a lot of iterations, a lot of them.
Fun fact, Uruguay did not get independence from Spain, it got independence from Brazil. Portugal was part of Brazil until 1826, I think. No, it was 1823, something like that. And then this man right there, Pedro, he's known for three things: being dictator-esque, being a womanizer, and being dumb.
Yeah.
He they crown him emperor, but like his agreement with the bourgeoisie was like, yeah, I'm not gonna be a traditional monarch. I'm gonna be like a British monarch, a monarch just in name. And then they started writing the Constitution in 1824, and he got a a look at the Constitution and was like, and they wrote exactly that he was going to be a British monarch, monarch just in name, and he was like, hell no, call the army, told the army to circle the Constitutional Assembly, gave them the Constitution, and told them sign. They signed it, and he was an actual emperor. And the fun fact about that constitution is that it didn't have 3 branches of power; it had 4 branches of power.
So that would have been the legislative, the legal, the executive, and then the monarchy. Is that what would have been
The
yeah?
the fourth one was the moderator power, which
Oh,
in
okay.
theory was was to balance the other 3 to avoid them from getting out of hand. Not what actually happened, because the moderator power was used by the emperor to basically do whatever he wanted in the other 3. And like I said, he was very dictator-esque, and he was pretty dumb, and he was Portuguese. He was born in Portugal, lived in Portugal. He was the heir to the Portuguese crown, so he wasn't very liked. So he stayed in power until about 1831, when he abdicated because they were going to depose him. It was a very real threat of him being deposed. So
Mm-hmm.
he was like, I don't want to be deposed. I don't want the monarchy in Brazil to end. So he left and said, you know, who is your king now? This 5-year-old. This 5-year-old's now your king.
Wait, so
I'm
he
out.
Classic.
that actually is a kid. Like it looks like a kid, but
Yeah.
that's
Yes.
actually my word. Okay.
And then he left, and there was a 5-year-old that is his son, who's also named Pedro. But we actually like him. Little Pedro is actually based.
Okay,
Sometimes,
interesting.
not always. Not always, but 10 times the man his father was. And he was actually born here. And anyway, he was like, so this 5-year-old's now your king. Bye. And went back to Portugal and assumed the Portuguese crown. But people were like, we can't put a 5-year-old on the throne. So there was like a council of bourgeoisie people who started running the country. It was just like chaos. From 31 to 41 was like 10 years of chaos.
Mm.
And then they were like, and then it got to 41, and little Pedro was like 16, and they were like, yeah, I don't want to. In the constitution said he needed to be 18 to become emperor, but but he was 16, and they were like, yeah, I don't want to do this job anymore. This job is way too difficult. There's way too much thing to do. There's way too many revolts. Nobody like us. Put the 16-year-old in the throne. And how do you guys think putting a 16-year-old in the throne of something as big as Brazil went?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could. Yeah.
Great, actually. He actually did great.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
I've been
actually did
shown.
a
I've
lot
been
of
shown
good
to be
stuff.
ageist.
He actually
Yeah, a
did
teenager did some
incredible.
stuff.
Except the genocide that he did in Paraguay, but that's another thing.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
because like Brazil is a colony, but for the other countries in the South American continent, Brazil is not yeah,
The oppressor.
it is an yeah, it's the oppressor, the empire, because we did rule a lot of the places that are now different countries, and there were some war. We don't have time to talk about all of the wars and stuff, but yeah, we killed a lot of people like from other
Let me
places.
just give you an anecdote about Paraguay. Let's say that what we did in Paraguay, we killed so much percentage of their male population that they're still unbalanced now 150 years later.
Yeah, it's awful.
Wow.
It's
Wow.
fucking awful.
That's how much of the male population of Paraguay that we killed.
That's insane. Okay.
And
Gosh.
going back to the idea of the word gringo is like the reason why one of the reasons why if you go to a Brazilian and ask if they're Latino, they're going to say no, and they're going to say they're Brazilian. And why the word gringo for us has a different meaning is because when we got independent, because of the way we did and how different the country was from the rest of the Americas, they needed to create a reason of why we were a monarchy and everyone else was a republic. So they started creating this separate thing of like, we're not them, we're not Latinos like them, we are our own thing, we are different. And this idea of how the monarchy is a way more stable form of government than the republic, which is also something that stays in the mind of a lot of people to this day, of how having this central figure is more stable than a republic. And all this creating of the nation is as trying to separate us from the rest of South America and Latin America is why you won't find, especially the middle Brazilian who's a little bit older, doesn't understand much about politics, doesn't read much.
Mm.
If you ask them if they're Latinos, they will say no. It's because there is this idea that is a completely different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
And
I
like,
guess it's just but the idea is like it's a distinction that's just made up to you know,
yeah.
in the same way that being white is made up. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
It's not that we are like, because at in the same way that like all the African countries are vastly different, we
Mhm.
are also vastly different from other Latin American countries, but we do share a lot of like
Well, I guess the
a
most
lot
glaring
of
difference is language, you know?
yeah. Yeah, because we have a lot of cultural differences, but we do share the same like geopolitical place of like being oppressed by
The
global north.
Europeans, you
And
know?
also,
Yeah.
yeah, and also a lot of more recent shared political history and collaboration and stuff. So while our origin, like our how do I say, colonial history is very different from like all of the other countries because they were colonized by Spain, and so they have that similar to between themselves that is different from us. We do have a lot more recent commonalities. That's why a lot of people, leftists especially, do claim the Latino solidarity and belonging to a bigger like community of Latin American countries. But yeah,
That's what I was
culturally we're very different.
Mm.
what I was saying. Like, we are now 200 years later, and we still have a debate in a lot of places about if we are or are not Latinos. For example, as an anecdotal example, in my classroom in college, and like we were studying um, Latin American history, and in the first class, the professor asked, who here considers Brazil a Western country? And like half the class raised their hands.
Mm.
And then he asked how many people consider Brazil a Latino country, and then the other half raised their hands.
Mm.
So like there's still this idea 200 years later that was created out of nothingness just to justify the existence of the monarchy system, to kind of be like, because the truth is the independence movement and most of the big political movements in Brazil were top down, were rich people deciding what they wanted the country to be. So like there was no popular movement for independence. There were some popular revolts for it, but the movement itself that created the country wasn't a popular movement. So they kind of needed to justify to the people who who would get sometimes news and sometimes interact with and hear things about the countries that are next to us and be like, why we who look the same as them are so different than them. They needed to create something to justify that, and that's what they did. And that's something that it's very debated, and it is changing, but it was like that for a long time.
Okay. It
Yeah, a
is.
lot of the
And like
left wing. Yeah.
Mhm.
Was just gonna say that a lot of the left wing does reivindicate the Latino culture, like a bigger shared culture of like global South and the Central and Caribbean and South America, and a bigger like shared struggle, but
Mm.
it's not everyone, and and a lot, and also reversely, a lot of Latinos that are from like colonies originally from Spain don't necessarily consider Brazilians to be Latino. So there's a conversely, there's like it's something that it's being built as times go by.
but it's a generational thing, and it has been changing. And like going back, like the monarchy stayed until the last date on our timeline, 1889. So you can
Mhm.
see that like they put a 16-year-old on the throne in 41, and he ruled for 48 years.
Yeah, that's insane. Okay. Gosh.
Yeah,
And
I think we can. Yeah, sorry.
Well, one
like
thing I just
he
yeah, no, continue.
no, you can ask. It's probably something that I was going to say, so ask.
Well, no, I was actually asking more about like Brazilian culture and in difference. So I'll just say my question. But do you think that a lot of Brazilians, obviously, we're not talking about leftists here, but we're talking more about like nationalist Brazilians, do they use that whole Latino framing? And this is a very obvious question, just to be like, no, we're better. We're better than Colombia. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than,
Yes.
Yeah.
yes. Okay. And would you
Yeah,
say
yeah.
there's a
Like
lot of xenophobia towards Colombians, Bolivians,
Yeah.
Peruvian, maybe not Argentina because they are very white as well, but you know what I mean?
there is a
Yeah,
lot. Like there is a
there's a
lot.
lot.
Especially to more the northern South America, to the countries more um like Argentina and Chile have less, but Argentina and Chile are the more right-wing countries in the
Mm-hmm.
continent
Yeah,
historically, and a lot of
it's
Chile historically, Argentina not historically, but right now it is.
Mm.
And like and Argentina is very white because they massacre the entire indigenous population. And I can talk about why Argentina is so white for hours, so I'm not gonna start. Um, but like Argentina is very white, and Chile historically a very right wing country. So like the right wing parties, they kind of latch to that old idea and starts being like, no, we're better than the Bolivians, who is a majorly indigenous country. We're better than the Venezuelans because they're communists. We're better than
yeah.
Ecuador and Colombia because they're mainly countries with a majority of a black population. And
Mm.
Guyana and Suriname don't exist. And what is French Guiana? Is that a thing? Does that exist?
Yeah,
Like,
what's Trinidad and
they kind of
Tobago?
go
They're
in
just
that kind of
specks
Yeah,
thing.
in the ocean, okay?
there's a
No, they don't
lot.
even get
There's a
that
lot.
far. They
Yeah,
don't go after Colombia. There's nothing up there. There's a blank, and then there's Mexico and then the U.S. They don't
Mm.
have
yeah,
anything between Colombia and Mexico. There's nothing. They pretend they don't exist. If you give a
yeah.
map
There's
to them and ask, tell me the names of these countries here, they don't know. And I'm not
That's
joking.
interesting. Well, look, most American people won't know that either. Okay,
yeah.
like let's be
There's a
real.
lot of
I
there's a,
didn't know.
yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
I didn't even know. If you told me, gave me a map and said, I knew where Panama was, but like if you
Costa
point to me
Rica,
where El Salvador is,
Nicaragua, El Salvador,
I wouldn't
Belize,
know.
Guatemala.
We're not taught that. Like I know where
Interesting.
Cuba is. I know where Panama is. I know where Cuba is, and that's I knew. I know now where every single one of them are. But like before I got into college, and I bet most people you wouldn't know.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
Interesting.
that's on purpose.
Yeah, I was gonna say that there's a lot of xenophobia, but it's mostly racism because the darker and more indigenous someone looks, the more people will be racist and xenophobic. and just all of the awful stuff. And a lot of the people that immigrate from like other like Bolivia and Peru, they have a really hard time here finding work, finding like things that are not just like selling stuff on the streets. It's very hard, and there's a lot of racism. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's like
it's
similar
there's
to the rest of the world, I guess, like in that
yeah
sense.
there it's very racism based, like xenophobia. It's pretty bad. Yeah, the same as everywhere else.
Except for like the UK, which is racist against Polish people, which make
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
But anyway, all right.
I think we can go to the next one.
Anything more
Yeah,
about the movement of independence, though? Because
the
how did it
the
exactly
only
come
thing
about?
the only thing that I was going to finish is about just informing how it ended. Like the the king abolished slavery in 88
Mm-hmm.
because of a lot of pressure from Britain, and they started abolishing slavery slowly. First was you can't buy more slaves. Then children of slaves are free. Then slaves that get to a certain age, there was like 50 years old, are free. Although the average expectancy of a slave in Brazil was like 35, like
Insane.
40 at most. And then in 88 was like, no, everyone is free. And it wasn't like, oh, everyone is free and we have a plan of how to incorporate those people into our population. No, it's fuck it.
Yeah,
Everyone's
yeah.
free. Support yourselves. I don't care. And it was so like pocket that like the king wasn't even in the country. Like he was traveling and he left his daughter in charge. He was like, yeah, I'm going on vacation. Daughter, I love you. Take charge. Sign this little thing here called the freedom of slavery. Sign this thing here. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. Nothing's gonna happen to you.
Yeah.
It was free
It
from
was very
and
gradual and also kind of weird.
yeah, and like he left the country, told his left his daughter in charge. His daughter signed it. The bourgeoisie was like, no, no. And it started and boosted the Republican movement, and then they deposed him in '89, and the bourgeoisie was so pissed with the fact that he abolished slavery and took their slaves that when he died in the 20th century, they did not let him be buried in Brazil, even though he wanted to.
Oh my gosh! Wow, they were so
Yeah.
bitter.
They were like,
Just
yes, they were like, no, be
The,
buried in Portugal. We
yeah.
don't want you here.
Yeah, the
okay.
bourgeoisie in Brazil to this day is that bitter, and they terrible.
And I don't know if there's any Greeks here, but fun fact: in the mid and the late 19th, 18th, 19th century, um, they offered the Greek crown to little Pedro
Really?
because he was like second cousin to the king who died, and they were like, hey, dude, I know you became king at 16, and you seem to be doing a good job. Do you want to be king of Greece? He was like, no.
I'm
He said,
I'm
no, I don't
technically
want that
Greek.
smoke. I don't
Yeah.
want
I
that
can't
smoke.
speak Greek. I can't speak Greek, and I've never been to Greece, but I've got a Greek passport, so I'm technically Greek. But yeah, there we go.
So you gotta see how Greece is. A dude who became emperor at 16
yeah,
in a country as big as Brazil said no.
yeah. There's a little bit of an L for Greece there, I guess. But yeah,
That
it's
is a
insane that they
Yeah.
asked. Anyway, should we
we
move
can
on
go
to the
to the
next
next one.
slide? Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
because
We
like
No
we ended
worries.
up
there's
jumping
still a lot
so
of
much.
there's still a lot to talk about.
Yeah,
Oh
no
my god.
worries. No
I
worries. We've got about an hour and we can go on longer. It's okay. No worries. Okay, so who's go? Just
okay,
go.
okay.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. I'm not going to
This
interrupt.
is the original both sides Andy.
Okay. Gosh.
So after the independence, you had like I'm gonna go like super oversimplified until this man gets in power.
Go for it.
I just want to make one small comment that is a rare Brazilian L that happened before he was in power. This, do you know what the League of Nations was?
No. I've heard of it, but I don't actually
So
know what it was.
imagine the UN, no Security Council. Anyone can come in and get out as they please, and he can only talk and not do shit. It's the UN with less power.
Okay. Bro, as soon as I don't know something like that in my chat, someone's like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay.
I can explain. I can go into
Guys,
more details about what the
not
League of
everyone is
Nations
a
was.
nerd, guys.
Yes, exactly.
I am that kind of nerd. I am that kind of nerd. But the League of Nations was a baby of the U.S. president who wanted a UN, what we now call the UN.
Yes.
When he went back to he basically like bought the whole thing, helped write most of it, and when he went back to the U.S. and the Congress was like, no, we're not going to be part of that.
Okay. I see.
So with that level of power that the League of Nations had.
Okay.
Brazil was part of the one of the founding members of the League of Nations. Germany wasn't because Germany had just been defeated in World War One, so they didn't put them in. And the European powers were like, "Yeah, we want Germany to come in." And this new dude with a cool mustache just got in power. We kind of want them back. And the Brazilian president told the ambassador, be like, tell them that if they allowed them to these dudes to come in, because we were still bitter because they sunk a couple ships in our coast in World War One. Was like, if they allowed them to come in, we are out. And he went to the European powers and said, if Germany gets in, Brazil's out. They said, okay. And we
That's
left.
so funny. Bro, holding a grudge.
And we left. And we left. They put Germany in. They called Argentina and said, hey, do you want to be part of League of Nations? Argentina was like, sure.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a big L. They thought they had way more power than they had. But anyway, there was
Yeah, classic
a lot of
Brazil.
corruption. There was like two kind of bourgeoisie governments, the states that kind of controlled everything. They were very unpopular, and the other states kind of wanted a piece of the pie. So they staged a coup, put this man in power, and then, but the states that were previously in power were like, yeah, but we want a new constitution because we want to be voted back into power. So they started civil war in 32. They lost, but they got the new constitution, which was a pretty progressive constitution for the 1930s. For example, women could vote, which
Wow.
sounds stupid to say as progressive, but it's the
No,
1930s,
in the
and in a
30s,
lot of places, women could
that's
not
big.
vote.
Yeah.
Like, women could vote, poor people could vote if they could read. If you couldn't read, you couldn't vote. But if you could read, even though you were poor, you could vote, which again was pretty progressive at the time when in a lot of countries, poor people couldn't vote. And another thing that he did, and I'm not sure if it was in this constitution or in the other one, a lot of early popular cultural things were forbidden. Like samba was forbidden, capoeira was forbidden. Legally speaking, you could be arrested for practicing that. He would remove that, and then, like any person, any South American leader in the 1930s, he wanted to be a dictator, and we had a fascist movement who was so stupid, so weak, so lame. I didn't even put them a picture of them because they were so lame. They were
They
like,
don't need the
they
clout.
were not even like, yeah, they don't need the clout. They were lame. Like, there's fascist movements that you're like, you suck, but like at least you're not lame. They sucked and they were lame, which is the worst combination possible.
Yes.
He uses them to be like, hey, there is this communist coup about to happen on this letter that has my handwriting, but don't worry about it. Do you guys help me get a counter coup and make me a dictator? And I put you guys in power with me? They're like, sure. They do that, and then he like, no, yeah, you guys are all in jail. He fucks the entire fascist movement. the entire communist movement, which wasn't planning to do a coup, becomes a dictator and is like, yeah, I'm the dictator now. And starts playing both sides
Just
once the
pause
war
for a
starts.
second. Just pause for a second. Just got a raid from M Hud. So people can't
Hello.
hear you.
Our
Thank you, M
CIA
Hud.
superpower.
Yeah. M Hud, thank you so much for the raid. Holy moly! Welcome in raiders. We are learning about Brasilia, the country of Brazil. On stream, I have Alex, and I've got Rafael, two Brazilian chatters that are talking about. Say the name. What's this guy's name again? I can't pronounce that.
Getúlio Vargas.
Getúlio Vargas.
And
Okay.
since M Hud's now here, and I'm very scared of M Hud's superpowers, I'm not gonna talk about the CIA because M Hud's superpowers
M
scare the
Hud's a
living
sweetheart.
shit out of me.
M Hud only has smoke for conservatives. So if you're on the right side of history, then don't worry. Then M Hud's good. M Hud only uses his power for good. So don't worry.
And this dude, and the funny part about this dude is that he started like playing the Nazis and the US because the US didn't want the Nazis to bring Brazil to the war because we are very close to Panama, and if they blow the Panama Canal, the US is cooked to fight in both sides in both fronts. So they were like, yeah, we don't want them. And he was, and the Nazis were like, I want you guys on my side. So he started getting money from both and doing things to appease both. From, for example, sending a Jewish woman, Olga, to the Nazis to be put in a concentration camp while she was pregnant. And her daughter survived, and she became one of the biggest historians in of that time and of the 1930s Brazil. And of course, for every reason, he has every single reason. He hates this dude. Again, justified. And basically, he starts playing both sides. And then after Pearl Harbor, the US like, no, you're gonna join on my side. You want, I'm gonna give it to you, and you're gonna join on my side.
Okay.
And that's what happened.
Okay. All
Because
right.
the US just wanted this much. The resources, the air bases, they just gave him a Roosevelt came himself on a boat, met with him, and was like, "What do you want?" Basically, he didn't say exactly that, but he was like, basically saying, "What do you want?" And like the propaganda that was run by the Rockefeller, they literally paid for Walt Disney to just fly around South America and make a cartoon movie.
Yeah. The Three Caballeros, do you guys know?
I've never heard of it, but I'm sure people in the chat have. Like that's
He literally created an entire movie that is Walt Disney going through South America and talking about different South American countries. For example, he compares the gaucho with the cowboy, pointing the similarities. He creates an entire new character for Brazil, and there is even the symbolism that the character that he used to meet this new Brazilian character was Donald Duck, which is a member of the armed forces in the US. He uses the outfit of the Marines.
Oh, okay, I see.
So like you have this entire idea, the cultural arm and the financial arm, and this dude is very like the leftists have a very like debated view on him because yes, he was a dictator, he sucked, but he also industrialized the country, and most of our worker protections were created by him. So they're
Okay.
like, he was a dictator, but like he did some good stuff. So
Yeah.
they're like, I don't know how to feel about him. And
Yeah.
then after the war, he gets removed from power because, they were fighting fascists. They came back, saw a fascist, and were like, no, out. And he went back to his state and stayed quiet for 5 years. But the postal government was so shit. Like, they just went with the US, and the economy was bad. Things were going to really bad. And then the people started literally going to the streets and asking him to come back. And they elected him president, the dictator that was
They're
removed
like,
from
please come
power
back.
was
For Brazilian history
Classic
is
elected
insane.
Brazil.
president.
Classic Brazil.
And he wasn't elected president in a close election. It was a landslide.
Like Reagan-esque vibes.
Yeah. People
More
loved that
than
guy.
Reagan.
Wow.
Okay? People liked Reagan. People had pictures of this guy as if he was Jesus in their living room.
My word.
Because if you're a poor person, you work in a factory, and you have someone who just limited your hours from 18 to 8,
Mm.
you love the man.
No, of course.
Doesn't matter if you can express yourself.
No, of
The dude
course.
just gave you a minimum wage. And he comes back to power, and he still tries to do both sides in the Cold War, which was a stupid idea.
How do you
And that's
both
why we
sides the
didn't want
Cold War? Yeah.
Yeah. And we didn't participate in Korea, by the way. We were one of the few countries in South America who did not send troops to the Korean War.
Interesting. And the biggest country in South America did not send any troops. Interesting.
Yeah, because he was like, I don't want to piss off the Soviets or the Chinese, and uh, because he was trying to play both sides in the Cold War, and then a few years after the Korean War, he was like, yeah, all the petroleum that we just found is nationalized, which was again
Wow.
the cheese.
Why?
It's
Surely the US would have been like desperately trying to coup.
This is gonna come up later.
Okay. Okay.
This is gonna come up now, and it's gonna come back later. He started losing popularity because he was getting to the end of his term as president, and people were like, "Is he going to try to do a coup and become a dictator again? Is he going to give the power back because you can only be president for one term?" So he was like, and he started losing support because of some other things that he did that don't not necessarily would be too specific to get into. And then there was a coup ready, sponsored by the U.S. with the right wings, the military, everyone. And then he does something that took everyone by surprise. He killed himself in
What?
1954.
Why?
And he not only kills himself, he leaves a letter saying why he did it, putting the blame on everyone who was planning the coup, saying that they're the reason he's dead, and ends the letter with one of the best bars you can create. He says, I leave this life now to enter into history. That's how he
Wow.
closes the letter.
Yeah, straight, but I leave this life to enter into history. Holy moly, dude.
Yeah, he's kind of
There is a bit of a
he's a classic.
There is a bit of a stereotype that Brazilian people are very dramatic and very eccentric.
We are.
Yes.
We are.
This dude. Yeah.
And in this,
And
you
like
know.
and the fun fact is that this happened in 1954. His death put such
What is
a
life like
he
on Bitch
killed the
Island?
vibe
I don't
of
know. Ask your
the
mom.
coup so much that he delayed the coup in 10 years. 10 years. Just by killing himself and dissing everyone involved in the coup.
Wow. Okay.
And to this day, his suicide is kind of a meme because, like, for example, people have developed a verb that means killing yourself, but it's just getulhar. It's just his name turned into a verb.
It's like
And
it's kind of like killing yourself in a political way.
Okay, but is it like a meme or is it ever used in a serious way?
No, it's a meme.
Oh.
It's a meme.
Okay. All right. So it's never like
Fully a
Depends on the
meme.
person. Because
Yeah.
like you have you know those people who are like super serious about everything. Don't use it as a meme.
Okay, I see. All right.
Everyone else uses it as a meme. You know, classic
Yeah.
leftist cannot have any fun.
Yeah, people a lot of a big use of the meme is leftists saying that they wish X or Y right wing politician would jetulia.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
like leftists being very like no fun, no fun allowed.
Yeah.
But like this dude is like very because of the he is a very weird figure that a lot of people don't know how to feel because of and like during his time here in the 1950s he nationalized the petroleum production and gave an 100% increase in the minimum wage. The 1950s.
Yeah.
Like he was like, please, Kumi, please. Please, United States. I'm seeing you giving
Yes.
coups to everyone else. Please do one on me as well.
Yes, because he was doing the kind of shit that, like, like. Anyway.
Yeah,
Other
he was doing big state stuff, like trying to do a lot
and
of
during the
stuff to
Cold
help
War,
people.
the
Yeah.
US is. It's only a matter of time before the US labels him a commie.
Oh no, they did. They did.
Oh, they did. Okay.
It just didn't.
They
It just
did.
didn't stuck
Okay.
because he was a
Yeah.
fascist. Like not even 10 years. Like most people who were alive in the 1950s saw him in power 10 years before. So it kind of was like very difficult to um like convince them that this dude was a communist.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right.
Okay. Yeah, we can move on.
Okay, I just need to go do something. I'll be like 30 seconds. Just give me a second. But
Okay.
you can go for it. So oh, pretty slide.
Yeah. We'll just gonna go through a little bit quicker about the regions because me and Rafael are not we're just from like two specific regions, you know? So this is the
And
northeast.
we've been yakking for like a long time now as well.
Yeah. This is the north of Brazil, which is mostly comprised of the Amazon forest. There's a little bit of like another other types of vegetation, but it's mostly Amazon. The first picture on the top left is just to represent the Amazon, and then the second one is just how flat it is. That's the Amazon River, which is very sinuous. The third picture is the city the capital of the state of Pará. So you guys can see that it's a river city, and they also have like a coastline to the sea, but it's near the where the Amazon meets the sea, so that's why the the color of the water is like that.
I see. Are you talking about the third
the
image? I'm back, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
just going a rundown of the region and like
Yeah.
the Amazon River for people who don't know is the second largest river in the world and the biggest one in terms of amount of water in it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
but like
It's still sorry, you can finish.
no, I was just gonna mention that like a lot of the forest is preserved and Europeans come here to steal it from the forest to produce medication. There is a bunch of
Yeah.
medications that they produce with things found in flowers from there that they stole the flower, patterned the molecular structure, and said there was them, that was theirs, and they produce it.
They
If
tried to
there's
do
any
this in
for
South
the
Africa,
Germans,
by the way. Let's
Yeah,
say
there's a
Germans
lot
and
of
the US,
biopiracy.
Bayer, there's a lot of medications from Bayer who were created like that.
Mm. There's a type
Yeah.
of plant here that doesn't like when you eat it, it's you don't get hungry, and so they tried to patent it here and not like pay the native San people that had been using it for years, but now they have to literally pay money every single time they use that information to the San people here because the San people won the court case that they
Yeah.
couldn't patent it. So every single time that drug is used, it actually supports that native population, which is sick.
Yeah, there's a lot of laws. We have a law there that is very similar to that about the intellectual property of plants and medicine. and a lot of stuff, and the genetic composition of stuff that according to the law, the indigenous people should get financial or cultural or like other types of compensation. But like everything in Brazil and other places, it doesn't always work like that in reality. But the law is there. There is a law. And also in the
And basically what
constitution,
they
I think.
do, and like basically what a lot of European countries do is like, yeah, we steal all your shit, but here's some millions to kind of like try to preserve the forest where you're stealing stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, that's kind of what they do.
Mm.
That's why
Yeah.
Norway was one of the biggest contributors to the preservation funds, and Germany as well.
Mm. And it's all
Yeah,
just for
because
show,
a lot
because
of
like
shit.
it's not like these sorts of charities. Like they're not a lot of the time they're not doing. They can't like undo the damage. It's not like an equal one zero sum game. You know.
Yeah, and then yeah, as well. Okay, you were gonna say something?
I was just gonna say is also kind of like trying to greenwash the stuff that they're doing as well.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna. Okay, the images. The fourth one on the top is the Yanomami people. I wanted to put at least one picture of like an indigenous people from that region in each slide. Just because it's sometimes people will talk about history and like kind of forget or purposely not talk about it. So I wanted to put an example in each slide.
Mm-hmm.
And then the picture right below them is an example of a traditional celebration that happens mostly in the north. It's called Festival de Parintins. It's like there's a lot of dancing and there's like two characters that are like bulls, one black and then one white, and then they fight for a girl.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know it in details because I'm not from there. It's just for an example of a cultural manifestation.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like below that is still on the right. It's typical food from the north. Um the My dad's family lived in the north for a while, so I know a lot of food from there. This one is called takaka. It's
Mm-hmm.
like a broth of like the they boil the cassava plant in water with a lot of other stuff for like I think it's 72 hours because the cassava plant raw is venomous.
Mm.
So if you eat, you'll get like sick. So
Mm.
they boil it for like I think it's 72 hours or more, and then they make this dish. And then there's also shrimp and this green plant which is called jambu. And this plant makes your mouth tingle because it has like a property that is like for self-defense, but it's so tasty, but it makes your mouth basically numb when you eat. It's
Oh
very
gosh.
good,
Okay.
but it's very very tasty. Like I
Yeah.
promise that it's
No,
so
no,
good.
no.
It's one
I
of
know
my
exactly
favorite
what you
things.
mean. Like I'm sure, like if, that like adds probably adds a whole thing to the food. You know, having your
Yeah.
mouth tingle as
And
well.
yeah, and just an aside, most of the foods that I'm gonna show here are indigenous in origin, but
Mm-hmm.
have become known as Brazilian. But most of the traditional dishes in Brazil are a mixture of like indigenous origin, like
Mm-hmm.
fully indigenous origin, or a mix of indigenous and black origin, like
Mm-hmm.
African roots. And of course some European and Portuguese influence. So a lot of the dishes are like have multiple influences. But the ones in this page, the takaka and the white stuff besides the tucano, are fully indigenous in origin.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And the so there's I put an image of a jaguar and an anaconda, which we call sucuri. It's the indigenous word for the anaconda.
Mm-hmm.
And then the tucano, and then the fish over there is they in the Amazon they prepare fish in like banana plant leaves.
Oh, okay,
It's
yes, I've heard of this, yeah.
it's how they cook it, and it's very tasty. The meat is very soft. And the white stuff besides the tucano, it's called tapioca. It's how we eat tapioca. It's the cassava flour roasted and then cooked on like a hot surface.
Okay, yes.
And it's like it's hard to explain. It's kind of like gummy.
Like
But we
think of a tortilla, but more gummy like.
yeah,
Okay.
I
it's
think the
very
best way to
tasty,
describe it.
and you can eat it with anything. People eat it plain or with butter or with sweet or savory fillings. You can just throw anything on there and it will be great.
Okay, I see.
And
And
fun
then
fact, this was the region where Ford had built that city
Oh,
that I think
really?
Hassan saw a video about it, that like he just built an entire city there, and had the workers lived in the city, were paid by him, and could only use the money that were paid in the city, and he tried to forbid them to do everything that was culturally Brazilian and force them to be more culturally American, which didn't work.
yeah,
And now it's a
and
ghost town.
yeah. And the other picture of a city is Manaus, which is the capital of the state of the Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last picture of the little berries on the branch is the acai plant, which many Americans might know because the Americans now made it in fashion. It's now in fashion to eat acai bowls or whatever. But here in Brazil, there's multiple different ways of eating it. In the north, people eat acai, the fruit, with savory dishes. They don't put sugar in it. They make like a paste of acai and then eat with rice and beans and fish.
Okay, interesting. It's what's interesting is I've never tried it, but I know that it is more in
I don't
fashion, like
like it.
especially in smoothies and things like that. They like
Yeah.
using
I
them.
don't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it.
You don't like it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, in the southeast, people eat it more like the Americans do. Like they mix the fruit with sugar and then guarana syrup, and then like milk powder. People love putting milk
Anything you
powder
can
on
imagine.
everything here.
Anything you can
Yeah,
imagine is put in there.
yeah, milk
I'm not
powder and
joking.
then
I wish I was
condensed
joking.
milk, condensed milk, and then granola, and then whatever. That's what happens in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo. But in the north, where it's originally from, the indigenous way of eating it is savory food.
Okay, interesting. All right.
Okay, you can go to the next one.
Sure, no worries.
Okay, this is where I'm from. It's the Midwest, kind of. It's like the entire center west of Brazil, and it's where a lot of the cattle is raised, cattle that we eat internally and also that we export.
Mm-hmm.
And we are the biggest exporter of halal meat in the world.
Really,
Yeah.
So
halal.
if you're eating halal,
Yeah.
yes. So if you're eating halal meat, there is a 90% chance you're eating Brazilian meat. And it
Mm-hmm.
was one of the pressure points the Arab countries used against the Bolsonaro government to not move the embassy. They were like, if you do that, we're gonna stop buying. And if you stop
Mm-hmm.
buying, you lose most of your sales.
Yeah, of
And he
course.
didn't do it. But yeah, we are the
Yeah.
biggest exporter of halal meat in the world.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went to veterinary school, and in veterinary school in Brazil, we learn how to do the halal way of like
Slaughtering a cow.
slaughtering cow, not only cows but all animals, because
Mm.
and we have specific like slaughterhouses that are just for halal meat.
That's insane. In a
And
country that has like basically no Muslim people, like very, very few, that like
yeah,
you are
there's
learning these practices, you know?
yeah,
Yeah,
we
but
we
there's
have to learn because we have to like do it and also inspect the factories to ensure that they're doing it the right way.
Like somebody needs to sell halal meat, and we just like took that, and it became basically a monopoly on that.
Yeah, and I'd say I could talk about this a lot, but I'll keep it short. But most of our cattle is raised grazing on grass, just grass the entire year because of our climate.
That's
So
insane. Impressive,
it's also
actually.
higher. Yeah, it's also higher quality than like European and American meat. Most of it because the cattle can just like uh grow and walk in a lot of vast spaces and also eat a lot of grass the way that they're naturally built to work, right? And it's also very in demand from those cultures. The only difference is the our cattle. It's this is just a very small curiosity. Our cattle is a mix. Most of our cattle is a mix of Indian breeds and European breeds because pure European breeds can't handle the heat and also the insects, so a lot of the fat in our meat is mostly on the surface instead of like between the layers of muscle. So it's a meat that is not as fatty as like meat from European cattle, but it has more protein and it's healthier and it's, in my opinion, tastier. But yeah, I'm thinking of like, this is just a personal thing. I'm thinking of being like vegan, but it's still, I kind of as a Brazilian, I
It's
kind of like
difficult.
churrasco.
It's
Yeah,
not possible. It's not possible.
Yeah, I guess it's a.
I mean, you can try.
Like
Okay.
half of our um regional and foods contains some sort of animal product. So it's like
Yeah.
you can, but you're not gonna eat half of our food.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of sad. But yeah, so the first picture is the cerrado. It's similar to the savannah as a like kind of how
It
do I say,
looks a
ecosystem.
bit like the Karoo in South Africa, except the Karoo is a bit more dry, but the color system is like right there.
Yeah.
And
The
you
savannah.
yeah, interesting.
It's very similar in like climate and also vegetation. It has a natural cycle of like fires during the winter. A lot of the plants are very adapted to it, and the animals as well. And the soil is very deep, so the roots of the plants have to be very, very long. And like I said earlier, the soil in Brazil is very old, so it's very poor in nutrients. So it's kind of weird because a lot of the cattle is raised here, so we have to like people of course they deforestate a lot of the natural vegetation, and then they have to correct the soil a lot to plant grass for the cattle, and it's a lot
Yes.
of it. Yeah, it's a lot of the expense of raising cattle here is just correcting the soil because the soil is so old and so adapted to what's already there that it has almost no nutrients. You guys might be surprised with the Amazon. As a in the last slide, the soil in the Amazon is even poorer than the soil in the Cerrado. It's like almost no nutrients, and the only thing that sustains it is the dead plants that fall to the floor, and then
The
the
rain.
decomposition of those plants. Yeah, the
Yeah.
rain and the decomposition is what sustains it. But if you deforestate everything, it's gonna turn into a desert. Everything's gonna turn into a desert.
Wow, that's okay. Gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that's I
So
guess that's I mean that's a lot of the time when people hear about Brazil, they're hearing about the deforestation, you know? So, you know,
yeah, it's hard to like understand that the Amazon, as lush as it looks, the soil is just
not very
almost
nutrient
no
rich.
nutrients.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
So the second picture is from the Pantanal, which is in the very, very west of like it's close to Paraguay. It's right there, in the that region, and it's basically a floodland. A floodland of like a lot of water and water-based plants and animals like flamingos and other stuff, and also a lot of cattle is raised there on that picture on the bottom left.
Mm-hmm.
And the third picture on the top from left to right is a picture of uh Chapada dos Veadeiros, which is a place with a lot of plateaus here in the center of the country. It's very beautiful. There's a lot of waterfalls. It's not very known by people who are not from here, but if you guys ever travel to Brazil, I'd say that it's one of the most beautiful places in the country. One of, because there's a lot.
Yes, I mean,
And then
yeah,
and then the fourth picture is the capital, Brasilia. That's the National Congress.
Okay.
And then there's the Chamber of Deputies and then the Chamber of Senators. And it's weird like that because a lot of the architecture of our capital was done by Oscar Niemeyer, which is a world famous architect.
And the
He
entire
did a lot of
capital was built in like the 50s. So the capital is like 70 years old.
yeah.
And like the entire city was a planned city. So like the city didn't grow naturally. Like they chose where to put everything. And one of the reasons why the attack on our capital was way more damaging and was way bigger than what happened in the US is because the three powers, the three branches, is staying like one big place.
That's
It's like
so
they're all
silly.
very near to each other.
Yeah.
Like they're
Yeah.
all very near to each other. So like they invaded all three. So they were able to invade all three in the same day
Yeah.
and destroy a whole bunch of priceless art, destroy a whole bunch of gifts that some countries gave to us that are uh, incapable of being replaced. But like this,
And these were
the
the hogs,
issue there's
right?
like
The Brazilian hogs. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
the
the January.
hogs.
Yeah, the January 6th.
oh my, and there is a picture at
The
the end of this
bolsonaristas.
about the hogs. Oh my god, you people won't believe the things these hogs do. You think hogs in America are crazy? You guys have no idea.
Yeah. The hogs in America are light, like compared to the hogs in Brazil. Like
Think
it's
like
crazy.
a mix of hogs with the idea of the Florida man. That's a hog in
Yeah.
Brazil.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so yeah,
Yes.
Oscar Niemeyer did the entire city. So it's a very car-based city because it was in the 50s. So it's very hard to like walk around. You have to have a car, or otherwise you're gonna have a hard time finding sidewalks. It's kind of fucked, but I love it here, like because it's a great place because it it
You
has a
guys know
big
why
population.
the city is like this? Because the fucking president who built this freaking city loved cars. He didn't like
Yeah,
public transport. The reason
yeah,
why we don't have a train system that connects the entire freaking country is because that dumbass didn't like trains and liked cars. He
yeah.
loved
It's
cars.
fucked.
He
It's fucked
created
up.
like uh, um, carways, highways between in the country, around the country, because he just loved cars that much. He didn't like trains, and I hate him for it. Because we
Yeah.
could have such a cool train system, like goes through the mountains, the forest. You see some beautiful shit, and no, we have to have cars, and like it, it's so bad.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's
The
similar to
po-
Cape Town, you know. I mean, even though
yeah.
we do have a train system here, it's not good. Like it doesn't connect most things.
Yeah.
So you know. Anyway.
Yeah, the public transport in Brasilia is kind of shitty, but I'd say it's better than most cities in America that are not like Philadelphia or New York.
Do you have
Because
buses and trams and things like
yeah,
that?
yeah.
Okay.
Not trams, but we do have buses and in Brasilia specific, you have a kind of shitty metro. It's only one line.
I mean, look,
But
having a metro is still better than nothing, you know?
yeah. The buses are okay if you live like close to the center. It gets worse if you live farther away. But at least the buses work. They're there.
Kinda.
Yeah.
They would
I use a
kinda.
lot. Yeah, I use a lot of the public transport because I don't have a car, and it's like you gotta leave home an hour earlier than you have to if you have a car. It's basically that, you know. But
Mm.
I get you get used to it. But I do like the city. The only bad thing is that it gets very dry during the winter. It gets to like 20% humidity. It's kind of shitty, but it's fine.
Mm.
And it's if you like brutalism, it's a pretty city because there's a lot of the brutalist buildings that Oscar Niemeyer and others did, and also it's one of the greenest cities in the world. There's a lot of trees, a lot of grass, a lot of green. It's
Think
very
they
it's
had to do that because
yeah.
to compensate the lack of humidity and the heat. They just
Mm.
had to do something like that to compensate the heat. Because imagine like 45 degrees Celsius with 20% humidity.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
too much. Yeah, no,
Yeah, they did.
100%.
They built an entire artificial lake in the middle of the country, just to build this capital city right beside it.
Mm.
So there's a huge artificial lake that they kind of changed the course of a couple rivers to make, and then there's a lot of green, a lot of trees. So yeah, and then the picture with the
Just
horses on
fun
the
fact. I just want to add one fun fact about the capital that builds in the idea of how Brazilian politics is insane. There is a story that nobody knows if it's true that the president who built this capital, like he was doing a speech and like someone in the crown and he opened the crown for questions and some dude just asked him, hey, in the new constitution says that a new capital is going to be built, are you going to do that? And he was like, is that written in the constitution? It was. And he was like, sure, why not, let's build a new capital.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's the legend because like the construction of Brasilia was cited in like I think three different constitutions because we have like a lot of different constitutions throughout the year, but it only was
Six
built
in total.
in the 50s. Yeah.
Okay.
It's six constitutions in total
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
from
A country that updates their
1862 until now.
constitution a lot is like
It
that's
wasn't exactly updated.
okay. All right. Well, you
Yeah,
know.
Exactly
yeah. I
updated.
mean, the last one was an update, but the other ones kind of.
Yeah.
Was like
Okay.
a
Okay.
new dictator comes to power, makes the other one, cancels the other one, makes a new one to make them a dictator, and then they get deposed, and
Yeah.
we get a democratic one, and then the cycle continues.
Mm. Okay. I see.
Yeah. Okay, so the horses are a cultural manifestation of like a lot of people in the Goiás state. It's called cavalhada. It's like they dress up very nicely and then they ride around in their horses. It's kind of like I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of like a medieval
Mm.
mixed with other stuff sort of thing.
Mm.
And yeah, and then the foods in the middle are like pamonha, which is like they get corn and then they make like a corn paste sort of thing, and
Mm.
then they make it into this shape. There's a similar dish in
What is
Mexican
life like
culture. I
on
don't
Bitch
remember the
Island? I
name
don't
of
know.
it.
Ask your mom.
Mm.
Tamale, I think.
I have no idea.
It's
So you know, just
yeah.
put somebody in the chat will know.
I think it's similar to the tamale. It's just corn, and you can put other things in the corn. And
Mhm.
then the second one is rice with pequi, which is a fruit.
Mhm.
It's kind of like a sour flavor.
Kinda,
It's
no,
very
kinda
tasty.
is like showing it short. It's very sour.
Yeah, yeah. It's because I like sour. That's why I kind of undersell it. But
Okay,
yeah,
but
it's pretty
if
sour.
you say a little sour, that's probably like half the chat's probably white. They're gonna eat that and gonna like die. So, like,
True.
it's very
Yeah.
sour.
Yeah, and then it's I love it, but yeah. And then the third picture, it's called pitanga. It's like also a sour kind of fruit, and I love it. I used to have a tree of it in
Mm-hmm.
my house. It's very
It's very
tasty.
beautiful. Like I've never seen that
Yeah,
before. I can
I
imagine.
don't remember the full name in English, but in English they call it something something cherry, something like that.
Okay, I
Uh,
see.
but it's not at all a cherry. It's just a name.
Mm.
And then the other picture is the capital of the state of Mato Grosso. It's Campo Grande. And then the picture of the indigenous people below it. They're the Guarani Kaiowá. It's one of the indigenous peoples of the region. And then the animals are the maned wolf, which is very famous these days.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's that's the a deer that lives in the floodlands.
Mm-hmm.
And then the quachi, which is a little tiny cutie, has a long green tail, and they're very cute. When I was studying, I could like pet one, and they're so cute.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Okay, pretty sick. Should I
Okay.
move to the next?
And I'm
By the
seeing
way,
like
just
the rest of the Brazilians in the chat
Mm?
that didn't come to help. And they're just chirping in the chat. You should have come to help. It's two people for this entire country. It's too much. I see you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're kind of short on time. We
No, no,
can
no, no,
move
no, no,
on.
no. It's I just want to ask you guys, do you have to go anywhere? Because I think we're gonna take longer.
I have a I have a today. I don't have didn't have work today, so I'm like not doing anything
And what
today.
about you, Alex?
I have a thing that I need to do before like
We can go a bit faster through the other parts.
yeah.
Okay.
We don't need
But
to go
how much
through
time?
I
How much
still
time do you
have
have though? Just so I can have an estimate, because we'll probably go a
I
little bit
still
longer.
have maybe 1 hour and a half,
Okay,
something like
that's
that.
fine. No
It
worries.
shouldn't take that long, I think.
Okay, but no worries. But
Yeah,
don't feel like you have to rush, because Hassan is going live. I like this, and I actually need to go back through all my VODs, and every Monday I need to actually save these segments as highlights, because I want I love doing this, and this has been great. So you know
Okay.
so
Yeah,
yeah.
we try to just pick some highlights because there's just so much.
Yeah,
But
like
yeah.
it's
No
so
worries.
that's what I'm just saying that we can talk a little faster is because like it's so much and like all of
Yeah.
we're talking is like
We're kind of
not even
halfway.
like
We're kind of halfway.
yeah, and like we're not even scratching the surface of stuff
Okay.
because again it's like if it's so big and if you go from the southern part, the most southern part to the most northern part, you can if you take that distance you can go from Lisbon to Moscow.
Yeah. No, of course. It's yeah.
So like it's too much for two people.
No, of course, of course. Anyway, so let's see. So this is the
This is our
northeast.
Mm-hmm.
yes, this is like the region where that's the region where most of the xenophobia goes to from the
Mm.
other regions. And
Mm.
like it's a region that that is very dry. There's like it's very desert like, but it's also like so beautiful and the waters are so clear and so beautiful. And like that's where our salt production is. That's where most of the farms that were, and that is a region that is mostly composed. That is where the biggest amount of the black population is, because
Mm.
that's where the farms were. They used
Yeah,
slaves.
the sugarcane farms, and also some of the earlier cattle farms were there.
Mm.
And like
Because
the
that's
Dutch came
yeah.
and took that region for a couple of years, for like a decade, and just colonized that region for a decade while Portugal was in crisis, and that's a different story. And stole the sugar cane from here and took to the Caribbean. So as the Caribbean has sugar plantations, it's because of the Dutch stealing the sugar canes from us.
Huh.
And like so
Yeah.
there's a lot of a biggest mix of indigenous and Africa, African culture is there because of the way the population of the region was formed.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah, and uh, the highest percentage of the black population is there, and also that's one of the reasons that people in the rest of the country are very racist and xenophobic towards them. And another reason is also because they're one of the biggest like contingents of people that vote for Lula's party, because obviously that black people and people with less means and money will vote
Yes.
for the left.
Hmm.
So a lot of the contingent of leftists that vote for Lula and stuff is in the northeast of
Hmm.
Brazil. So yeah, and also a lot of the xenophobia is also because they have a lot of droughts. And also a lot of other historic reasons. They have less like economic power and money than the other regions.
Yes. Yeah.
And just
So
like an example of how the even when we are telling our own history, the way we talk, because like we usually talk about how our independence process was so peaceful
Mm.
because there were no major war, but that's not exactly true because there was a lot of battles in the northeast with some Portuguese loyalists, but we don't talk about it. Like if
Mm.
you're not from there, you basically don't talk about it.
Mm.
yeah.
So like we basically mentioned the northeast when we were studying history. We mentioned the plantations and like the disparity in the country.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of history there because it was also one of the earlier earlier places where the colonists landed.
And
There
it
Mm.
was
and
the first
also
capital was in the northeast.
yeah,
That's
the
where the
first
first
capital.
capital was.
Okay, I see. Okay.
But then they moved
Okay.
to Rio because of the gold rush that we had here, and the lines to bring the gold to the port would take too long, and there would be a lot of stealing, so they needed something closer, so they made Rio the capital.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the pictures. The
Mm-hmm.
first one is just to indicate the caatinga, which is the vegetation and climate, where it's kind of like it's not desert. It's like semi-arid.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very dry, and there's a lot of cacti and other stuff, but it's not yet a desert.
Mm.
But they have very like frequent droughts that last for years, and then there's a lot of cultural like books and movies that made by people from there that like talk a lot about how the drought affects the people, and there's a lot of like migration from there to the southern parts of the country because of the drought. There was one huge drought that affected the history of the country and stuff like that, but there's a lot of details about those stuff. So yeah. uh the second picture is from a very popular touristy destination. It's called Lençóis Maranhenses. It's just like stretches of about kilometers of like sand and crystalline water.
It's just
It's
stunning.
beautiful.
Yeah, and but
Yeah,
Like
it's sand and
the
no one can live here,
sand,
right? It's completely
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. People
it's
don't
too
live there,
impossible to live there, and you can
and
build things in sand, and like the sand is so soft that looks like salt.
Mm.
yeah,
Wow. Okay.
it
Like
looks like a
if you look from far away, it looks like mountains of salt surrounded by clear water. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it does. It does look like I mean yeah, it looks unreal. I've never seen this before in my
yeah.
life.
It's beautiful, and also a great place to travel to if as anyone visits Brazil. You can swim in the pools. From what I remember, it's not salt water. It's from the rains that sometimes fall and then it accumulates there.
Wow. Okay. Yeah,
Um,
I thought this would be coastal.
Just
no, it's
answering
not.
the question about the sandstorms, no, we don't have
Yeah.
sandstorms. The because of the way the thing is, where this part is and where the rest of the civilization lives, there is no sandstorms.
Yeah. So yeah, and then the third picture is the Tupinamba people. They're
Mm-hmm.
from the northeast. The fourth picture is from Fortaleza. It's one of the biggest tourist destinations as well. The beaches are beautiful. It's
Mm.
gorgeous. Almost all beaches in the northeast are awesome.
Mm.
I've traveled there a few times and it's just great. The picture on the middle left is from Salvador, the most famous city in the northeast.
Mm-hmm.
The one where Michael Jackson filmed the music video for "They Don't Talk About Us."
Okay, yes. No, yeah. I've heard of Salvador
Yeah,
before. I now realize I know.
yeah. The picture below it is the Pelourinho. It's the place where he did the video. The houses are all painted in different colors. It's very pretty.
Mm.
And it's very like there's a lot of hilly. There's a lot of hills, so you have to walk a lot. It's very nice.
Mm.
Uh okay. The two pictures on the far right, the middle one are the Baianas, which they're like a cultural manifestation. Or black people, they dress. It's because of the African origin religions like Yoruba, and then there's a lot of different religions. I'm not the best person to talk about it because I'm not from that culture.
Mm.
But they dress white and they do a lot of like cooking and dancing and a lot of the religious stuff. It's very cool. If you visit there, you'll probably see some of them.
Mm.
And then the bottom picture on the right, they're from a quilombo. The quilombo, just very quick, was like communities built from slaves that escaped.
Mm-hmm.
They built
Okay.
like communities called quilombos since the start kind of the when slaves were brought to Brazil, and a lot of them exist to this day. So there is a lot of culture about that as well. Black people from quilombos are called quilombolas, and they also
And
have
like
some
what they
legal.
did was basically like they would unite a group of them and then flee to a place in the usually like forest like place, which the Portuguese didn't know very well. They didn't as well, but like anywhere was better than where they were before, and would go and create like a small village and start spreading the word of that village existing and attracting other ones that were escaping, and they a lot of them started growing like that. And of course they were very attacked by the government of the colonizer at the time, and today they have different status today, but like that's how most of
Yeah,
them were formed.
Mm.
yeah, they have some legal protection similar to like indigenous people here. They have like they have the same like protections about their culture and the plants that they use and stuff. But like also the indigenous peoples, they're not very well enforced. But yeah,
Mm. Okay.
um the food right beside it, it's called acarajé. It's like a little like it's not a cake. It's like a thing that's made of fried bean. The beans, black beans are made into a paste and then it's fried like a little
Mm-hmm.
cake, but it's fried. And then they cut it and put in like shrimp and other stuff, and it's
Jason would
very
call it a
tasty.
cake, though. He's just a little meme. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's very tasty. It's very very nice. And
It's very good. Very good.
yeah, and
It's
they
something
put
that
in
is
a lot
very
of
good.
peppers.
Okay. It looks
Yes, so
delicious.
be careful. with
Yeah.
because it has a lot of pepper, and they do advise foreigners when they see foreigners eating. They do advise it has a lot of pepper.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the picture beside it, it's called carne de sol, sun meat. It's like the
It's a
it's
really
like a
dry meat. Like, think of a meat that is extremely dry, but like it's in a lot of salt as well. But it's actually
yeah,
very good. It sounds way better
it's
than it looks and tastes way better than it sounds.
yeah, it's like a brine. I something like that. Yeah, they put a lot of salt and then they dry it in the sun and then they cook it. It's very nice.
Okay.
And then the animals are the carcará, which features in some songs about the region. It's like a raptor bird. It's very very cute. A lot of the animals are not just from their region. Like the carcará is everywhere in Brazil, but it's culturally very specific from there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the don't remember the name
The central
of
one.
the middle, the
Armadillo,
central one
right?
in English. Yeah, armadillo. Yes, yes. The one that turns into a little ball.
Yes, yes,
It's
yeah.
really cute.
It is very cute.
It was the it was the mascot for the World Cup in Brazil.
Yes, yeah.
One of the mascots. It was
Yeah, one of the mascots.
it was the and then we had one of our felines as the one for the Olympics.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then the bird is the hyacinth. No, it's the other macaw. Oh my god, it's the one that it was extinct in Brazil. And then it could only be brought back because in Germany they were raising a few of those macaws,
Oh
and
my
then
gosh.
Germany had to like send back some macaws to Brazil. Yeah,
Back
they
the
speak
ones they
speaks macaw.
stole. Like, yeah, it's classic European stuff as well. Like they took the birds, grew the birds, and then like here are the birds back as a gesture of goodwill.
Yeah.
But in
And
this case, it
it's
was actually good that they did that because
Well, now
otherwise
they
we wouldn't
exist
have those.
again, you know?
Yeah, so it's like
yeah.
good things and bad things in the same story.
Yeah.
It's good that the birds
It,
do exist. It's bad that Germany stole them.
Yeah, of
yeah, it's
course.
the bird. It's the bird that was featured in the movie Rio. People probably saw it. I don't know. And they're trying to reintroduce the bird in the place where it was originally from, and it's going kind of okay. It was kind of shut down during the Bolsonaro government, but they're trying to
Classic.
put it going again. Yeah. So yeah, we can go to the next slide. This is the southeast, and
Mm-hmm.
That's my
Rafael
home.
lives there.
That
Yeah.
I lived there most of my life, and this is where most people know. Like this is
Yes.
the regions most people know. That's where Rio is, and that's where São Paulo is, which is the richest city and a shitty city, if I may say so myself. There's a big beef inside the country between Rio and São Paulo, about which city is better. And if you like a city that is all cars, no green, the air smells like pollution, you will like São Paulo. And you like rich people, they're very annoying, you will like São Paulo.
This is the perspective
And
of a carioca, someone from Rio.
yes, born and raised in Rio. And like this is where some of our crazy hogs come from,
Mm-hmm.
and this is where Bolsonaro is from. Um,
Interesting that your
and
hogs are
his family, by the
come from
way,
the city and not from rural areas.
Yeah,
no,
no,
they
the
are
hogs.
city people. They're
There's
city
two
people.
types. Yeah, there's two types of hogs. The three types. The city hogs, the evangelical hogs, and the agricultural hogs.
The agro hogs, the agriculture one, they are not crazy. They're just evil.
Yeah,
The evangelicals are crazy and evil, and the city hogs are just crazy,
yeah. It's kind of like that.
basically. And like
Okay.
Rio is like everyone says, Florida's crazy, Florida this, Florida that. Florida's nothing. Rio, compared to like how crazy Rio is, like
Yeah.
genuinely, there's stuff that that people say, oh my God, this happened in Florida. I'm like, yeah, that's a Tuesday.
In Rio. Okay.
Yeah, like anecdotal example. Like I was going to college once. I was in the bus going to college, and there was like a big police operation happening on somewhere, and like people and the police like with full of weapons and stuff, a helicopter going, and like nobody in the bus looked to the side. Was just normal day life.
Yeah.
And
Earlier
like
this year,
people talk
I
about, and just one more thing, like people talk about
yeah yeah
police in
yeah.
the US, like police in Rio walk with assault rifles in the street,
Mm-hmm.
in the cars. They walk with assault rifles. And that's not an exaggeration. It's a literal and for the
Mm-hmm.
assault rifles, pistols, and the other thing that they use to beat people. So like yeah,
Batons, yeah.
like
Yeah,
yes, the
batons.
police in the US is crazy, but they are not walking with assault rifles.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. That's the military police because we have the civil police and then the military police is a whole thing. It's fucked up. The military police should not exist, but we don't have time to get into that. But
It's
yeah,
like the
they
Yeah,
gendarmes
kill.
in
I was just
France.
mentioning.
Gendarmes in France are like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
when
just
they were
mentioning it because
mm,
it's a big part of how the southeast is. Like the southeast is the big center of the country, so that's why I was mentioning that because people that's the
Yeah,
place
yeah.
people visit the most, and they will see that.
mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And like
the sorry, you can finish.
no, you can go. I can talk about this all day. So like you can
Yeah,
go.
I was just gonna say that Brazil's police actually kills the most citizens in the world. It's the police that kills the most citizens in the world, way
Wow.
more than the U.S. There's not a comparison to the U.S. It's so much more that it's unimaginable. Every day
And
the
you've
the
got a
police in Rio
smaller
de Janeiro.
population than the US as well, like by 100
Yeah,
million people.
Yeah.
yeah. Every
So
day the
like it's
police in Rio
crazy.
de Janeiro kills people. Every single day.
Yes. There
Gosh.
was a statistic that I think it was in 2018, might have been 2017. That more people died in Rio that in comparison that in the war in Syria
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
in 1 year. So like yeah, and but apart from that, as everyone knows, because it's very like well talked, Rio is very beautiful. It's a very beautiful city,
Yes.
and it's the gringo capital. That's where everyone goes. And if you go and your vibes are fucked, you will not be in a good place.
Yeah.
And like you will pay the gringo tax, everyone.
Yes.
Everyone
Yeah.
in the corner will pay the gringo tax. But if you do say that we speak Spanish, you will pay the gringo tax plus two,
Mm.
and
Yeah.
you will be marked. Like
The
and if you
yeah,
have a
it's
U.S. passport, you can
wild.
do basically whatever you want.
Yeah.
Police won't do shit to you if you have a U.S. passport
Insane, yeah.
Yeah.
because
Catering.
they are just very afraid of the United States. So like if that's why a couple years ago, I don't know if it's still happening, but a couple years ago a lot of black people from the US was coming to South America, especially to Brazil, and be like, wow, things are so good here, and like there is not that much racism here.
Everyone's being
And
so nice
for
to
us,
me.
we were like,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's just
everyone's
because
being
you're
so
American.
nice.
Yeah.
The police is not targeting me like they do in the US. And we from Brazil are like, sweetie, look at your passport.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
So
black
like
people from here. suffer a lot from in the hands of the police and also the entire society, of course.
Mm.
And like
But
and the southeast is like 4 states. There's actually three because the fourth state nobody remembers it exists. And if you ask most people who live in the southeast what happens in that fourth state, nobody knows. Like we were
yeah,
talking um about the U.S. states. I forgot the name of the state last week, and like think that, but even less known. That's the fourth state in the southeast.
yeah,
Like
it's called
nobody cares,
Espírito
nobody
Santo.
knows. Yeah, nobody cares, nobody knows what happens there. Like
Yeah.
it just exists.
Yeah, a little anecdote from the Gringo tax. I go to Rio de Janeiro every year because my mother's family is from there. And there's at the start of this year, I was walking in the like, Copacabana, the sidewalk, the big famous sidewalk of Copacabana, and then I wanted to buy a churros, churros. And I asked the guy, hey, how much is this for churros? And he looked at me because I'm white, and
Mm-hmm.
he was like, it's 10 reais. And I was like, bro, I only have 5. And he was like, okay, I'll sell you for 5 because you're Brazilian. And I was like, thanks, bro.
The gringo
It,
Yeah.
tax is
yeah,
and like
the gringos will have to pay at least 2x the price for everything, and they don't know about it, but it's very real.
and I have two fun facts about the southeast, more specifically to Rio. One is a French thing, and the other one is another thing. Like the French thing is there is a big amount of pigeons in Rio because the government wanted to make Rio look more like Paris, so they imported a bunch of
Yeah.
pigeons from Paris,
What?
threw in the country, and like they just grew, and
Yes,
like now they're
pigeons just
annoying,
multiply.
and they multiply like rats, and there's no predator, so there's just like more. That's probably like as many pigeons that there's people in the city. And the other funny thing is that Rio had the 100 years ago had a anti-vax revolt, the
Mm-hmm.
first in the world. So
Oh my god.
trailblazing.
Yeah, trailblazing on the anti-vax movement. But it was because people were afraid because the government was trying to force the vaccine by police force.
Mm.
So that's why people revolted back then.
Yeah, it
Like
wasn't because of
and like
like
the
some
vaccine is not
stupid
like
British guy,
and
Yeah,
the
it
made
vaccine
wasn't
is
a
it wasn't
wanted to
because
sell
yeah.
a different
yeah.
vaccine, you know?
Yeah.
And like the vaccine is not what it was, what it is today. Like to apply a vaccine at that point, you
It
needed to
hurt a
cut
lot.
part of your skin. Like you
Mm.
needed to cut part of your skin and then drop some drops of the vaccine on the skin.
Mm.
Like it was something that was painful, something that was new, and it was something the government was doing to a bunch of poor people as well, who the government just evicted from their homes 2 years before that. So they're like, wait, you're evicted from our home, and now you're forcing us to do this thing that we don't know how it works?
Mm.
And that's why they
Yeah.
revolted. But it's still funny the fact that it was a anti-vaccine revolt.
I mean, that's far
And
more justified than like nowadays, you know what I mean? Where it's, but yeah, like it's still, you know,
it,
you could
it's
claim
kind
it.
of
You
it
you
is
invented the plane.
justified, but it is kind of a meme.
You invented the plane, and
Yeah.
It's
you
kind of a
invented anti-vax. Okay, there we go. Two feathers
Yeah.
in
yeah.
Brazil's cap.
It's a meme, but it is like it's a meme, but it is justify what happened.
Mm.
And like here in the pictures, besides the you have some of our forests which was basically destroyed, that the
Yeah,
Portuguese started
the
destroying and we continue
Mata
destroying.
Atlântica.
And yes, and there is like 5% left
Gosh.
of everything that was there. You have
Yeah.
We have the biggest pride parade in the world
Oh
Yeah, the
and the
Pride
biggest
Parade.
carnival parade in the world. So
Yeah, the Pride Parade in São Paulo gets like 3 to 4 million people each year. This year, I think it was 3.5 million people. It's the biggest in the world, and a lot of people go. And it started very small in 1997, but these days it's fucking huge.
Yeah, 1907.
And, like,
Insane.
a lot of
Okay.
and like a lot of those corporations were like doing, especially like the ones that like the Disneys and stuff, who likes like doing June, like putting the rainbow and pretending they're woke and whatever. They send actors and stuff to promote their shows to the Pride Parade to try to be like, see, we like gay people. Forget what we do the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like
interesting.
classic.
And then the other pictures are on the top, very top, right is a view of São Paulo, like there's a bridge there. And then in the middle right is the
And that
Carnaval.
and another thing about São Paulo, São Paulo has one river that is
Yeah.
so dirty, but so dirty
You're gonna
that
hate
the
on more
only
on Sao
thing that
Paulo,
river,
okay?
yes,
Yeah.
and the only thing that river is known for is for being dirty. That's literally
Yeah.
the only thing, and that river freaking smells like crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna
It's
be. I do. I do have more smoke for São Paulo than Portugal.
yeah. People from Rio hate São Paulo. I wouldn't live in São Paulo because the rent is fucked up, and also there's a lot of pollution and a lot of people. But all concerts only happen in São Paulo. It's fucked. It's fucked. It's mostly São Paulo and Rio that get any concerts or people or like conventions at all. And then you have to travel there to go to anything. It's horrible. But yeah, São Paulo. I mean, there's people that love it and there's people that hate it. But it. I think the
There's
GDP of
worse
São
places in the
Paulo
world.
the GDP of São Paulo is it's bigger than most than a lot of countries because almost all of the richest people in Brazil live in São Paulo, and also it has the highest amount of helicopters in the world as well.
Random fact. Okay,
Yeah,
The
because the
rich
interesting.
rich
people.
people don't like driving because like São Paulo has so many people.
Wait, for
Like Rio
transport.
has
Oh my
10
god.
million.
Yeah, for
Yes, people.
personal transport.
Rio has 10 million people in the city. Has 10 million people. São Paulo has 13 million people or 14 million people, and like there's a lot of traffic. So the people who are the rich people, the rich bourgeoisie is like, I ain't sitting on traffic and travel via helicopter.
Wow.
Yeah.
Basically Ubercopter, as somebody
Yeah.
mentioned.
Yeah, Danny Penguin.
Yeah.
Danny, I didn't actually know you were Brazilian. Maybe you told me once, but I forgot. Danny Penguin's been
And
around
also,
for a while.
I don't remember if
And for
São
the person
Paulo is
who asked
the.
what we like about Minas, which is the other state, no, you guys are cool. You guys are you guys are cool. You guys are not
Yeah,
São Paulo. You guys are cool.
the picture in the middle left is from Ouro Preto, which is a city in Minas Gerais. There's a lot of deep history of Brazil there about the getting gold and the gold rush, but it's a lot to get into. I just put the picture there because we're both not from there, but yeah, there's a lot of history there.
Okay.
And I think we can for time
Yeah,
because I
just
know they.
yeah,
We can
just
talk about
to
the southeast and then just talk about some memes that we brought.
Okay, no worries.
That are very good.
Okay, should I go
but
next?
no, but
Okay, hold
wait,
on.
but we should just
Well, I
talk
do.
about
Yes, there's one thing you do definitely need to talk about, and it's definitely about. I mean, this is a classic. We have to talk about this. You know.
Yeah,
That's
we still have
picture of
to.
the Pride Parade.
Well, the
that we
Pride
were
Parade, but
mentioning.
also, let me just ask. I mean, because this is just very important, especially for trans
Mãe, ainda
people.
não terminou.
People in this community, like, should we just quickly ask about like trans rights?
We can jump to that. We have a thing about that.
Oh, you have a slide about it?
I'm gonna
bom.
let them. Yeah, I'm gonna let them talk more about it because I don't
Tá
know
bom,
much.
tá bom.
Yeah.
Tá bom.
We
Tchau.
can jump to that. We don't.
No worries, you don't have to rush. We can still. Is there anything else you want to say
Tá
about
bom,
the slide?
tchau.
We'll reach there. We'll reach it. Okay.
No, I
Yeah,
think the only thing that I was going to, that was left about the feijoada I talked last week when we were talking about the Portuguese when the dude was talking about the Portuguese cuisine.
Yeah, you got upset about that video saying it was Portuguese.
I did get upset about that.
Yeah,
Like the Portuguese
yeah,
people in a lot of things, not that.
and Yeah, in this slide, there's only like the carnival picture, and then there's like the lanterns are from the Japanese neighborhood in São Paulo, but we can skip to the next slide.
Okay, no worries. So we don't have to. You don't have to rush too much, but you know what I mean. You take control. Oh my god, this is so German. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's the South.
That's what I mean.
A lot of European migration.
And a lot of racism.
Yeah. Yeah, and we don't have a lot of time, but it's just like the planes and then European immigration, and
One thing
it's
about it that I think it's important to mention, that's been having a crime crisis there this last few months, with a lot of floods that displaced a lot of people. A lot of people died, so that's something important to mention. And another important thing to mention, the United States government did a donation to try helping, and they've been giving billions of dollars to Israel. Do you want to guess how much money they sent to help the people from the flood?
What, $100,000?
Exactly $100,000.
Yeah, okay, it's not. Yeah, makes sense, dude.
Less than there is less than YouTubers. There's
Yeah.
YouTubers and streamers who gave more money than them.
Yeah, makes sense, dude.
and then yeah, and then there's those indigenous people are the Kaigang, and yeah, there's the Gauchos, which also live in Argentina, and there's a lot there. It's a lot of churrasco, like meat on the roasting on coal, and it's very plain. A lot of the planes are there, and yeah, we can go to the next slide.
Okay, all right. Okay.
That's we don't have a lot of time to go too deep into this, but I if I can, I will just go through this very quick so
No,
we
go
can
for
get
it.
to
Go
the
for it. Go for it.
queer rights. So this is the military dictatorship that went from 64 to 85. It went for a
And
long time.
technically to 88, and technically 89 if you count the fact
Yeah.
that on 85 there was a indirect election that put a
Yes.
civil person in power, but that person was chosen by the military. So, and the only actual election that we had was 89. And the thing is, like, this dictatorship was was classic US sponsored, but
Yeah.
the thing what the US did on this one, they were like, they helped with the logistics of the coup, and then they sent a warship to the coast of Rio, which was not the capital anymore, but was still an important city. Send a they called it Operation Brother Sam. They sent a warship to Rio and put the warship there, and and kind of like a threat of like the coup either happens or we bomb Rio.
Gosh.
But officially, they're like, no, the warship just went there to put some refuel and then continue its mission. The mission was going to
Wow.
South America and coming back to the US. Don't see anything weird here.
Wow.
The warship literally came down, stayed in Rio for like 3 days, and came back.
Yeah. So there was a lot of anti-communist sentiments, and then the U.S., of course, as they did in a lot of South American countries, they helped the military to take power. They deposed the previous president that they said was a communist, but he wasn't really a communist. He just wanted to do some like state.
He said
Yeah.
the worst words you could say. He said he wanted to do agricultural reform, economical reform,
Yes.
electoral reform.
Yes.
And before he took power, the president, he was VP, he was vice president, and then became president because the previous president was a weirdo, and we don't have time to talk about how weird that dude was.
Yeah.
But he's like he was president for 8 months, said no more, left, and because he thought he was so popular that people would ask him to come back as a dictator, nobody cared. He
Yeah.
renounced. But he was so sure that people would ask him to come back, he sent his vice president the dude who was deposed by the militaries, to China to do some diplomatic mission. He sent that dude to China. Then he renounced because he thought it was way too popular than he actually was. Nobody cared, and everyone the next day after he renounced, everyone was like, okay, he renounced. What we do now? The VP, new elections. Like nobody cared, and they didn't want the VP to take power, so they created like a parliamentary system that lasted 2 years. Nobody likes the parliamentary system, so we voted to come back to the presidential system. The VP assumed as a president. Next year, he was deposed by the military. He
Yeah.
was president for actually a year.
Yeah. So the military repressed and murdered and killed a lot of people and also exiled a lot of people, tortured a lot of people. They were taught to torture a lot of people by the CIA and also who? Israel, of course.
Yes, classic.
They
There we
they
go.
yeah, they learned a
And
lot of torture methods from the Israeli army and also from the CIA. They hunt a lot
Dilma,
of communists.
who was our president between 2012 and 2016, was tortured by the military because she was part of a leftist communist guerrilla who was fighting the military dictatorship, and she
Yeah,
didn't crack. They
Dilma
tortured her for a
Rousseff
month,
was tortured.
and she did not crack.
Wow.
Yeah.
They did not took any information from her, by the way.
Yeah, and
Month of
Bolsonaro teased her about her torture. He literally said that they should have tortured her more or
he
something like
no
that. Yeah.
he honored when they were voting to remove her from power to impeach her. He dedicated his vote to the dude who tortured
Oh
her
yeah, yeah,
for a
yeah,
month.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It was fucked up. It's horrible, horrible.
And
But
there is
yeah,
a very famous picture of the dictatorship that we didn't bring, of course, because it's TOS. There was a dude a journalist they killed, and they tried to say that he committed suicide, but like another journalist was able to get there and took a picture, and the dude was, and I mean this in the most literal sense I can, was in his knees with the rope. So there is absolutely no way, like how can someone commit suicide with a on his knees with a rope
Yeah.
on the floor?
yeah,
So like that was a very famous picture that, like, when it was brought to light, like it helped a lot of the anti-dictator movement. It became like a symbol, and to this day, nobody was prosecuted because of something that they're gonna talk about in a little bit.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it was the amnesty law. The amnesty law basically was like, we forgive everyone, including the military and also the communists. So no one is gonna be blamed for any crime anymore. Let's just move on and forget about it. So no one was arrested. Like the military was not arrested for their crimes and their torturing. The communists were not arrested anymore because they were already being killed and tortured and arrested. Were like supposed like terrorist acts and stuff.
And like what
So
they
yeah,
did was they 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 knew they wouldn't be able to keep the political prisoners, and they could see the writing on the wall that they were going to have to do the transition of power, and they could see what happened in other countries who transitioned from a military dictatorship to a democratic one where the military was just prosecuted and got to jail and all of that. So they're like, yeah, we are going to give amnesty to every political prisoner, also to us.
Yeah.
And
so let's
one
not
of the
talk about it
biggest
anymore.
gangs, and
Yeah.
one of the biggest gangs in Rio was formed because of the political prisoners who were put next to common prisoners, and the common prisoners learned a lot of things about with the political prisoners and left and formed one of the biggest gangs in Rio.
Yeah,
Wow. Still, and it's still around to this day, that gang.
yeah,
Yes, they're still very powerful.
yeah,
And And the military chose the person who would be the first civil president after the military dictatorship, because because they tried to keep a sense of democracy. Like they had two parties, like they had an opposition party who was just like very fake, and they had like five dictators who would call themselves presidents, and there was like a transition, there was fake elections, and like so they tried to keep pretend there was democratic, and like they chose a guy who was part of the military party who moved to the opposition and just before he got elected, and the most of the people who were part of the military party and the fake opposition party stayed in having political careers until they retired.
Yeah.
So like
And to
the
this day,
transition was non-existent.
and to this day, our Secret Service has still the same military that was there when we were in the dictatorship. Like, our Secret Service is basically the same people that were running things around during the military dictatorship. They were never fired. The thing was never restructured. It's kind of fucked up. But
Yeah.
yeah, we can move on because we could
Oh,
keep
just one
talking
more
about
thing that
this.
I yeah,
Yeah.
just one
One more
more thing
thing.
that I wanted to talk about. Um, Mr. Fidel Castro was received a medal from João Goulart in the 1960s before he was deposed. This was one of the reasons why they hated him, is because he was like, no, Fidel is very nice. Fidel is very cool.
Yeah.
He invited Fidel to Rio, to Brasilia, I mean, and put a medal on Fidel Castro's chest.
Yeah.
Okay.
These next slides are some of the ones that I put in. So I will just say very quick because we have not a lot of time. So yeah, this is about the art during the military dictatorship because they did a lot of censorship. They didn't want anyone causing any dissension, so they had the Department of Political and Social Order that would like censor art and hunt down people that did anything remotely leftist in their speech and stuff like
But
that.
these
So they
people were brilliant because they were able to, like, there is a lot of very revolutionary and a lot of like anti-military songs and books and stuff that they just like put it in the subtext. Like,
Yeah.
as one of the people there, like one song that is literally like saying, even though you exist, tomorrow is going to be another day.
Yeah.
The people from the freaking censorship department thought they were talking about a loved one that dumps them and let the
Yeah.
song pass
Wow.
So
because
Okay.
the
media
yeah.
literacy was dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, the album arts on the right are from Chico Buarque. He did a lot of those subtext music. He's very well known. I would recommend people listening to a lot of Brazilian music like Chico Buarque, and the other one is Milton Gilberto Gil, and then Raul Seixas. With yeah, I could afterwards put together a little playlist and put it on the Discord.
Sure. I'm
But
sure
yeah.
people would
Most
love
of these
that.
songs are in Spotify, and they have been preserved really well. And Spotify
Yeah.
has most of those songs of that time in their in in there, and they're pretty good, well recorded for a song that's like over 50 years old.
Yeah. And then the two movie posters are from I'm not trying to remember. Wait. I'm trying to remember the name. Glauber
Like
Rocha. Yes.
Magrela,
Glauber
the
Rocha is one of the most famous directors in Brazil. He did a lot of incredible movies. The one at the top with the red is called O Diabo. Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol is from '64, and then the one under it is called Terra em Transe. It's from the '70s, in the middle of the dictatorship, and it's about the dictatorship. And he wasn't one of the people that were exiled. Um, most of the people that were exiled, the artists, were exiled to Europe, and they could only run away because they had some money, because the people that didn't have any money couldn't run away, or they ran away to other countries in Latin America.
Mm.
So yeah. And then the stuff in the middle, the top
But
one is
the thing about just in terms of running for other countries in Latin America, didn't really work for them because the U.S. sponsored like alliance between the dictatorships that basically like if the
yeah,
Brazilian
yeah.
government found someone that is from Argentina or Colombia or Chile that escaped to here,
Mm.
they would send back to Chile. Same for Chile, same for Argentina,
Mm.
same for every single dictatorship from the 60s and 70s. They basically would trade the 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 exiles. Um, that was something that the U.S. put in place, and because like they called that all those artists were communist and all of that thing that the U.S. loves doing. So like a lot of people tried escaping and weren't able to because you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last thing on this slide that I'll talk about is that on the black population side of things,
Mm.
in the 70s they were starting to have like funk and soul balls, like, so the DJs would play funk and soul hits, people would dance, and the thing was, it was a bit subversive, not only because the police considered it subversive, not only because they were black young people, all gathering together in under one roof having fun, but also because during those balls they would have political discussions and talk about leftism and talk about
Mm.
um, fighting against the repression. So there were a lot of police raids on these balls, and
Mm.
they would like forcibly question the people and ask them what they were doing there and stuff like that. And there's a beautiful book about it. It's in Portuguese, but I'll try to find it some article in English about
And
it
if
because
you
it's
look
very
like, and if you look for the
interesting.
Mm.
um all the funk from that era, you will see that they're like very talking about a lot of social issues and very like
Yeah,
communist leaning, and
That's sick.
because it was
Yeah.
the genre was formed in the periphery by black poor people, like um you can see of them talking about police brutality. There's literally one that says like how that person is not gonna like their family is gonna dine alone because he's not coming home that day
Mm.
because he
yeah,
was killed by the police because of nothing. Like talk about police brutality and a lot of things and how the genre is suppressed. So you can see a lot of that in the beginning of the genre, which of course evolved, changed as all music does,
yeah.
but there is a lot of artistic fighting back at that time.
Mm.
Yeah, Brazilian funk was born out of funk and soul balls, you know.
Mm.
So Brazilian funk has a very heavily political history, as much as like people here in other places think that it's mostly about having fun, but no, it has a very deep political history.
Mm.
But yeah, we can get to the next slide.
Mhm.
Um, okay. The next slide is just very quickly. After the dictatorship, we had a new constitution made in 1988. This new constitution is incredible. Like in many ways, it's very modern, but also in many ways, it's a bit uh, even if it's very recent, it has to be updated somewhat. But
Mm.
yeah, it has a 250 articles. It's kind of inspired in French law in some ways.
Mhm.
And it gave us universal healthcare. It's completely free. I'll
Wow.
talk about it.
Mhm.
Yeah, in the next slide. It's like you don't
And
have
universal,
you don't
like
even
constitution gave the universal healthcare, a universal education system
yeah
that has two tiers. There's the state tier and the federal tier, and they're very different in how they work. And it also like there is written in the constitution that you need to have a good relationship with the rest of the countries in South America. It's
Yeah.
literally written in the Constitution.
Huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
because let's be honest. A lot of is written in this constitution. Like there's stuff about healthcare. There's stuff about the state having to provide education for all for free. There's stuff about land reform. There's stuff talking about if you don't use your land in the way that it's supposed to be used, like if, let's say rural land outside of cities. If you don't use your land to like plant or stuff, if you just let it like sit there as like speculation, the government has the right to take your land away from you and redistribute it to
Wow,
other
okay.
people.
That's pretty
Yeah,
sick.
it's
There
in the
is land, yeah.
constitution.
You have land back. They don't use it, of course, but
Yes.
because
Yeah, but it's
capitalist
there.
system,
It's in the
but it is
constitution.
there.
Mm.
Like, that's why this constitution is very progressive in a lot of ways. It's not used because you had at that point in once the Constitutional Assembly was formed, the more communist and more leftist parties were able to get in the room, and because they were in the room, they were able to bring forth things and put things written in law.
Mm.
Yeah.
And that's what it's
So
important. You need to get there and put those things into the Constitution, and then apply those things. And that's one of the biggest L's on Lula's side, is that he doesn't do this kind of thing that he could do, but he doesn't, because he
yeah.
wants to be more central, more center.
Mm.
Yeah. So there's also indigenous rights in the constitution, a lot of fundamental protections and rights. It's an incredible constitution that doesn't get put into practice much, and people keep trying to do constitutional amendments to make it worse.
Mm.
But that's a
For
story
example,
for another day.
they wanted one thing. For example, they wanted to allow people to have guns, and the only people who are allowed to have guns in Brazil are um some people from that are high in the judicial system because of the threat to their lives,
Mm.
and a couple of other people who are in positions which their lives are threatened every day, which makes sense the way that is written there. Everyone else, it's forbidden. They wanted to make an amendment to make everyone be able to have guns.
Yeah.
It didn't pass. It didn't
Yeah.
pass.
Thank
I wonder
God.
who was
But
funding
yeah,
that. Anyway.
yeah. And the
The
other picture,
now not existent party that Bolsonaro was from, because the party doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, they tried. They were not able to do it.
Mm.
yeah, and the other picture is just to show that people were able to get in the room. Indigenous people were present at the Constitutional Assembly. A
Mm.
lot of people from all different parts of the society were there and trying to make sure their rights were put into writing. And yeah, and just another curiosity about the land reform. We have the MST, which is the Movement of People Without Land, that they do everything to put in practice what's in the constitution. They invade like land that it's not being used for anything, like huge swaths of land that it's just sitting there, and they invade it. They make sure to put down some roots, and then they grow food, and they sell that food for very cheap, and they give that food for free for poor people.
Oh
It's an
wow.
awesome movement.
That is sick,
It's
yeah.
one.
Which the government and the landowners don't like very much, so they
Yeah, they
I'm
repress
hate
sure.
them.
them, of course.
And
Okay.
you have the same movement, but in the cities, where they
Yeah.
go to those places where those like apartments and
Abandoned
stuff were
buildings.
they're just
Yes.
abandoned and waiting for development and to get it more expensive and take them and start giving to people who don't have a place to live, which the government also doesn't like because
Yeah.
uh, rent control and this kind of thing is not very liked by the capitalists.
Mm.
Yeah. We have a lot of awesome social movements. But yeah, we can move on to the next slide.
Okay.
This is just very quick. This is just like right after the Constitution. They were trying to build a huge a hydropower plant.
Hydroelectric, yeah, dam or whatever.
Yeah, hydroelectric plant, and there was heavy opposition against it from indigenous people that lived in the region. And of course, they ended up building it anyway. It's the fifth biggest in the world. It's huge, and it's just to say that like Brazil has
And
so
fun
many
fact
rivers.
about it,
Yeah.
most of the energy that Paraguay has is from that.
Ah,
Because
okay.
it stays in the frontier between Paraguay and Brazil, and like Paraguay paid for part of it, Brazil paid for part of it, and they kind of build it together. And but Brazil has uses the most, paid for the most, and controls most of it. But most of the energy that Paraguay has is from that.
Yeah, no, that one is Itaipu. This one from the slide is Belo Monte. But yeah, they're both huge.
Okay.
But yeah, this is just a very famous picture of an indigenous woman threatening the big guy from the construction company because her people did not want, because the construction of these power plants absolutely ruins the region around it. Like it floods a lot of places, and they live off the rivers, so it kind of sucks for like
Something similar
environmental
happened a
purposes.
couple years ago. And a couple years ago, something similar happened when China wanted to build like a big railroad that went from the southeast of Brazil until like the other part of the continent, and it would go through some indigenous lands. And indigenous people like, hell no, you're not gonna do that, and they never end up
Yeah.
building it.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
it's a very present fight to this day. Indigenous people fighting against people that hunt for uh gold and silver and other minerals, and also people that want to build like those plants. And it's a constant back and forth of like powers, and the government doesn't really help indigenous people as much as they should. So yeah, let's go to the next one.
It's very, it depends a lot of who's in power, if they help or if they
Yeah.
don't help. And the case of what China tried to do, and that the government at that point was like, okay, and didn't go through the project. If it was someone else in
Yeah.
power, it might have gone through the process. So they are very like dependent on the
Who's in
protections they
power?
have, are very like who's in power, which shouldn't be like that, but it ends up being like that.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So
just we don't have to talk about this. It's just to say that most of our energy is from hydroelectric power.
that's
It's
sick.
almost all, yeah, 60% is hydro. And then we use a lot of our wind and solar are growing tremendously, and it's yeah, more than 50% of our energy is renewable. So yeah.
Wow,
So
that is pretty sick.
yeah.
Okay.
So next slide. This is about our health system. I'll talk about it very fast because I want to get to the queer rights thing. But yeah, it's the largest government-run public health system in the world by number of beneficiaries, because everyone uses it, because the health system is not only for like medicine and surgeries and like doctors. It's also for like
Everything,
yeah,
medications, everything.
sanitation, immunization, epidemiology research, also for
Tests,
like
you can do everything.
sanitary fiscalization. It involves everything related to health. So everyone in Brazil uses it in
And not even
one
that,
way or the
like
other.
you don't need to be a citizen. You can be a foreigner, go and still use it.
That's amazing.
And the problems you have is the defunding. It doesn't have
Yeah.
enough funding, so things sometimes takes too long, or it's better or faster to do private because of the defunding done by the more right-wing governments. And another example, like every child in Brazil can't get vaccination for free and
Yeah.
get
All of
vaccinated
them
for
are
free.
finished.
The plan-looking little thing there is a mascot of the universal healthcare, which is a drop of a vaccine, the polio vaccine,
Yeah.
that every child has, and we haven't had until recently. Brazil was literally hadn't had a case of polio in like 80 years.
Wow. Yeah,
We
that's a
had
long
one
time.
recently because of the anti-vaxxer movement
Mm.
that didn't vaccinate, that tries to avoid vaccination. So polio came
Yeah.
back, and yellow fever, which was another big problem, was basically eradicated in the country as well because of
Yeah.
the way the vaccination works, which is obligatory, free, and
Yeah.
everyone
If you
can do it and
wanna
has to do it.
Yeah, if you wanna get your kid in a public school, they have to be vaccinated.
Yes,
They
it's the
don't
same
let kids
here.
get into school if they're not vaccinated. And
I'm pretty
yeah,
sure.
our public health care gives people free meds for almost everything, like insulin, expensive medication for almost any diseases, blood
HIV
pressure
medication,
meds,
AIDS
yeah, HIV
medication.
medication. There, I put in a little picture of the PrEP mascot because we have a PrEP mascot because the government gives out free PrEP for anyone that needs it. It's like a
Wow.
pre-exposure for HIV.
Mm.
Gives
Our
condoms for
HIV,
free as
our
well.
we were one
The
of we were one of the first countries that like actually did a great project for defeating HIV, and and the government insisted on people using condoms from the start, and it was for everyone, so it wasn't just like focused necessarily on people.
Mm.
And
So yeah, so
another thing that is another like generics, like the medications, like one of the big reasons we have generics in the world is because of Brazil, because when they were making the intellectual property agreements in the 90s, Brazil fought very hard for generics to
Wow.
be something that was allowed, because that was how they were able to, a lot of people here were able to get medication because the generics are just way cheaper.
Mm.
US
yeah,
wasn't very happy with that. They
Of
wanted to keep
our
the
course.
intellectual property, but they were
yeah,
able to get a compromise. So some Brazil wanted every medication to be able to be patent broken and be made into generics. They got to a compromise into where some were able to do that. For example, the HIV and AIDS medications were able to do it.
Mm.
So they were just given here for free.
Mm.
yeah. It was the first country to give out HIV medication for free, I think.
Wow. That is incredible. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sure this is before South
The
Africa, so
entire
yeah.
cocktail and the entire everything, like so like the generic situation is very like, and that's how to produce cheaper medication to be able to give the medication for free. And for the
Mm.
medications it can't give for free, it tries to struck deals with the companies and get discounts.
Mm.
For
yeah,
example,
yeah,
mental health medications are very expensive, and they are able to get some discounts for people to be able to get the medication still. So like it's very good.
yeah.
Wow.
It could be even better if it got more money, but it's already with the small money amount of money that it has, it's already incredible.
That's amazing.
So
I mean,
yeah, we
yeah.
can,
Okay. Should I go to the next slide?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
This is the queer rights slide.
Okay.
So our career history is kind of fascinating because like as it says there, it was decriminalized to have sex between the same sex since 1830
Mm.
because the Portuguese um king at the time, he changed the constitution,
That's
and he
very
simply,
early.
I don't know if he forgot about it, but he just took it out of the constitution, so it wasn't there, so it wasn't a crime.
Mm. Okay.
So
For
yeah,
what
it
I
wasn't a
know, like for what I know, is not that like they just didn't think about it. Like they didn't
yeah,
think about writing it. They're like, yeah, nobody's doing that. Like the dudes who were writing
yeah,
laws, they were like, yeah, nobody's doing that. Why the fuck are we going to write this into law?
yeah. So it has been like not illegal since a long time ago. Like so there wasn't like police couldn't charge you for that specifically. They still went after
They
queer
charge
people a
with
lot.
other things.
Yeah, they
Like,
charge you
you
as a
know,
communist.
yeah, you know, like how people sometimes are like, oh, they're not being charged with protesting; they're charged with trespassing. It's
Yeah,
something like that.
like
You're not
that.
being charged for it being gay. You're charged for being a communist, or a charge
Yeah.
for doing like for cheating or something like that. Is always like something else that you're being charged with, but you're not
Yeah.
being. But in actuality, you're being charged for being gay.
Yeah. So yeah, so it was homosexuality was declassified as a mental disorder since 85. So you couldn't say that people were like, I mean, mentally sick because of it since 85. The conversion therapy was prohibited since
This is
1999.
pretty progressive, yeah.
Yeah, we have some of the best queer legislation in the entire world.
Yeah.
The only thing is that despite that, it's the country that kills the most queer people in the world.
It's
Uh,
the place where most trans people die in the world is in Brazil.
yeah,
Wow. Okay.
And it's like
it's very
there was a lot of democratic fever in the immediate post dictatorship. So like a lot of things that are very progressive went into law because of that. Like the queer rights, the land back rights, the indigenous rights, and just went into law and wasn't applied for a long time and was still very repressed by the society, who is now trying to catch up to that. And it is
yeah.
little by little, but still very far away.
Yeah. So yeah, Brazil has offered refuge for LGBT people that are running from the country since 2002. Um, Visas are given for partners of people of same sex since 2003. We our healthcare system started giving sexual
That's
redesignation
insane.
surgeries and HRT for free since 2008. Like you can do everything for free.
And so,
You have to like
Just takes a
Alex,
long time,
you're
but
trans,
you
right?
can.
yeah. Yeah.
So do you? I'm not going to ask like, about the details, but do you? I'm assuming got free HRT through your government.
I still haven't started HRT because of
Okay.
like think the stuff that has nothing to do with
No
like
worries. No worries. Just a
health.
question.
But I want to start, and if I want to, I could just book a consultation, and I would have to wait some of a pretty decent amount of time.
It
But
takes time,
I
but
would
it is free.
yeah, I would get like
It's free.
free psychological consultations, free HRT, free surgery, and nowadays you don't have to do it in any specific order, or you don't have to
Wow.
do it. You don't have to do everything. You can just pick and choose what you want to do, and you can also not do any of it and change your gender marker and your name. You can
Wow.
basically do whatever you want, and
And even in the document side, like the changes that you can do in the documents, like you can basically change everything in the documents. Um, and it's not very difficult to do it.
yeah, you
It's
just have to
generally it's generally not that difficult to do it,
yeah,
which is
since
nice, which is very
2000,
nice.
yes, since 2016, you can go to a place that registers documents, and you can say, "I want to change my name and my gender marker," and they will do it for you.
Wow. So it's simple. Don't
Yeah,
need anyone
You might,
else.
yeah,
You just
you might
yeah.
just get like a Gronto employee who have to do a lot of things to do
Mm.
that in the system. But like apart from that, like it's very simple. You bring your documents, say what you want to change, and they do it.
yeah. So yeah, name change on IDs and marriage license are illegal since 2009. You had to do the surgery until 2018, but it wasn't like 100% enforced. You could get like a judge to give you a document to make them give you the change without surgery. But nowadays, it's written in law that they are obligated to change your documents without any surgery or hormones.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Um, yeah.
Which was a law
Adoption.
that was very controversial of the time because of the that was when we were getting more right wing
Mm.
leaning in the government, so like was very controversial, and it almost didn't pass.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it did manage to pass on the
And
Supreme Court.
and now one
It,
of our
yeah.
most active Senate members is a trans woman who's doing the
Yeah.
most and is
It's her
incredibly
picture.
based.
At the top.
It's her. Yeah, at the very top, it's her picture with her fist raised up. Her name
Mm-hmm.
is Erica Hilton. She's
If you
amazing.
want,
She fights for everyone.
you wanted a woman in politics who was
It's good.
awesome. That's her.
Yeah.
All
She's
right.
trans.
She's awesome.
She's trans. She's black. She's a trans woman. She fights for everyone. She's outspoken. She's awesome. She's probably the best politician we got.
She's been speaking against Israel for the past month or so. I don't know if
Yeah.
she was before that, but even before
I think
Rafa,
she
she
was for
was,
a while.
Mm.
but she wasn't getting as much media attention as she is now. Like even before Rafa, she was already like asking for a ceasefire. So she is very based.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. She's a federal deputy, so she was elected by the people
Okay, I see. All right. This is, I
because
mean, this is far
senators
more
are, yeah.
positive than what we were seeing in Europe with the other
Yeah,
chatters. Yeah.
yeah. A
Yeah,
little.
Europe is a bit like Europe is still a
Catching
little
up.
I
bit
think.
it's still
Yeah,
catching up.
I think about that I've talked with other trans people. I have trans friends that have lived in Europe, and they say that as much as in Europe there you don't feel like you're gonna be murdered, it still feels like you're a weird people treat you like you're a weirdo, you know.
Mm.
They don't welcome you into society, kind of. Like it's not like you're gonna be murdered, but they still feel um
They
not.
segregate you. They don't kill you, but they
Yeah,
segregate you.
yeah.
Mm.
And here, as much as here it can be dangerous, like especially for black trans women, it still feels like you have a community. Like there's so many queer people here, and it's such a huge community.
Yeah,
And the
it's very
and you
dangerous,
have,
but you get
yeah.
integrated
And
into society, which is very important.
Mm.
yeah, and you have your rights written into the constitution, like, and into like the Supreme Court has said that you have rights. So
Mm.
you can go against people, and you can win in court because your rights are written out, you know.
And
Mm.
like
So
homophobia has been written as a hate crime into the Constitution. So
yeah,
like for a
homophobia and
few years now,
transphobia now it's a crime that can get you in jail, I think, for 2 years or more.
Wow, that's more base in South Africa. The one person, I
Yeah,
feel like, yeah, hate crime, you go to a jail for a few
homophobia
weeks.
was
yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, I think it is maximum of 2 years. It's not like minimum
yeah,
of 2 years. It's
Mm.
maximum of 2 years. But most people
yeah,
get, I think, a couple of months or bail, depending
yeah,
on how rich they are. But
yeah.
like
It is a
homophobia has
crime.
been a hate crime, has been categorized over a hate crime for like a decade or a bit more than a decade. Transphobia is they added transphobia recently, but they did
Yeah,
add as a hate crime, which is very based and very different from a lot of countries around the world which don't consider it a
yeah.
hate crime yet.
Mm.
Racism is also it's the same law that criminalizes racism. Is the same law that criminalizes homophobia and transphobia. So yeah.
They
And
basically took the law that they wrote for racism, categorizing racism as a hate crime, and they just like changed the word racism to homophobia and transphobia, and it's basically the same law.
Mm.
And
yeah, it's the same law for all of those. But yeah.
Mm.
So adoption for gay parents was legal since 2010. And then marriage was legal since 2013, which was before the United States.
3 years before, yep.
Yeah. And then transsexuality, I put it in quotes, was declassified because not everyone uses exactly
Yes.
that word, but yeah. Was declassified as a mental disorder since 2018. So, and there's also prohibition for conversion therapy. And then this one is very cool. Trans people can choose where to serve their prison sentences since 2020.
That's very cool.
So basically, trans women can choose if they want to go to a male or a female facility, and if they choose to go to a male facility out of their own choice, people will warn them. Will say, "Hey, it's your choice, but you can suffer these violences there, and you have the option to go to a female facility if you want." So they are obligated to explain to people.
Okay, and I
And
guess most like even trans men would like go to
yeah,
a
yeah,
female yes.
trans men can choose if they want to go to a male prison or female prison. Of course, most trans men end up choosing to go to female prisons because male prisons in Brazil are something
Are
that we don't
crazy.
have the time to get into, but it's fucking awful.
It's some of the worst prisons in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like 20 people in one cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Insane.
supposed
It's
to be
awful.
10 people and has 20.
Yeah. But yeah, you can choose where to serve your sentence. It's a pretty nice right to have. And then the latest development is that intersex babies can be registered with a blank sex field. And then they're trying to
Wow.
put into law that genital surgeries on intersex babies are going
Making
to be made
illegal.
illegal, probably at some
But
point in
they
the future.
haven't been,
It's
but that's it's still in discussion,
yeah,
and the right-wing parties are still very strong. So
yeah,
it's not very, it's very uncertain if it's going to pass or not,
yeah.
because it needs to pass
So
on both
it's there,
houses,
yeah.
uh, and in the it needs to pass on both houses, and in the Senate you do have a lot of more leftist and more progressive leaning, but in the House there's the right wing party is still the second largest. The right wing coalition is still the second largest in the House, so it's still like unclear if it's going to pass.
Yeah. So the one question I just have for you, Alex, is like, with you being trans, do you find that like your family and people around you are very accepting?
I mean, my dad, I think he would have been, but he passed away
I'm
10
sorry to
years
hear
ago.
about that. Sorry
It's
about.
okay. I'm already. It's a great question. Like, don't worry about it. But yeah, my dad passed away. He would probably have been okay with it because he was very left wing. A lot of the things that I learned were with him. He was very pro Lula. He was pro queer rights and a lot of stuff like that. But my mom, she's very she's kind of a hog.
Does she like
But
Bolsonaro?
yeah, for a while she did like Bolsonaro. But she's a different breed of hog because she's more hog than any hog I've ever met. But not in a way that she can do anything about it. It's just like brain rot.
And the Hogs lost like a lot of
Yeah,
the love for their leader when they saw a lot of their
yeah,
loved ones die. Like my
yeah. She has
family,
a
like
And
yeah,
COVID.
like the worst supporter during COVID. Like a lot of
Yeah.
family members of mine took out lost support for him after some of us died during COVID, and
yeah.
that's why I hate him so much.
Yeah, but yeah, my mom, she knows, but she pretends it's not a thing. So I don't know. I don't really talk with her about it at all because like she obviously knows, but we don't talk about it. But yeah, and all of my friends are pretty nice because most of my friends are queer as well, and I've known most of them for more than 10 years, and we're all like the moment that I said that I was probably gonna transition, everyone started calling me by the right pronouns, and everyone I know at my university, I went to public university, which is free for everyone. So I went for free to
Wow.
vet school. So
Free to
yeah,
vet school. Wow.
yeah,
Yes,
um,
both um
Everyone is
Just
very chill.
yeah, just to the comment about the free education, like both higher education and normal schools is also free.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's free in the sense that you literally don't have to pay a cent. Like there's nothing that you have to pay
Completely.
because it's fully paid by your taxes. So
Mm.
yeah.
Insane. That's. I mean, like that's. No, I
And
would not have.
it's
I would
very
not have assumed
fair
this about
as
Brazil
well.
at all. So you know.
And
Yeah,
it's kind of like
it's pretty nice.
and the way that you get in is like the way they kind of separate the classes is the way that you get in, because you need to do an exam. You do for the federal ones, you do a one test that everyone does at the same time and the same
Yeah.
day, which it's unimaginable for the US because the US cannot coordinate shit. But it's like in the same day, at the same hour, everyone starts and everyone ends at the same hour, and the your score from that test you apply in one system, that and that one system compares your grades and creates a list for every single university, every single course in every single university.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you can choose like a first option and a second option and I think a third option. And then
It's
depending on
two.
how
It
well
was
you
two.
did.
I do not say two.
Yeah, I know. I think it's
Unless they
two.
changed, it was two.
Yeah. And then you can go to if you have a good enough grade, you can go. So the problem is that in public schools, there's a lot of infrastructure
Different.
problems.
Yeah,
So
differences as well.
yeah,
It depends on where
so
you are.
poor kids get a worse education than kids that go to private basic schooling. So that's
Mm.
how like the public universities are the best ones, but you can only get in if you study a lot and also if you have a really good base of education. So yeah,
Yes.
that's a huge
But
issue.
they have been trying to change that by creating a percentage in each course that needs to be filled with people of color
Yeah,
or
affirmative
poor
action.
people.
That's great as
They have
well.
been doing a lot of affirmative action. It was, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, in the year that I got in my course, I think was 10% or
Yeah, now it's
15%.
20%.
Okay, that's
So like
good.
Now
they
it's
increased a
yeah.
little bit, and they've been trying
Mm.
to kind
Yeah,
of mitigate that. And even in the
public
professors,
servant.
the
Yeah.
professors that were very like old white straight males, they've been
Mm.
trying to change that as well, trying to employ more women and more people of color. But
Yeah.
it's the same thing as the healthcare system. Like you need more funding,
And
and
it's
they're
all
just
these
not
Yeah.
things are a
giving the
work in
funding.
progress. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah. Yeah, and even if in the public servant system they have affirmative action, like 20% of the places for people to be hired is for people of color and 5% is for people with disabilities because we also have one of the best disability rights structure in the world. They have
Mm.
a lot of rights for like access to places and also
You
access
won't
to
find
affirmative
like
action.
there is not a government building that does not have an elevator, that does not have ramps. Most
Mm-hmm.
streets in the cities, especially in the big cities, have ramps between the actual street and the sidewalk, and they have lines, those things for the where the for blind people. They
Mm.
have that. Every elevator in every public building has braille in the buttons. So like
Yeah.
for disability reasons, like the accessibility is very good. It's actually really
Yeah.
well done.
Mm.
And all buses like street buses they have equipment for wheelchairs. The buses are obligated to stop at any point in the street for a health wheelchair person to get in, and the driver has to get out and help them get into the bus. It's pretty cool.
It's like a small
Mm.
elevator that goes down. They put the person in, tie, put like the seatbelt. The elevator goes up, and then they had to go the other way, take the seatbelt, and then the person get in. and they implemented that like 10 years ago, and they started implementing the last 8 years. Also special seats for people with obesity.
Yeah.
So the accessibility thing is actually one of the stronger points that we have.
Yeah, and it keeps getting better. Like it still has room to get better, but it's pretty good. But yeah, and the last thing that I was gonna say in this slide is just to mention the people that I put in. The first one is Erica Hilton, the federal deputy. She's great. And then the picture is from the National Association of Travestis. With it's a word that they're like a lot of trans
It would
women
be
here
similar
don't.
to crossdresser in the US, for the
Yeah.
term they use in the US. I think would be something similar, but not exactly.
No, it's because a lot of trans women here don't identify with the whole trans women thing. They call themselves travesti because it's a Brazilian and South American specific identity. So like it's separate. Like they identify specifically as a travesti.
Okay, I see.
So yeah, and it doesn't mean cross dresser here. It means an identity, a gender identity that they identify as women, and they present as women, but they don't call themselves trans women. They call themselves travesti.
Okay, I see.
Yes, and then there's so this is the association, but they also fight for like trans women have rights, travesti rights, trans men rights, non-binary rights. It's the biggest queer association in Brazil, and they do a lot of research and a lot of political fighting for rights. They're pretty great.
That's sick.
Yeah, and then there's the two pictures below it are Ludmilla, which is a bisexual singer. She's Brazilian, and she's married to her wife. Yeah, she's great. Her songs are great.
Here's
And
the
she's
joke.
also she's very public with her marriage and her wife, and it's cool because it's like a women couple in television and in public life, just showing that women can like marry and be in love. And then the picture beside it is a soccer it's a soccer football team of trans men and trans mask
Oh my
people.
god, that's sick.
Yeah, there's like in the entire country there's multiple teams of like trans men and trans mask men that play together, and they do tournaments against each other, and then they do tournaments against lesbian teams as well and gay teams, and it's very fun because as
But
much.
it's very like it's still very not professionalized by
Yeah, it's
the
not
main bodies,
professional. It's more
because
like recreational.
they are not recognizing that yet
Yeah.
as something that they should be doing, even though they should be doing it, and that's something that they hopefully will start recognizing
Yeah.
more and allowing more in the next few years. But it's still something that is very like organized by the community for the community.
Yeah, it's very cool. Because as much as we're queer, we're also still Brazilian, so we still like to play soccer and
Of
other
course.
sports. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like in Brazil, queer people also love sports. So yeah.
Yes, of
And
course.
there's also like yeah, because it's a meme that like queer people don't know sports, but it's just so
Yeah.
in Brazil, queer people know sports.
Exactly.
Yeah, some of
Yeah.
the people
So
that know the most about sports I know are queer, so like I don't know like
yeah,
where
a
that
lot a
stereotype.
lot a lot of a lot of lesbians are the most hugest fans
Oh,
of soccer in, yeah.
they know too much. They know
Yeah.
they know so much.
Yeah, it's
I
so
mean,
cool. And then okay,
I
the
wish I
third
knew half
line,
as much as them.
yeah. And then the third line is a huge lesbian singer called Cassia Eller. And then the middle one, it's an early travesti called Madame Satan, Madame Satan. That was the name. Yeah, that was the name that she chose because she was arrested after a ball one day, and then the police asked what was her name, and she didn't want to give her actual name, so she said that she's called Madame Satan.
Okay.
So
And
yeah,
also making like
she
kind of a joke because of the fact that all the institutions are very Catholic and very
Yeah.
like
yeah.
Christian. So also a big a big middle
So
finger to the police.
yeah,
Mm.
she was living it up, and this happened in 1938.
Mhm.
So yeah,
She was
in the
arrested by
30s.
Hitler, for
Yeah,
example. She was one of the people who he arrested.
yeah. And then the third picture is João W. Neri. He was the first transgender man in Brazil to get a sex change surgery in 1977.
Hmm.
And he changed, and he was a very public figure. He wrote books. He talked a lot about his experience. He was very, very important for the trans movement and the trans masculine movement in Brazil. Unfortunately, he died because of HIV, or like a lot
Mm.
of queer people. But he was very important and very a huge symbol for trans people. And then the last line, the first one is called Cláudia Celeste. She was the first travesti to be in a novela, because Brazil is very famous for its soap operas, novelas. She was the
Mhm.
first one to show up in a novela. People didn't know she was a travesti, and when they found out, they kicked her out of it. But
Wow.
she did show up in television, and thousands and thousands of people saw a trans travesti woman in their TVs, like public TV.
Mm.
And then the one beside her is called Ney Mato Grosso. He's a very famous queer singer. He's a gay man. He's very flamboyant, and his songs are very cool. And the
Mhm.
last one is very famous. Most people will
Probably
know
the
her.
second, yeah, probably the second most famous singer that we have right
Yeah,
now, if you count
yeah,
like
called Pablo
worldwide.
Vittar.
Ah, okay. I have
She's
heard of her.
she's a drag queen. She's not a trans woman. She's a drag queen. She's when she's performing, she's mostly in drag, but most of the time when she's not in drag, she identifies as like a gay man,
Mhm.
but she doesn't really care about pronouns. So yeah, her
Okay.
songs are also great.
Wow. Okay. Well,
and
this is
So
and they are
great.
really
yeah,
and they are hilarious. Like
yeah, it's so
they're one of the
funny.
most charismatic persons. Like people, they are so hilarious. Genuinely, they're
Yeah,
so
and there
great.
there's a lot of jokes that when Lula got back into power, she would sing at his inauguration. Yeah, that was
Like
the meme going around.
Okay. I see.
they're really great. They sang with Madonna recently
Yeah,
on the show that she did. Like they're really fun. They're really very charismatic person and very
yeah,
funny, and they're great.
and
And
that's
probably
that's
our
the whole.
second biggest singer, which is
Yeah,
fantastic if you think about it. Being having like
yeah,
a very like queer presenting person,
Mm.
um be
as
so
one of the most
widespread
famous
and popular.
Brazilians.
Yeah, that is sick, and
Yeah,
it's. I guess it is like, and this is very positive, of course. I know that you have to go now, Alex.
yeah, we can just finish. It's almost done. It's almost done.
Yeah, the rest of the things is mostly like just some
Okay.
fun things and some memes.
Okay. I'm gonna see which flag is fake. I'm gonna say it's the. I'm gonna say it's the this one, the one that looks the most. This one on the upper right.
Yes.
Is that I got it? You see, these two were too different. They had to be real. Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
The
the fake
bottom
one.
left,
Mm-hmm.
the bottom left that they look more like the US. That was
Mm.
our first Republican flag. Uh, and Brazil, that's the fun fact, was not the flag, is that Brazil until 1960s, until the dictatorship, that was the only good thing they did, was called the United States of Brazil. Until
yeah,
1966, if I'm not mistaken, was called United States of Brazil
That's
because
insane.
the people who did the Republican movement here was just like the biggest U.S. dick riders you could have.
Marabou's, yeah.
There was so much Marabou's is crazy, and they made the flag equal. They put the name the same. Now it's not that's the only good thing that the military dictatorship did was changing the name.
Yeah.
What
So
it is
yeah,
now.
our flag is basically the colors of the old Portuguese royal family. That's what the colors mean. They don't mean anything else. Regardless of people or of what people tell you, the colors are the colors of the royal family.
Yeah, because the republic after we became a republic, they were like, how are we going to continue using the same colors as the royal family? We need to give a justification. So they just invented one, being like, oh, the yellow is for the goats, the green is for nature, the blue is for the rivers, and the white is for peace.
Yeah,
And
they
they
do
just
that with all
ran with that for like
yeah.
80 years.
Yeah. And the saying on the flag is called order and progress, which is a very
Wow.
positivist
It is.
sentiment.
Because they
Yeah.
were all the big heads of the movement were very much people that study the positivism, study in Europe, and
Yeah.
so like they tried to bring as much of that as they could through the early republic.
Yeah.
And it's in the and
And
like and the military dictatorship was also very much like that as well. So they brought it back once they brought it back when they redone the flag.
yeah.
Okay. I
And
see.
their stars are all the states,
Oh,
basically.
okay. I see. Okay. All right.
The one that is separated, the one that is above is the federal district. They
Yeah.
segregated the federal district above the line. I don't really know why.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's probably because they done it because it was the last one they added, so they put it up.
I see.
Yeah.
It's separated from the other states.
Okay, I
Okay.
see. Next one.
We can move on. And
Memes you
this
might
is just
recognizes?
yeah, the memes that became very famous on the internet, Twitter, that it escaped containment in Brazilian internet, basically, because Brazilian internet is the most like it's the funniest ever. Like people that know English and like stay on the internet, we just know that Brazilian memes are on another level. You know, it's just so funny. People are so funny all the time. But yeah, the
And
buzz
it
meme was
surprises
Brazilian.
sometimes, and it does surprise us when the things break the bubble, and you start seeing like U.S. people
Use
using
them.
it, and we're like, they don't even know
Where it
where it
came
is
from,
from.
yeah. I've seen that with some South
Like
African
people
memes as well,
using that,
yeah.
like people using that Steven Crowder meme of the "Change My Mind," not even knowing that it's Steven Crowder.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
like that.
I know exactly what
Because
you mean.
all of these were originally Brazilian, and it escaped. Like the math lady was from a Brazilian novella that we made it into a meme, and then it escaped. And then the crocodile lady was from a kids TV show that also escaped. Most of the Brazilian
Was
memes
there
that
was a
escapes.
she was like a book character that we made into a TV show that is
Yeah.
very racist.
Yeah,
The TV
yeah.
show, not the character, and then it became a meme because it's 1980s VFX,
Yeah.
and then it broke the bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the Brazilian memes that break the bubble are used on gay internet. Like the reaction images escape the bubble through like queer people making a lot of memes and then sharing memes with each
One
other.
that
So
is not
yeah.
here that should be here. It's the one with the lady that's pointing to the cat.
Oh, is that
That one is also
Brazilian
Yeah,
ours.
too?
yeah. Yeah, a Brazilian made that meme.
I love that. Okay. Alright, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we
go
can move on.
some
And
Brazilian
this
Now
is
let's do
just
brainrot.
some
We don't have
just
time
some
to like
brain rot here.
explain. So
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, some of them we don't have. The one I did with the if they enter, I leave it explain. I just want to talk about the first two because the first two is just so funny. The first one is a real government, a real electoral ad that was done by this dude who was a literal clown. Like his job was a clown, and what it says is vote and then his name because it can't get any worse. That's literally his slogan.
That's
And he
British.
won.
That's did he win?
Yes.
Yes.
2 times in a row.
Brazilian political ads are the most fucked up
He didn't
political
not
ads in the
only
world.
win, not only won, he won 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
He got reelected.
Oh gosh.
Yeah,
Okay.
people will vote for anyone here.
And the second one is a former Minecraft YouTuber turned right-wing podcaster, ultra free speech, Musk dick rider. He's like, he says, "I'm a capitalist," and then someone answers him saying like, do you own the means of production?" His answer, I create my videos, so yes.
It's so
He and I
my
wish I
god.
could say that this is fake, but it's not. It's
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, and
and
he was banned from Twitter and from YouTube because he said that if there is a communist party, there's Nazis should be
there
allowed to
should
have
be
a
a Nazi
party.
party. He said
Wow.
that
And then
that we should have a
yeah,
Nazi party because there is a
the
communist party.
Supreme yeah, the Brazilian Supreme Court basically made YouTube and Twitter ban him
Wow.
permanently.
And
So
then
yeah,
he did the funniest thing. He spent his entire podcast life saying how the US is great. He went to the US, he came to the
he moved
US,
there.
and he
Yeah.
moved to the US and now makes videos and made a couple videos saying, "Wow, everything here is so expensive and everything is here makes you spend more money."
Okay, great.
Yeah,
How?
he was complaining about U.S. service because he said that people don't show up on time and then people charge too much, and then everyone in Brazil was making fun of him because like didn't you say that the U.S. was so much better?
Yeah, that's insane.
The third picture is just a dude who was a he's from Rio. He's a state senator and also the sports director of one of our biggest clubs in Rio. And he just marked on because you have an app for the electoral for the state senate that you can mark your presence, just say that you were there, and in case you were running late, he marked that he was there, but he was at Pandora buying stuff for his daughter. But the only reason we know that is because of that day he just got into a fight with a supporter of the club he's a sports director for, and there's video of him fighting with the dude.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Just
Okay.
normal
Normal
real
things.
politics.
Yeah. It gets worse from here. It's
Yes, the fourth one is the one that I mentioned of the League of Nations thing.
Oh yeah, if
yeah.
they
We can
enter
go to the
ID with
next
the
one.
Germans, yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then the last
Oh,
one is just hogs being hogs.
the dudes with the thing in their heads is hogs asking for an alien invasion to remove Lula
Yeah.
from power.
Yeah.
And the one with the
No.
tire is them around the tire praying for God intervention to remove Lula from
Yeah.
power.
Yeah, because the hogs in Brazil really want the military dictatorship back. They think that it was great and that it should happen again and that it would fix all of Brazil's issues. So the hogs basically worship the army. They beg for them to do an intervention all the time,
Yeah, the
and we
funny
don't have
part,
time to like make
yeah,
fun
the
of them
funniest
for
part about
everything.
the alien thing is that it was done in front of a military station.
Base. Yeah.
Yeah, and in front of a military base, you could see like 100 people with the things in their heads asking for alien invasion. And the one
Yeah.
about the dude beefing with the first lady is that like they were say like the first lady did like a big organize a big thing to save a horse that was standing on top of her house that was completely flooded,
Mm-hmm.
and this YouTuber was like paying a lot of things to help save people and whatever, and he was upset because the first lady did not contact him to try to save the horse and
Yeah.
and posted a
Started
tweet
beef
saying that
with her.
that she should
He's
be
he's
washing
still trading.
clothes and washing dishes. Like he literally started beefing with the first lady because she didn't DM him to help her save the horse. They did save the
Yeah.
horse, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And
his
the
mind
one
not
with
too much.
yeah, he's not doing it right. All right. And the one
He's still
about
beefing with the
yeah, he's beefing on Twitter right now, literally. And the one
There was
about
one
Gwyneth
from a
Paltrow.
few days
Mm-hmm.
ago.
Yeah, it's because there was a very famous Brazilian movie that a Brazilian actress, very huge Brazilian actress, was running for the Oscar of Best Actress,
Mm-hmm.
and Gwyneth Paltrow won instead of her with a shitty ass movie
Oh
because
my
back
god.
then they still weren't giving out prizes for non-Americans, you
Mm.
know. So we
And we just
lost,
don't
and
like
we never forgave, and we never forgot.
So you hate Gwyneth
and
Paltrow?
we,
That's amazing.
yes.
Yeah.
And the new pipeline is just this dude was a porn star that turned right wing, got elected in the family values platform,
That's insane.
broke with the family values platform, became an anti-government person, and it's now
Yeah.
and was seen saving people on a jet ski in the south.
Yeah,
That's
he's
insane.
crazy.
That is
He's very
insane.
weird.
When I
Very
say
a very weird man.
He
people
was
are
a porn
not
star,
ready,
and then he went, but like,
he is he
what
was
the
Yeah.
fuck?
elected in the family values platform.
Yeah, he was a
Don't ask
porn
me
star
why, I don't
famous
know.
for he was a porn star famous for how big his dick was, and he did gay porn even though he wasn't gay. And then he ran on a family values platform for right wingers. And then afterwards he turned back against the right wingers, and then he started like supporting Lula, and then he keeps going back and forth. It's very weird.
And like
Anyway,
I said, there is multiple pictures and videos of him on a jet ski looking to save people on the climate crisis that is happening now. So like
Yeah.
this dude is, when I say people are not ready, people say people say like, oh, the U.S. politics is crazy. People are not ready for the level we
Yeah.
get here.
yeah, that's
There's
insane.
the example is George Santos. Like that's just a
Yeah, he's
very
Brazilian.
common Brazilian thing to happen.
The moment, literally the moment that we were watching the Jobbery video and they mentioned that George Santos was from Rio, everything made sense to me. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that's where he's from. Okay, I know.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, he was
I picture. I
yeah,
easy.
he was from a Rio a town that's close to Rio called Niterói. It's like across the bridge from Rio. And a drag queen from there that knew George Santos said that that George Santos would scam every single drag queen in the city,
Oh,
and
classic.
everyone knew that George Santos was a scammer, and no one liked him, and everyone would be like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And then he ran away to the States, and then when people heard about him again, it was him like scamming Americans, and then Brazilians on the internet were like,
Now
you
we
know
like him.
what? Yeah, you
Now we
know
like
what?
him.
If he scams Americans, that's fine.
You can you can scam the gringos. You can scam us, but
Yeah.
you can scam the gringos. And I remain with my theory that when all his clout ends in the U.S., he will come back and he will get elected.
Really?
He
You
will
think
I
make a
so?
know.
lot of money.
I
Yeah,
know.
a
I
hundred
don't. I
percent,
don't
100%.
think it. I know he. If he comes back and gets and runs to office, he will win. He
Yeah,
Wow.
will
he
win
for sure,
because he
for
will be
sure.
like, and his platform will be like, see, I faced the United States, I got elected, they removed me from power, and whatever, and like playing the idea of he's scamming the gringos, and he's gonna win, and he's going to win. I know it.
My gosh, I hope
And
that
the last
actually
one is just
happens.
a famous Cole Sprouse tweet from a couple years ago.
Mm.
Because we just swarm. Like you
Brazilians
know
are
the
worse
dude
than
who
BTS
did
fans.
yes,
Much
you know the
worse.
dude who played Longbottom in the old Harry Potter movies.
Mm-hmm.
He had to private his account for a day because he talked shit about Brazilians, and we swarmed his account, and he had to private his
Yeah.
account for like a day.
My
And the
word.
dude
Yeah,
who
Brazilians.
plays the main character in Everybody Hates Chris, which is a show that is extremely big in the US, like he literally like banned some stuff on his Instagram because the people from Brazil that love the dubbed version would go to his Instagram and start posting phrases from the show, and he got so upset that he started banning a whole bunch of people and putting videos saying please stop. And of course we
Yeah.
didn't stop.
The last thing I'll say because I need to leave
Mm-hmm.
is I forgot to mention that one of the biggest problems in Brazil that affects everything that we talked about is the wealth disparity
Mm.
because 90% of Brazilians live on less than 3,000 reais per month.
Mm.
Which is
So
about
like
$600 per month.
Wow,
yeah,
okay,
six
yes.
hundred dollars per month. So 90% of Brazilians live on less than $600 per month, and like only let's say I think it's less than 5% of people get more than 8,000 reais per month. And 8,000 reais per month is still isn't enough to live like a comfortable life.
Mm.
And the one per
That's
like and
about, just for a comparison's sake, it's like $800 per month.
Mm.
yeah. And that's like just 5% of Brazilians get above that value per month. And we have the most amount of like billionaires per capita because obviously if we have the most amount of billionaires per capita, then that's because we have the biggest wealth disparity, one of the biggest wealth
Mm.
disparities in the
Similar to
world.
South Africa, I'll be honest with you. Very
Yeah,
similar.
yeah,
And there was
and yeah,
even a
that's
movie that was very similar to South Africa post World Cup, like in those 2 years after the World Cup, where
Mm.
like there was a lot of anti-corruption sentiments and stuff. It happened exactly the same here as well.
Mm.
In the
yeah.
2 years
But
after the World Cup, was
but yeah, I need to
isso
I need to
contra
leave.
Yes,
and
okay.
I also been yapping for like 2 hours now, so
Yeah,
Anyway, but thank
I
you.
need to leave. This
Thank
was
you.
very fun. Thank you, Elby,
this is
for giving us the space.
No worries. It was brilliant. I love this. It was always love these segments, but thank you.
So yeah, I
we
hope
try
people know a little
bringing
more about Brazil.
Yes,
and
we
we
learned
try
a lot.
bringing everything, and we try ending in a more positive and more funny note. But yeah,
Yeah, I had to mention that because it affects everything that we talked about.
No, of course, of course. And I
like
wish we
any
could go more
country in the
into it, but
global south.
Brazil is just a massive country, you know, so I
Yeah,
completely
it's
get it.
huge.
Yeah, we
And
try.
I'll make a list, a playlist, and a little list for things for you guys to check out on the Discord later.
Okay, thank you. That would be great. Thank you so much, Raphael and Alex. This was great. Always love these segments, and I will look forward to seeing you in the chat. Now I can make fun of you guys for being Brazilian, just like I
Yeah,
make fun of all of the other chatters that I know now.
for sure.
Anyway, all right. Bye, everyone. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
bye.
Bye. Bye. Okay. That was great, chat. You enjoy that? It's always a great segment, you know? Always a very, very good segment. Okay. I'm going to switch over to we're gonna play Zelda now, obviously. But thank you, that was wonderful. Let me just quickly sort everything out here. Yeah, that was wonderful. And we got through everything, but I wish we could have talked more of the other things, but you know, that's how things go, you know? Okay, let me just get everything going and we'll play some Zelda. Let me put Hassan up. Whew, I always feel so everything. Like when I feel like I can never talk properly after those segments because I talk, I'm learning so much and everything, Anyway, let me put Hassan up. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second.
Comparing my childhood to 9/11?
Thank you.
I mean, just
Doomsday
vintage,
Clock.
yeah. Yeah, just like Obama's not a real American.
Anyway,
you know
I'll be
what I'm
back in a
saying,
second.
brother?
Thank you, Doomsday Clock.
The head of the Democratic Majority for Israel said that too. The co-chair of Democratic Majority for Israel tried to smear the incoming Mexican president by implying she isn't Jewish enough. He said she even thanked Jesus for her victory. Important to note that she is not involved in the Jewish community and thanked Jesus for her victory, which is literally the name of her husband. But that, she's not invested in her Jewish roots, and also, guess what, dude? She married a guy named Jesus. I mean, I don't know. Mexican is a Catholic country to the core. Religious diversity is scarce. That's why so many people are against their Jewish background. She runs under the impression that she isn't religious. I don't think she is religious. I think she is she comes from a fucking commie family, dude. That's all I need to know. Marrying someone named Jesus is kind of anti-Semitic. Yeah, she's not a religious person at all. What the fuck are we talking about?
Yes, thank you. Link that to Differenter, and we
On
will
that
have a look
front,
at it at some point.
On that
That was
front,
wonderful,
I would even
though.
go so far as to say she's better than fucking AMLO.
All right.
Like, what are we talking about? She, unironically, in my opinion, everything that I've read so far, she literally has a lot of aspects to her that were AMLO's biggest weaknesses from my understanding. More dynamic.
Oh, this is the Mexican.
That's like, automatic
stuff. All right,
feminism
that's
there. Her background as a stem cell.
Oh my God, she was in physics.
Her work in her work in
Wait, what happened?
environmental
Oh no.
activism. Now, obviously, there are glaringly obvious weaknesses. For
Hold on.
example,
There
her
you go.
silence is violence, I will say, in terms of the issue on wood elves. Obviously, we don't know how much
Wood
she's
elves?
talked about it in the past. I tried to investigate, and I found 0 tweets from her about duendes. I don't know if she believes that they are real or not. Like, this is a major issue for me. Personally, I think.
Yes, you can promo whatever you want. Go for it, LB. I mean,
But
UB. LB, I called you my name. I can't find the tier here. I looked for it earlier.
Volumes.
Aren't you going on
the issue of wood elves? Okay. Claudia
Let's put this
Sheinbaum
here.
has won Mexico's presidential election in a landslide. In her victory speech, she paid homage to the social movements of the past and promised to continue Morena's impressive record of social progress. The Morena leadership holdup in the Hilton Hotel in Mexico City was in a state of quiet shock. They knew they were going to win Mexico's presidential election,
actually,
but not
you know
by
what?
that much. As results trickled in yesterday evening, it became clear the long-expected victory was a drubbing. So far, Claudia Sheinbaum holds a 30-point lead over her conservative rival, Xochitl Galvez, 58.3% to 28.7%, with the third-party candidate, Jorge Alvarez Maynez, coming in at 10.5%. Mexico said no to men, okay? Enough men. We got women now. Women are in charge.
Let's go.
Okay. According to the projections made by the National Electoral Institute, Sheinbaum's final total is expected to fall within 58.3 to 60.1%, outperforming all but a pair of the final pre-election polls. According to the Institute's Conteo Rapido, or fast count, the landslide was expected to carry over into Congress as well, with Morena and his allies winning up to 380 of the 500 seats in the lower house, the Chamber of Deputies, and up to 88 of the 128 seats in the Senate. This would put the center-left coalition within a range of its ambitious goal of achieving a qualified majority of 2/3, which would allow it to pass constitutional reforms on its own. together with the state legislatures it controls. Not only did Morena win the all-important mayorship of Mexico City with the candidate Clara Brugada, the Morena coalition is also set to pick up at least 6 of the 8 governor's races for grabs. This is like people that are upset at technically, democracy in this situation. Now, I understand why people would be fearful about the governing mandate that this party now has, considering Mexico's history. I think that's what a lot of people are worried about.
One of the segments that's
A lot
like
of people
countries
are
of time
cynical
sounding
and
thoughts
very
is
worried
pinned in
about
Monday
it, but
presentation
ultimately
of credit
this is
chatters.
literally
Thank
a
you,
consequence
Elysium. That's
of
amazing.
The party's popularity.
Thank you for doing that.
Due to the party's many different policies of, as far as I understand, trying to tackle some of the underlying.
Okay, let's do this another time. I was looking for the tier, but I couldn't find it. I looked for it for like 15 minutes.
To put Morena's victory in perspective, Sheinbaum is on course to best Andrés Manuel López Obrador's 2018 landslide victory, 53% by some 5
I know what we're going to do now.
Where AMLO received a historic total of 30 million votes, Sheinbaum will have received some 35 million. Similarly, Galvez was running about 10 to 12 points behind the Conservative Party's total in that election in 2018. The Conservative Party's Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, and National Action Party, PAN, ran separately this year.
We'll
they
pop
ran
in.
a
I'd like to have a look.
Adding in numbers, the coalition wound up subtracting.
Or I can actually give a Beetle a raid. That sounds good. Yeah, I'll raid you.
Many of you were naysayers of duendes and their power to their power to offer you wish fulfillment, but it seems like who's laughing now? Okay, who's laughing now? A lot of you said it's not real. Wood elves are not real. They can't hurt you. Meanwhile, you know what AMLO was doing? Whispering to the wood elves about his dreams of increasing the power, the popularity of his party. Turns out
I would just like to upgrade and buy the full set so I don't get frozen.
And also a dub for
and then I
him.
make my life easier, you know?
Don't even, if you don't know about it, don't ask about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. A refusal to be goaded. True to her scientific background, Sheinbaum ran on a disciplined, methodical campaign, taking nothing for granted. Despite holding a virtually unchanged lead since announcing her candidacy, Sheinbaum racked up the miles, holding 3 times as many rallies as Galvez, where Galvez veered from one uncosted policy proposal to another. Sheinbaum rolled out a 100-point program that includes extending social programs and scholarships, continuing annual minimum wage increases. That was massively popular. Consolidating Mexico's push towards national health care, building 1 million affordable homes on a rent-to-buy plan, constructing 7 long-distance train lines, avoiding the maquiladora experience of the 1990s by mandating that companies investing in the nearshoring phenomenon provide
I don't have any money.
And in what is certain to continue, raising the shackles of multinational energy interests, a public sector-led energy transition building on Mexico's state-owned oil, electricity, and lithium companies. Throughout the campaign and over the course of 3 debates, Sheinbaum refused to be goaded by opposition candidate Galvez's scattershot series of attacks that got nastier over time. Galvez, playing to the hilt a go-negative campaign strategy, attacked everything from her character to her family to her record as Mexico City's mayor, winding up a series of dog whistle insinuations about Sheinbaum's Jewish heritage. Sheinbaum also refused to be goaded by those who repeated that she is going to be a puppet of outgoing President AMLO. Every time someone would try to insist on the need to create a more individualistic image, as if she were marketing a new brand of cereal or detergent, Sheinbaum would calmly explain that she represents a social movement and that her administration will proudly be segundo piso, or second floor, of Mexico's 4th transformation. And she did it all with the poker face persona that served her in good stead as mayor of Mexico City, one that, eschewing the attempt to force a lofty oratorical style, asserted her authority with understated consistency both in interviews
so many of
and
these
on the stump. And the voters approved. Okay. Sheinbaum's victory also came despite a coordinated international campaign of media and bots that attempted to paint AMLO and Morena as being in collusion with drug cartels. This is only a chapter of the nonstop media onslaught that sneered and slandered its way through AMLO's administration without deigning to learn about what
I need to turn this down.
Its very limited radar. Maybe that's part
oh
of the
no, it
reason
was
why
already
the
done. There we go.
chatters are coming in here and saying like, no, AMLO met with Chapo's mom. They are in the pocket of cartels as well. And that, I mean, there is a very real escalation of cartel violence, for sure. Okay? way more consequential and way more significant than the violence at the top of the hour ad break that chatters constantly chirp
Okay,
about.
dude.
Like, that's the biggest type of violence that chatters see on a daily basis and fucking complain about on a daily basis. So, you know, that's important to recognize that you can defend yourself against that violence at the top of the hour ad break as long as you subscribe for $5 or free. I can't believe they wrote this in the Jacobin, by the way. Why does the Jacobin know?
Oh shit, I'll sell that, yeah. Oh shit, that's you can get a lot of money from that. Okay.
Thank you for the 10 community
I must make more of those.
People to no longer be victims of the top of the hour ad break.
Because you just need to find those lizards and they're easy to find.
Top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Okay. Okay,
For
let's
the election, a
see.
gaggle of foreign journalists touched down in Mexico City, marveling that such a machista country would be electing a woman president
let's
so
go.
comfortably. Once again, all
We're
the
gonna
comfortable
upgrade that
tropes,
twice,
election
and then we're
of
gonna
state
go do
voters
the
bought up by
task
social
that we need
programs,
to
the
here.
religious populace, and the thrall of a handpicked successor
What
of
do
a
we need to
messianic
do to
leader
upgrade it?
were trundled out. Anything to avoid granting agency to Mexican voters or seeing what has been happening on the ground. A policy-driven process of party realignment in which working-class voters scattered across parties in the 2018 election have concentrated in Morena while maintaining the party's cross-class coalition largely intact. After a victory acknowledgement in the Hilton, Scheinbaum made her way to Mexico City's main square, the Zocalo, where, I don't know if I'm saying that right. There, she paid homage to the social movement as a path from workers to students, teachers to farmers, and read out the names of women who have played pivotal roles in Mexico's history. As the latest member of that list, Scheinbaum will have an enormous electoral mandate, even larger than AMLO's. As of October 1st, the Presidente will now be the Presidenta.
I love that.
Zocalo. Okay.
I don't know if we have any
This article's
chatters
really
that
bad.
actually
Marina
live in
is deep in ties
Mexico.
with the cartel, as all Mexican
We've got
governments have been,
Mexican
and there's no
chatters.
pushback against
Like,
them. AMLO
Bolo's
severely
Mexican.
Lowered collaboration with U.S.
I think
drug
Yubi
agencies. And no,
like has Latina roots, but I don't know if it's specifically Mexico. I think she did say it was
sorry,
Mexico, and I
I'm
keep
not fucking
fucking it up.
rating Mexico's presidential performance off of how well they collaborate with the motherfucking DEA, okay? That is crazy. That is a ridiculous metric of success. That feels more like a dub that you just posted in the chat. That is insane. He has not caught any major drug capos. Remember, they let Chapo's.
You can't enhance the side. No, it's these.
Government is
Red choo-choo
and
jelly.
has always been tainted by narco money.
Fuck.
Yes, this is true. But the notion that like American
Oh, don't I
federal
just put
agencies
choo-choo
are
jelly
going
in
to be
fire?
very helpful
Okay, that's
when
easy.
They are, like, I would say almost directly responsible for so much of the cartel's prominence and power.
Can I put choo-choo jelly in fire? Will that work?
It's awesome to think that, like, you know, it's awesome to think that you know, we should be.
Yeah, okay, that's easy
rating
then. Because I want to upgrade them
the
twice.
Mexican president's performance off of how well they collaborate with the American federales.
Where is my wood?
Anyway.
Yeah, it needs to be on flat ground.
I share with you my 100 proposals for the construction of the second floor of the fourth transformation. You can consult them in the following link on my website. Wait. Oh. Fuck. How do we Google Translate this shit?
Okay. Let's go. Okay, that's
Is
so
it just my
nice.
algorithm, or is there not a single good word about her on Twitter? I think the most suspicious thing overall is how the media has been, like, mainstream media outlets have been, like, relatively pro Scheinbaum.
Okay, that
which
should be
I
enough for
find
all of them.
Rather odd. Like, they just say, "Oh, she's a woman," and that's good, and they just, like, move on. You know what I mean? Which I think is like strange. Not the Spanish outlets. No. I'm not talking about Spanish outlets. I'm talking about like NPR. I would go so far as to say they haven't even fucking ripped AMLO as much. Like, I know, you are becoming a conspiracist, lol. Wait, what? No. What are you talking about? There is, in comparison to prior years, for like the past 100 years of American media and its alignment with State Department interests, the pink tide that occurred in Latin American countries did not get the same level of coverage, with obvious exceptions. Like Evo.
So now I need warm
who is
safina.
right here.
I might need more
with the
choo-choo
coup
jelly
that
and warm
occurred.
safina. Okay. Where did I find the warm safina
The
again?
Bolivian coup was a moment where people were just like, yeah, these guys aren't fucking psychopathic, rabid,
That's in the Grildo
violent
area.
Christo-fascists that are physically trying to overthrow the
my pineapple.
the Evo Morales government. It's actually, you know, it's actually the mandate, the popular mandate. I promise. Now, that in and of itself was like a brief moment, but beyond that, you haven't really seen a shit ton. You haven't really seen a shit ton of like negative sentiment being deployed. I don't know if it's because they just don't have the smoke for it. You know?
Warm safina.
I don't know if they just don't have the time for it. I don't know what it is. I genuinely don't know what the fuck it is. I am in Bolivia. It was the popular mandate. What the fuck are you talking about, my man? Your takes on Latin American politics are so out removed. Dude, how could... There's no way. This is a bait, right? Are you doing a bait or are you being serious? Like, there's no fucking shot. Not real Bolivian? Wait, what? I can take a pig if you like. No, I don't. I'm not saying that
this
you're
should be
not
enough.
a real Bolivian. I'm just shocked that you are talking about shit. You're talking about shit that is like well established to...
So we should actually find some
When
warm
you read
safina
comments
in
like
this
that, just
region.
remember all the your Ukraine takes are bad.
So we literally could just go like...
I think that's because there's been a growing movement of leftists in Latin America that I would say wouldn't look well for mainstream media to attack anyone, especially with outspoken leaders like Lula and Petro.
Okay, let's go. So... Southwest.
You are leftists. There are a lot of Central and South Americans that will call you a communist and be against you sharing leftist ideology when talking about Latin countries. Bro, this person is...
Yeah.
My
We should be able to get
age,
some warm safina here.
Bolivian,
Hopefully not get it
and
without
has
getting
been in
too
here
warm.
since 2022 and has previously subscribed for 10 fucking months. The idea that like the idea that
There we
there wasn't a
go.
fucking coup in Bolivia and it was actually a popular uprising, and it
If
wasn't
anything
like
to
a
cool ourselves
violent...
down.
A lot of media portray people opposing the electoral fraud as neo-Nazis, Christians, crazy people.
Okay.
The major players involved were absolutely... First of all, the media did not portray them as such. The media did lie about them. Okay? Mainstream media unironically dropped the ball in a historic fashion. And that's what I talked about specifically here, which a lot of those pro-NATO, pro-State Department, but supposedly leftist content creators also yelled at me about. But that was quickly fucking packed up. That's crazy. It's like, yeah, it's like thinking about the last Cuban coup attempt, which wasn't even really a coup attempt. I'm just saying, like, all of this spells trouble for the CIA involvement in Latin America in general.
What the fuck is this?
The media defended the Christofasces. Yeah, they said it was a popular revolution. Like they literally
It's just like a little bit of a.
they act like it was just a thing that happened.
There's so much stuff. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff to do.
Like this woman. Wait, oh no, where was the other ones? Hold on.
Let's make some heat resistant stuff.
The lady who succeeded Evo literally wanted to ban
I don't
indigenous
have a
people
lot,
and the indigenous
so I need
religion,
warm
calling it
safrina.
satanic. Definitely not a fucking. It didn't happen in like 2 weeks. Protests were going on in Bolivia since 2018. Evo cheated the Constitution twice to keep getting reelected. Yes, I know. I don't know if you know this, but like, I don't know if you know this, but I am in favor. I mean, again, FDR. FDR. When someone is cooking, I don't have an issue with it. I do care about. I mean, I think that older leadership in left-wing parties is genuinely a genuinely a problem because they just like refuse to. They refuse to bring up new talent and young leadership, and that becomes a leadership issue down the line. I ultimately don't care as much about like these limits, especially when the opposition is just fucking insane. In the afternoon of the 12th of March, 2021, the prosecutor's office issued an arrest warrant against Inez, 5 of her former ministers, and multiple former members of the high command of the armed forces. The news was broken by Inez herself, who published a photo of the document through her social networks. The political persecution has become. The Associated Press described Inez's apprehension as a crackdown on opposition. Coup 1 and coup cases. Family, friends of mine are genuinely afraid the Shine Bomb will make Mexico into Venezuela, especially because Moreno has worked to remove protectionist business practices like in agriculture, and the party being left-wing. Plus, this reminds them of the Ejido system and Echeverria Latin Us runs on this talking point and puts fear into people with what they already have experienced. Coup 1 and Coup 2 are cases in investigation because they have no proof the military pushed Evo to resign. Okay. It just happened to be that way. Dude, that's what every right-wing person in Latin America says for every left-wing government. No, I know. Oh. Defense Minister Luis Fernando Lopez and Interior Minister Arturo Murillo have taken refuge in the United States, which is odd, but I guess it's because of severe political persecution, which is why you escape to America. That's not historically what happens in Latin American countries when you do a coup, and sometimes it fails if you're if the people are aggressive enough, and then they fucking come to the United States of America, or sometimes or sometimes England. Yeah, people hating AMLO have been saying for years he would become a dictator and will want to stay in power even though Mexico's constitution doesn't allow it. Now that it didn't happen, they're saying Claudia is his puppet and he'll stay in power that way. An audit by the Organization of American States, which releases a full report afterwards, concluded that significant irregularities happened in the... Wait, by the way, the third paragraph is from the OAS. Observers from the European Union released a report with similar findings and conclusions to the OAS. The military and police of Bolivia, along with the Bolivian Workers' Center, recommended President Evo Morales to resign. He did, accompanied by other resignations by high-level politicians throughout the day, some citing fears for the safety of their families. The government of Mexico offered political asylum to Morales the following day, which Morales accepted a day afterwards. Yeah, he had to escape to Mexico because they were fucking butchering people. The OAS. All these anti-Claudia chatters here are just a reminder of pro-white-skin culture, middle-upper-class aspirationists with neoliberal and pro-capitalist sentiments. Xochitl was the candidate of the right, and the parties supporting her were the same ones that complied always with American interests and privatized Mexico's natural resources. They're liberal.
I love how right wings are the same everywhere.
Think
Yeah.
about the class demographics that watch this stream in the global south. It's not shocking that they're libbed up. Oh no, I know that. Yeah, brother. I don't think like.
Oh, is that the one I'm supposed to go to?
Indigenous and poor Mexican populations are fucking tuning into an American white guy.
I was going the wrong way. Okay.
From Turkey talking about Mexico and Mexican politics.
Supposed to go
This
there.
is something that I try to explain to my audience on a regular fucking basis as well. I personally have a lot of criticisms for Latin American countries, Latin American governance that I regularly repeat. However, having said that, one thing that you have to always keep in mind, something that I always mention, is that you will never, in American media, never, ever, ever hear from the majority working class background people in the countries that we're discussing, because the American media almost always, will almost always cover business interests and prioritize business interests and those who are representatives for business interests. This is why people are like genuinely confused when we talk about Maduro. Maduro, for example, for many of his faults and failures, rode the wave of Chavez's broad popular mandate in Venezuela. But you would never ever fucking hear that in American news until it became a major problem. So you would never recognize the long staying power of Chavez's popularity in Venezuela, because the people who are pro Chavez, the Chavistas, for the most part, are not getting broadly represented in American news or global news at all. They're not. You're not going to hear from them for the most part. Maybe Parenti will fucking talk about it or whatever, but you're not going to hear from them in general. I feel like you fell a little bit in the propaganda hole on the Bolivia topic. There was a lot of nuisance that the Evo government didn't let international press to show. Brother, international press was eating the dick of the people that you are currently defending in this chat. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. If I fell a little bit into the propaganda hole, by the way, you mean nuance, not nooses, but it's fine. It's
okay.
ESO. I understood what he was trying to say. But if I was falling in the propaganda hole, I would have been like, yeah, there was a fucking coup that happened because Evo was not popular in Bolivia, and he resigned out of disgrace because he was like cooking the books and cooking the elections. And the OAS is a institution that is infallible and the most moral institution, and that they were completely right. And the rabid, psychopathic, Christo-fascist weirdos and their
The Expectation
gang
is
of
so good.
thugs
It's
that
so
were
good.
butchering people on the
Raphael,
streets
it's amazing.
were actually in the right, because that's just popular uprising shit. You know?
I love it. It's just
That's
like
what I would
so
be
much
doing.
like it's so chill to play, and you're just like explaining. Oh yeah. Elysium wants to just make sure if it's okay if we can use the name that
Latin
you
Us is the news chain
we
founded
called
by
you.
PRI dinosaurs,
Do you mind if
old-ass
we like
crusty
attach
party
it
members, and
because we just
oligarchs
keep
to
record. Elysium is
basically
keeping
run
record of all
propaganda on
those
Morena
things.
and
So
Scheinbaum by using
you know.
stupid comparisons like Vuvuzela.
Thank you so much for
Yeah.
coming on though. I loved it. I wish maybe one day when we've done a lot of other countries, you or Alex can come back on and talk about
Latin politicians in here. Are
you
there
know,
any
we can get more into Brazilian hogs, because I loved having you on, and I thought it was just really, oh shit. I just thought it was, like, very, very interesting, and I know that, I guess the Brazilians, like, love to just chat, and so we went over time, but, I'd love to hear more about the Brazilian hogs. Maybe we can do a segment on it at some point, like, when you have a day off or whatever, you can just be like, yeah, you want me to come and like talk about these things, and just let me know. It was great. We happy a lot. I love it.
It's important to recognize like who's saying that, what business interests do they represent, and what, let's say, working class people in the nations think about their leadership. Debate Claudio Scheinbaum. What?
Sorry, get earned. Had to be done. Had to be done. Had to be done. I don't have any normal food. That's bad.
Funded by viewers like you. Please support our
Democracy
work
Now,
at
let's go.
democracynow.org/give. Gonzalez. We turn now to Mexico, where this Sunday millions of voters are poised to elect the first woman president in Mexico's history. The landmark moment has filled many with hope, as Mexico has one of the highest rates of gender violence and femicide in Latin America, with at least 10 women murdered in Mexico every single day. Voters will be choosing between frontrunners Claudia Sheinbaum and Xochitl Galvez, third candidate, Jorge Alvarez Menez. Sheinbaum has maintained a significant lead in the polls ahead of June 2nd elections. She is the former mayor of Mexico City, member of the ruling Left Morena party, seen as a continuation of the current president, AMLO, Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador. While Galvez, a former senator, is backed by a coalition that includes the conservative PRI and PAN parties. The PRI, or Institutional Revolutionary Party, ruled Mexico uninterrupted for 71 years until the 2000s. Rampant violence, perpetuated in part by the decades-long U.S.-backed so-called war on drugs, is a central issue. This campaign cycle has been one of the deadliest in Mexico, with at least 34 candidates or aspiring candidates assassinated since September. Immigration and Mexico-U.S. relations are also pivotal issues. In a minute, we'll be joined by Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Maria Hinojosa to discuss the historic elections. But first, let's turn to clips of Maria's recent interviews with both front-runners, Sheinbaum and Galvez.
I went to a private school for a year on a full government scholarship. All the kids I knew are shouting at me for sharing a picture of Claudia winning. They're all chirping, saying Mexican democracy is over. We shouldn't let poor, uneducated people vote. They aren't ready for it yet.
Wow. Wow.
which recently aired on Latino USA. Maria Hinojosa and her colleague, Penile Ramirez, were in Mexico City earlier this year, where they spoke to Claudia Sheinbaum at a campaign rally. They asked her how she'd handle immigration.
What is your message to Latino Mexican voters in the United States about this election and your candidacy?
We're going to fight for them, for their rights, and we're going to fight for the families in Mexico. We want.
Let's see if we can make a little device to get up there.
Now you have said a few days ago that Biden and Trump should stop talking about the Mexican elections. Why you said that, and what's your plan regarding immigration?
The best way to reduce.
I don't have anything that can control.
Is to invest in the countries where people have to live and want to go to the U.S.
But I can just do this.
Biden wins or Trump wins.
Oh, I know.
There are a lot of problems in the U.S. and it's better that their campaign not use Mexico as the problem. We are not the problem. We are part of the solution.
They met Xochitl Galvez while the presidential candidate traveled to New York to meet with Mexican voters here. This is what Galvez said.
So what is your fresh, new approach towards the issue of immigration?
Primero, entender que el fenómeno de la migración es un fenómeno mundial.
Now, she did not really answer the question, but she did say to us that we needed to understand that immigration is a worldwide problem, and therefore the solution, she said, was to sit and talk.
Entonces no nos sentemos, no hablemos, no hagamos cooperación
Oh
profunda,
shit, I don't have enough
y se van a
power.
seguir muriendo jóvenes en este país.
She replied that if
Fine,
we
fuck
don't
it.
sit and have a dialogue, young people will keep dying on both sides of the border.
Fine.
Galvez,
I
the
need to
other
get better at
Mexican
using those
presidential
things.
Candidate. For more, we are joined by Maria.
Now you're thinking
Hinojosa,
with
the
Tears of the
Pulitzer
Kingdom?
That's brilliant.
I need to find. So this battery, right? Can I upgrade this battery? Is that what that thing was in the beginning that I didn't read enough about?
Presidenta will
Oh my god, they had one right here.
Plagued Mexico. Maria, it's great to have you.
And that's
with
what I
us
need to
at the table.
save those
Why don't
things
you
for.
Start off by talking about the historic significance of these elections and what it means for what's happening in Mexico today.
You know what's interesting, Amy, because you and I have been doing this for a while, right? The reason why two women end up being the two frontrunner candidates is not just like, oh, it just happened. There was a tremendous, decades-long work by feminists in Mexico, along with feminists all over Latin America, pushing for equality, pushing for equity for women. In the face of violence, in the face of impunity, the feminist movement in Mexico and Latin America just kept on pushing to the point where you were able to make it by law that there had to be parity in the government, and this leads to both women ending up as candidates. And it is historic. You know, I'm asking the question. It's a little, but which country is more machista? The United States, that has two old men, one accused of strange and weird sexual and cover-ups, etc., and fraud, etc., and the other one who's just quite elderly. And in Mexico, you have two women. And so what they're talking about in the political debate in Mexico is really, frankly, light years away from the political debate that we're having in this.
I believe one of the main issues you've seen in chat that you have not seen is that we as Mexicans are
Literal
not saying
light years away.
Xochitl would have been a better candidate, but AMLO seriously fucked up the national security issue, and it's disheartening to hear you hand wave it away. We know he could not have solved it, but he did make it way worse. Brother or sister or MB, I'm not hand waving it away. Okay? I'm not. I'm recognizing it while also simultaneously telling you that there isn't much any Mexican president in a 6-year timeline could do anything about it. It's an American-born problem. Okay? The best you can do as far as like dealing with this domestically is try to improve the material conditions for working class Mexicans to the best of your ability so that there isn't like a steady flow of new recruits. But even beyond that, it doesn't matter. There's like, that will still not stop it. So on that basis, it seems like AMLO's policies were ultimately AMLO's policies were ultimately the best Mexico was going to get.
Just enter. There we go.
That's all I'm saying. I never said he's perfect. He's awesome. He's my GOAT. I have not seen any candidates in the previous election, or I have not seen any candidates in this election that were offering an alternative that was going to actually work, or that had a track record of success in this field, whether it be their party, whether it be their party's history, or what their party has done. No, I didn't say he was my GOAT. I said he's my GOAT only because of the duendes thing, only because of the wood elves, the truth about the wood elves. That's it. And I will stand on that. He is cool for that.
Country. Mexico, strangely, Mexico, Amy, becomes like a North Star. When would I have said that? I could have never imagined. And having said that,
You were born in Mexico
And I was
City.
born in Mexico, and I've watched the entire political process. I'm not Pollyanna.
If it works, it
Impunity
works.
and violence against women, corruption, the assassination of multiple candidates. It's a real problem. But Mexico has a different political debate happening now.
And Maria, I wanted to ask you if you could talk a little bit about the major differences between the two candidates policy-wise. Clearly, Claudia Sheinbaum is being supported by the current president, AMLO, and she appears to have a very big lead in the polls.
Oh my god, I almost fucked it up. I almost missed.
So they will both say that they are from the left. Xochitl will say that she's center-left. Claudia Sheinbaum will say that she's obviously more to the left. The policy differences have to do
that was
kind
just
of
for
with the
chest,
historical
okay.
differences between their two parties, as it were. The Morena party, which was a street activist movement that now has ended up in the presidential palace.
Yeah, what do we need here?
Versus you have the PRI and the PAN. These are the two oldest parties in Mexico. It would be like the Republicans and the Democrats getting together to support a candidate. It is a very strange coalition. And so what they represent is actually these two very different parts of American history. Having said that, there's a big critique that Claudia Sheinbaum will continue the policies of AMLO. She responds in a retort that's saying that's a misogynistic question. You're saying that because I'm a woman, I'm only going to follow what a man has done before me. Xochitl Galvez says that she's going to change things, that she will root out corruption, that she has a vision. But interestingly, Juan, when I was with her and spent an hour with her, and 2 days later, I was trying to process, like, what really happened in that hour-long interview? What were we able to get at? What does she really represent? And I came to a strange conclusion. It is strange, but I feel like her entire candidacy is strange because of these parties supporting her. And I said, it's like she's the Sarah Palin of Mexico, the center-left Sarah Palin of Mexico, in the sense that she's kind of like, hi, I'm here, and I just kind of ended up as the main candidate here, and I'm bright, and I'm smart, and I'm a survivor, and everything is going to be fine. And it's like, Mexico is much more complex than that. You know that. Why do you continue to kind of do this performative political stunts? Even here in New York, she ended up riding her bike to the New York Times for a series of interviews there. One, she wasn't wearing a helmet. Who rides a bike in New York without a helmet?
People say Xochitl is center-left because she had to shift their policies a lot to the left to be able to slightly compete with Morena, because the common Mexican person despises PRI and PAN because the country's history and plugged-in politicians getting rich off people's tax money, which is very stupid because she's neoliberal at best.
Hey, what does this do?
And also, why do you want to ride a bike in Times Square? So she does that, and people kind of pick up on these performative acts.
I don't think that's going to be enough. We have to make it longer.
And also, I wanted to ask you about the importance of the Mexican diaspora in the United States. For several years now, Mexicans abroad who are Mexican citizens have been able to vote in the election. Can you talk about the kind of interest there appears to be in the U.S. in Mexican communities?
You know what, Juan? I have been trying to get my Mexican citizenship back because when I became an American citizen in 1989, I had to give up my Mexican citizenship. It got messed up because of the pandemic. I'm just one of probably millions of Mexicans who would like to be able to have a vote and a participation in the Mexican political process. When you look at how close recent Mexican elections for president have been, you can understand why Mexican parties, presidential campaigns, are coming to ask for Mexicans in the United States to vote. It's small now, maybe 200,000 or so, but if you continue to push to get after these votes of Mexicans living in the United States, it could actually be quite influential. And I think for the politics of Mexicans living in the United States, it's a welcome idea that we don't have to decide, am I from here, am I from there? We actually can vote.
I wanted warm Safrina.
I wanted to go to
I don't think I'm going to be able to get it. I think I should just bite the bullets and do the trial.
Speaking to you, Maria, about her experience with gender violence.
How do you define feminism? O sea, yo creo en la igualdad sustantiva.
Tell me when Beetle is live, chat.
Vida personal.
So I want to read
she believes in
Beetle,
equality for all women
because Yubi's going
in
to be
terms of
on there
political, economic, and reproductive rights.
doing a
And to
segment on
emphasize
fashion
why
if you're
this matters
interested.
To her, she told us she suffered violence as a child.
Porque tuve un papá alcohólico y era brutalmente violento.
This story has become a
Thank
part
you,
of
Sonoda.
Xochitl Galvez's stump speech. Her father, she says, was a violent man who terrorized her as a child. One time, she tells us in the interview, he pointed a shotgun at her mother and threatened her. She says that they escaped, but that this experience marked her. And then I asked her what she thinks the solution might be for this kind of gender-based violence in Mexico.
Entonces creo que las mujeres deben de tener la certeza.
What Xochitl said to us was that women in Mexico need a support system in cases of violence, and that men need to know that if they commit violence against women, they will be prosecuted.
This is another clip of Latina USA's interview with Claudia Sheinbaum. Futura Media executive producer Penny Le Ramirez asks her about her presidency, what it would mean for Mexico. She spoke to her at a campaign rally in Mexico City.
What's going to be unique about your government?
Well, you know, I'm a scientist, so I'm going to put a lot of effort in science and development. We're going to go for women's rights, and we're going to continue bringing education, a good health system for the people, housing, and what I call the rights for the Mexican people.
So that's Claudia Sheinbaum, well, she is the front runner for sure. They both call themselves feminists. Women got the right to vote in Mexico when? In 1953. And what about abortion?
So abortion right now actually is more progressive in Mexico than in the United States.
Of course.
This is actually not like a primary issue in the presidential campaign right now, unlike here in the United States, because what's happening in Mexico is trending towards legalization across the entire country. There are parts of in Mexican states where it is legal, but it's not kind of the kind.
Catholic country, by the way. Mexican women fought fucking hard for that shit. Catholic country, by the way. We have a Catholic president, but, you know, look at our situation.
Of abortion politics that we're having here, where you would expect
Catholic dubs across the board, even with Ireland too.
Amy, a Catholic country, to be making the decisions on abortion like the ones that are being made in the United States, that says it has no relationship with the church in its politics. So right now, again, for women, on the issue of reproductive rights,
okay, I need to leave.
But on the issue of violence, on the issue of impunity, the number of
I'm getting owned.
Running at different parties in different states,
I don't have enough food.
Being assassinated. It's really a huge issue, and this is the primary contradiction for Mexico.
Ireland was very late to legalizing abortion for EU standards. No, I know, but they did. That's what I was saying. What? I was here. I covered it when it happened.
You're gonna elect a woman, but you still haven't resolved the fact that women are being murdered at the rate of about 10 to 11 every single day, and the impunity that comes with it.
And
Oh my God, there's more. Okay,
in
no, we
terms
have
of
to go.
this issue of Mexico electing
Nope,
a
we're
woman
going.
president,
We're going.
several
I am not
Latin
strong enough.
countries have already done so. Chile, Honduras, Argentina, Brazil, and now Mexico. And yet here in the United States, the potential for electing a woman president still will have to be postponed for another 4 or 8 years. I'm wondering your sense of the difference, especially with the United States supposedly claiming to represent a much more forward-looking view on equality between the genders.
Well, Juan,
This
you
warm,
won't be
Safrina?
surprised when I say that the North needs to
No.
learn from the South.
Yep.
There's always this perspective that the North, the United States, is leading the way, is the way to go. And in fact, what the United States and the feminist movement in the United States needs to do is to look at what happened in Mexico and the rest of Latin America. The number of countries that have elected a woman president in Latin America is stunning, considering the fact that the United States is still at about a third of women in Congress. You have countries like Rwanda that have legalized parity in political representation, and our country is lagging behind. It is huge, Juan. On the issue of immigration and whether or not Claudia or Xochitl, more likely it will be Claudia who ends up as president, will do something profoundly different, fresh. Stand up to the United States. Say no more remain in Mexico. Begin to do.
Yeah, no, the best part about it was that the right wing in Mexico was saying that Claudia is a
Oh,
Stalinist.
it's too hard.
Or
Fuck.
that she was female Stalin. I saw those
Fuck, fuck,
posters,
fuck,
which
fuck. Okay, we'll just
from
get
my
out of here.
perspective, like that goes pretty fucking hard.
Okay, I
But
can't get the warm,
ultimately-
Safrina. Fuck it, we'll go do the thing.
Like a lot of the policies are yeah, borderline sock them shit in general. Even though that one chatter literally said they're moving towards state communism.
Kind of political battle on the issue of
I
immigration.
know
As you
about
know,
they
this
track.
is one of my key
True.
issues
I should
as
be
a-
trying
as an
things like
immigrant
that, but
journalist
I'm.
in the United States. To be seen.
I should be.
The thought, though, of a Claudia Sheinbaum, who frankly, you know, Stanford educated, speaks perfect English, sitting down in any kind of meeting with a potential Donald Trump is it messes with the brain. Although I don't think she will take things sitting down.
And it's very interesting. They were just.
To be fair, Morena has been pretty. I mean, they've been definitely pretty submissive to American foreign policy in terms of immigration. So that is definitely an argument you can make against AMLO and the party in general. So
Major protests in Mexico City outside the Israeli embassy around Gaza, and AMLO, the president, and the Morena Party supporting Mexico joining South Africa in its genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. And Claudia Sheinbaum, the front runner following AMLO, is a Jewish woman.
Correct. This is extraordinary because the fact that she is a Jewish woman, but she doesn't really. She's a scientist, so she's not very religious. But she is a Jewish woman, and then her name is Sheinbaum. It's not a big issue, which is fascinating in and of itself. In some ways, my colleagues at Mexico.
it is, that part is actually kind of wild when you think about it, because like America hasn't fucking done that. You know what I mean? And we have a much larger Jewish population than Mexico does. Mexico's like 94% Catholic or some shit. Like, that is kind of, that is cool when you think about it. Way to go, media, and typecast all Jews as Zionists? Wait, what? I don't think Democracy Now! Would never do that in a million years. And no, I haven't seen anything from her.
Oh
that
fuck!
is,
Bananas have attack power too. Okay,
I have
I'm an
not
idiot.
seen anything
I'm an idiot.
from her.
Oh no, wait, never
From
mind.
Claudia that
They both
says
do
that
attack
she
power,
is, like,
okay.
pro-Israel, even remotely. The only thing I've seen is that a bunch of fucking right-wing accounts that are like supposedly pro-Palestine talking about how she's a Jew. That's it. And how she must be Zionist, which is ironic. Ironic considering that, like AMLO, as we discussed at great length yesterday, AMLO was definitely more ambiguous about Israel, despite his own party not being so ambiguous and being very critical on Israel. He himself personally was much more ambiguous, refused to call it a genocide, yada, yada, yada. And part of the reason for that is, I suspect, because of the contracts that AMLO has with Israel. Very importantly, that that sweet Pegasus surveillance technology that AMLO's government has used
Increases
on
attack
top of
power
the
in
military
cold
contracts
temperatures.
as well. Israel sells a lot of weapons to Latin American countries. Israel also sometimes sells its surveillance technology, Pegasus, to Latin American countries in leadership. So that definitely is part of the reason why I suspect AMLO is, not as overtly critical of Israel, despite the fact that it seems like Mexico in and of itself, the ones that do care about the Israel-Palestine situation are definitely not pro-Israel.
Mexican journalists in many ways are leading this conversation of how you cover politics and you don't play into authoritarian and propaganda games. For example, there might have been journalists who wanted to kind of fuel the fire of saying, but she's Jewish. It hasn't really been an issue. And if what's more interesting is that Claudia Sheinbaum and Xochitl Galvez, both of them wearing huipiles, which is the traditional indigenous Mexican, you know it because of the embroidery. This is the fact that both of them are like, we love indigenous women, we love our indigenous roots. Again, fascinating for Mexican politics, which again, to me, that would be the word that I use in terms of Mexican politics right now.
Like as far as Claudia's opinions on Palestine goes, I would suspect that if she were to move to a less critical place in terms of Israel, it wouldn't be because she's Jewish or whatever the fuck. It would be because she is representing a continuation of AMLO's policies. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. So, where do I need to go again? This was my mission.
Figures non-Mexicans will fall for this photo op when this woman is a governor of Mexico City at cops trained by Israeli forces in her party by spy software. Yeah, that part is true. For the record. Yeah. As I've mentioned as well. So her continuation, her opinion on, what do you call it? Her personal opinion, I don't know in terms of Palestine. But as far as like this shit goes, it's classic. And that is the reason why I suspect AMLO was also critical of Israel, but not as critical as other Latin American countries.
Went scouting the skies. Said to went to the Hebrew South Summit Cave with Gassane as its entrance marked with another bonfire. Okay. Okay, let's go.
It is pretty funny that the Abu Obeida Stan account, though, is personally saying this is simply a fucking photo op and discounting it across the board. Like, that's ridiculous. Figures non-Mexicans would fall for this photo op when this woman is governor of Mexico City at cops trained by Israeli forces. Again, regular order of business, business as usual. And her party by spy software, Pegasus from Israel, which is true.
Okay.
But
Everyone's
the
gonna get
notion
cooked.
that, like,
Let's
this
go.
is just simply a political photo op is ridiculous, dude. Who the fuck is putting on a keffiyeh? What politician is like, this is not the kente cloth, okay? This is not Nancy Pelosi kente cloth. When you put the fucking keffiyeh on, it means it is far more significant than Nancy Pelosi putting on the fucking kente cloth, okay? No, Nancy Pelosi in 3 months? Fuck no. That's precisely the reason why the Democrats don't do it, as a matter of fact. That's ridiculous. That is actually, unironically, that is ridiculous, okay? Yeah, there's a reason why Democrats don't do that aesthetic, the aesthetic posturing of like being pro-Palestine. You know what the Democratic Party is doing right now? Inviting Benjamin Netanyahu to speak in front of Congress. When the last time he spoke in front of Congress, he came in defiance of Barack Obama, invited by the Republicans. And they're doing it when he's in the midst of, one, obviously political corruption charges internally in Israel, and two, is being petitioned to have an arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court. Yeah, keffiyeh photo ops are only a thing in Turkey where the 90% Muslim majority exists. Okay, fair. That's true. Yeah, you will see a keffiyeh photo op from Muslim majority nations, but you won't see it in fucking Mexico. That's crazy. Yeah, and Obama still signed a $30 billion fucking security package for Israel because he's so cucked. Oh, yeah, I heard about this as well. She wrote something pro-Palestinian. Claudia Scheinbaum, expected to be elected first female and first Jewish president of Mexico today, wrote this in an editorial during Israel's previous war with Hamas in 2009 in which the death toll of civilians in Gaza was very high. Because of my Jewish origin, because of my love for Mexico, and because I feel like a citizen of the world, I share with millions the desire for justice, equality, fraternity, and peace, and therefore I can only see with horror the images of state bombings, she added at the time, adding, no reason justifies the murder of Palestinian civilians. Nothing can justify the murder of a child. Now, once again, like I said, her opinions might have moved more to the center on Israel as a consequence of AMLO's opinion and security contracts they have with Israel. Okay? But it is not because of her Jewish origin or whatever the fuck people are trying to say. Do you get it? Do you understand? Mexico, principles on foreign policy are constitutionally recognized. It includes non-intervention in domestic affairs of other countries and peaceful resolution of conflicts.
Is this the
Even if she
bonfire?
is Jewish, Mexico will keep a neutral stance on 99% of foreign conflicts.
What the fuck? Oh, okay.
In any case,
Fascinating. That is not the term that I would use when discussing U.S. politics at all.
And Maria, finally, in terms of the legacy of Andrés Manuel López Obrador, obviously
still up
he
the
came
slope.
into office with a lot of hopes of progressives around the
how much leverage does Mexico has on Israel? It's like every other country, dude.
Yeah, I
It's
doubt
like
this is a
fucking
cave.
The same shit with Colombia. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is yet another avenue of pressure. Anytime a foreign nation says that they are participating in some form of BDS, whether it's the B or the D or the S, every point of pressure helps. If you think entire nations coming out against Israel's genocide isn't significant, then why the fuck are you protesting in the streets in the United States of America? Obviously, at the end of the day,
with partner
the only
applications?
country with any sort
Sure.
of serious moving
I'll reply
power
to you later. No worries,
would be the
Timoxon.
United
Sorry,
States
I
of
was locked
America.
in.
Okay, that's it. It's not the ICC, it's not the ICJ,
Sure.
it's not the UN, it's the United States of America. The United States of America is the only country that can reign in Israel, which is why I'm so critical of Joe Biden. But having said that, all of these other countries making Israel out to be a pariah for its ethnic cleansing campaign upon the Palestinian population or the apartheid will unironically cause America
No
to
worries.
reconsider its unconditional support. Just like you going out in the fucking streets and protesting will make American politicians greatly withstand a political penalty potentially, or at least fear a political penalty potentially. Okay?
The hemisphere. He remains very popular, but of course he's under a lot of criticism for his handling or his mishandling of the femicides, of the killing of journalists, of his dealings with the United States in terms of immigration. Your sense of how he will be remembered and what were his accomplishments?
Well, it is a very divisive time in Mexican politics as well, so we can't walk away from that. I mean, my own family is deeply divided. This feels very much like U.S. politics. Families divided. We won't talk about politics over dinner. Or
is that the cave?
No political conversations because of how divisive it is. Look, AMLO, again, came from a street movement to end up in the presidential palace. You're right, all of the critiques that surround him, but there is a lot of support for the policies that he's done specifically in terms of progressive.
What possible reason do Jeffries and Schumer have to invite Netanyahu other than being devoted ideological Zionists? It serves no political benefit because they're trying to hit the I don't like Netanyahu, I just like Israel angle. No.
And you're on the right path now. We can't even cross.
Here's the real reason, okay? Joe Biden,
perhaps then we have to go the other way
because he's unable to
see
how Israel has operated over the course of these past 8 months, still thinks that throwing a fucking political bone to Benjamin Netanyahu will cause Benjamin Netanyahu to not like use the bone to fuck Joe Biden, but instead turn around and go, thank you. I will now actually follow through on your desires and not completely fucking destroy what remains of American soft power.
Indian election results coming in today
by
Indian time.
You know, personally being this invested in this bloodlust and ethnic cleansing campaign.
I hope they're good.
Okay, so that's the reason why they're doing it. The Democratic Party thinks that if you fucking throw a bone to Netanyahu, then Netanyahu will capitulate to the very reasonable demands that have come far too late, mind you. That is also the same reason why Benjamin motherfucking Netanyahu, or not Benjamin Netanyahu, but Brandon, is literally fucking foolishly being like, well, hey guys, this is Israel's policy actually. Israel actually wants a ceasefire and a 3-step negotiation. It's Hamas that's not doing it. Okay? Yeah, Netanyahu will address Congress, will be in Washington when POTUS is expected to be out of the country in order to attend the G7 summit in Italy. Netanyahu will address Congress on June 13th.
Oh my god, that's insane that he's being invited. What the fuck, dude?
Meanwhile, the boycott are working according to the chairman of the Israeli Security Authority for investors who have withdrawn 34 billion shekels from the Israeli economy since October.
Great.
They are feeling the weight of becoming a pariah state. Yeah. I'm hearing from on-the-ground reporting in Israel that they can't even fucking avoid seeing the commercial breaks. At the top of the hour, that is. That's right.
Okay, Hassan.
Except for Time Without an Owo, who is a subscriber and will avoid seeing the top of the hour ad breaks. Many other Israeli chatters will not be able to.
Well, there's nothing else. Great. Okay, we'll have to go the other way then, I guess.
By the way, this won't be the first time that Netanyahu has addressed Congress without the president being there. Ugh.
I think I did go the wrong way. Either way, it's fine. Okay, I got those mushrooms.
Without the Democratic president. Just saying. Maybe this will piss off the Dems further. I don't know. Hopefully. Hopefully we get these fucking libs on board with subscribing at the top of the hour so they don't see the fucking 3-minute ad break. Or by getting gifted a sub, avoiding the top of the hour ad break that way.
Okay. So, I forgot
Here's a
about
3-minute
that.
ad break now.
Yeah, I got mushrooms for you. Yep.
CNN Netanyahu says it's not true that Israel agreed to a ceasefire deal outline. Dude, it's so good. Dude, I'm sorry. This is so fucked, but it's also so incredibly funny at the same time. Okay? It's just like, all right, let's get to Israel Palestine.
Oh, it's there, isn't it?
Back as we turn to some significant news out of the Middle East. A senior Israeli official tells NBC News that President Biden's description of the latest ceasefire proposal is, quote, not accurate. The official specifically disputed that Israel has agreed to fully withdraw its troops from Gaza, a clause, the second phase of the proposal. The comment comes as far-right members of the Israeli government have voiced their opposition to the deal. President Biden announced the framework on Friday, describing it as a durable end to the conflict. The three-phase plan begins with a 6-week truce and the return of women, children, and other vulnerable hostages in exchange for the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Israeli troops would also withdraw from populated areas of
Pizza went
Gaza.
live? Okay.
The second phase would see a permanent end to the war as well as the release of the remaining hostages. The third phase outlines a 3 to 5 year period of reconstructing Gaza and the establishment of a non-Hamas Palestinian government. Hamas at this point has responded positively to the proposal, though not officially accepting it. Now the U.S. is urging both sides to indeed accept the...
Bro, it's so funny. It's like every time you hear American mainstream media, go, well, Hamas has said that they are looking favorably at this deal.
Indian chatters,
that's literally
I
fucking
hope that things are
identical
going to
to
be
the
okay.
deals that they've presented for months now. Okay? Anytime MSNBC says this and Israel turns around and goes, fuck no, we're not accepting this deal, and they have to report on it, that is a major blow.
Perfect that I have this
Israel's
weapon.
PR in the Western world. It is a major fucking blow. Okay? A ginormous blow. It's great. I personally think that Brandon kind of cooked it a little bit, thinking that they could get away with just being like, yeah, it's actually Hamas that doesn't want a ceasefire, guys, which is what they've been doing since fucking October 10th, okay? They have lied since October 10th, being like, we really, really, really want a cooperative agreement here, and we really want a ceasefire, but Hamas just keeps fucking it up. Okay? They keep saying that over and over again, and I keep malding over and over again, but now it's getting to a point where, like, even the dumbest of Americans will look at this and go, what the fuck do you mean Hamas is not cooperating? I'm looking at MSNBC, and they say Hamas is actually looking positively at this deal. They've said it themselves. Why has this ceasefire deal been confusing? Because there is too much political pressure for unconditional support for Israel's genocide. And therefore, Brandon had to fucking come out and say something. And what he ended up saying was a miscalculation, I think. They most likely thought we could we could change political discourse once again by just simply lying and saying that, like, you know, Hamas is not negotiating in good faith or negotiating at all. The real problem, or the real confusion, stems from the fine print of the deal. Israel. Okay, here's how it works. Okay. Kaya, out. Get out of there. Get out of there, lady.
I won't do much more of this.
Wait, fuck.
Because I know it's storyline stuff. But I do want to raid Beetle.
Okay. So here's what happened.
Because Beetle is having UB
Okay,
on, and
here's
they're
what
talking about
happened.
fashion.
Israel suggested a deal
Fair time
that
ending? Well,
looked
I mean, you're gonna have so much
aesthetically
bad
similar
time
to the Hamas proposals so far to the American government.
Nope, I'm not
Okay.
fucking with you guys. Oh god.
Biden then took the deal and bolded certain aspects of the deal that Israel had not agreed to or thought that Israel could like hide away in the fine print. Specifically, the hostage negotiations between phase 1 and phase 2 and the permanent ceasefire that comes in phase 2. The immediate ceasefire in phase 1 and the permanent ceasefire in phase 2. Israel thought that they could get away by being like, yeah, we'll do talks. We'll start the negotiations process, and we'll do the best we can to well, we won't stop fighting, we won't stop bombing, but maybe we'll I don't know, maybe we'll start considering whether we'll stop bombing or stop fighting. Biden took that deal.
Ernie, is
and
this
was like,
plot line really important? Because I don't want to like do anything important off stream, but I do want to raid Beetle. When is Oh, okay. Oh, Yubi's not coming on right this way. This is the main part of the quest? Okay. So very important. Okay. Denoda, are you watching Beetle? If you are, will you tell me when Yubi's on? So I'll keep going until then. And then I'll just have to, like, yeet myself and be like, sorry, and I'll redo it. No, it's fine. Oh, Hassan's not saying anything.
fairly simple. 529. Israel's war cabinet approves an
This is
offer
after Yubi's on?
for
I
a
might.
ceasefire that was transmitted to
I
Hamas.
don't think so, though. We'll see.
Netanyahu only agreed to it under extreme pressure and over opposition of Smotrich
I'm
and
gonna.
Ben-Gvir, who
I
are
might
not
go
in the
live
war
later
cabinet.
to play more, but I
On
doubt it.
5:30,
Otherwise, I'll just do
Hamas
like
rejected
small
it, saying no
side
talks
quests and
unless
things
Israel
like that.
stopped its assault.
And
Now, why
and
did
farm.
they do that? That was one of the few instances where Hamas said no to a deal that seemingly would have had ceasefire written all over it. The real reason why they did it, at least Ryan thinks, and I don't necessarily disagree with him, was because Hamas saw the amount of political pressure that Israel was receiving as a consequence of the Rafah tent massacre and knew that they could get more solidified terms on the ceasefire rather than some wishy-washy bullshit that Israel was presenting. On 5/31, Biden grabbed the Israeli proposal, which Netanyahu had been happy to see rejected by Hamas, and made it fully public, cleverly but accurately calling it the Israeli proposal, which it is. But Netanyahu hates it. So now Netanyahu is walking back from it while Hamas is responding positively. Now the mediators at U.S., Qatar, and Egypt are putting pressure on both Israel and Hamas to accept the deal. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, the far-right members, say they'll leave the government if the deal happens. They'll leave Netanyahu to form a government with center-right figures. The proposal laid out by Biden, however, had a major issue for Israel, which was that it had the terms a complete ceasefire on phase 1 and had the term a permanent end to hostilities in phase 2. Benjamin Netanyahu thought that they could have cleverly written out a proposal where they could actually just act like they care about a permanent end to hostilities when in fact they would not actually remove and withdraw their forces from populated areas in Gaza, by the way, which is bullshit. It should be a complete fucking retrieval, a complete removal of Israeli forces from Gaza. So that in and of itself causes the confusion. Biden came out and in fine print said these terms. Israel then went, whoa,
I guess we'll just
hold
drop
up. We
this
just kind of
and
faked
take it.
Like, we didn't mean it. What do you mean?
Because it's a different kind of bow.
Well, what the fuck's going on? And then here's Netanyahu subtly acknowledging he did make the proposal, but what he doesn't really mean it, but he doesn't really mean it because he'll keep waging the war no matter what. Note the language. The prime minister, and this is in English. It's important that this is in English. Okay? The prime minister authorized the negotiating team to present a proposal to that end, which would also enable Israel to continue the war until all of its objectives are achieved,
thank you for coming on again.
Hamas's military and governing capabilities.
It was great.
Okay? But that's the issue. The issue is one side was negotiating in bad faith.
So you said they
and
went out
personally
here and
thinking
where?
that they could continue with this narrative that
I didn't listen to that bird at all.
To put forward a ceasefire, but they made a mistake. And the mistake was to even mention ceasefire at all. Now, I don't know if the
upgradable
actual
too?
text
Ooh,
of
okay.
the deal featured these words, or if Brandon added those words, but it wouldn't be the first time an American envoy has added permanent ceasefire and an end to hostilities.
Went
as
towards
we
the lone
heard
cedar tree
from
on
the
Talent to
prior
a peak.
iteration of this deal that Hamas had accepted, which Israel said
is this
they
tree?
did not accept.
Oh, up there.
Actually, because maybe there was a third party involvement in massaging the narrative on whether or not the Hamas,
okay.
whether or not the Israeli proposal would feature a permanent end to hostilities and a ceasefire. That is, of course, what I believe, what I suspect was the American intervention in the matter, the CIA's intervention in the matter.
Is that even a cedar tree?
So now, the situation is even more cooked for Israel because people are no longer, like I said, have that same fucking smoke for Palestinian baby murder that they once did in the immediate aftermath of October 7. They're becoming more and more of a pariah state. America recognizes that and is trying to fix the situation. And they're trying to do we're doing what's good for you.
Is that our boy?
If they were actually doing what's good for Israel, they would literally just,
Talon?
stop giving Israel weapons and tell them to, finally start
I don't
listening
think it
to
is.
America. Meanwhile,
Bro, it's not. Never mind then.
all 4 hostages were kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th. Israeli army checking on whether or not they were killed by IDF fire in Han Yunis. I don't know if it's the same 4 hostages or if they fucking murked another 4 hostages. But this kind of shit makes the actions, makes this war less popular in Israel as well. Okay? Netanyahu refuses to show Smotrich and Ben-Gvir the 4.5-page Israeli offer that was approved by the War Cabinet, which Biden referred to in his speech. This has led outrage from both ministers. Ben-Gvir said, Mr. Prime Minister, what have you got to hide? If the deal is not reckless and it includes a clause on the destruction of Hamas, why won't you show it to me? The reason can only be one. This is a draft of a reckless proposal as presented by Biden, and now you're trying to legitimize it. Meanwhile, Smotrich called the wartime cabinet decision illegitimate and contrary to the law. This is also interesting because Ben-Gvir came out today and said he had no idea about the specific details of this deal before Biden's speech. It's been widely reported that its details were not shown to the National Security Cabinet. We're literally reading that right now. They only got a vague outline. In fear of leaks, supposedly. Take his word with a grain of salt, obviously, but Ryan saying Ben-Gvir and Smotrich opposed it is interesting.
Okay.
No, Ryan saying Ben-Gvir and Smotrich opposed it is they're saying publicly that they are not in support of any kind of deal that Biden has presented that has the word ceasefire, that doesn't feature a permanent end and dismantling of Hamas's military and political power in the
What
Strip.
time?
They did publicly
Okay.
say that. Doesn't matter. They didn't have to read the fine print at all. They are seeing exactly what we are all seeing all around the world, which is ceasefire and permanent end to hostilities.
Oh wait,
being
let me try
fucking,
doing this.
you know, broadly celebrated and talked about on those terms, on no uncertainty, under no uncertainty. Now, of course, the issue for the Brandon administration is like, they keep saying, oh no, this is Israel's deal, and Hamas has to accept it over and over again. Meanwhile, Israel's like, we don't accept it. Fuck you. And I think there's only so much inconsistency that the media can continue with.
Okay, hold on.
Because people already heard the words come out of his mouth. And it's too late to put the toothpaste back in the fucking tube.
Terms, while cautioning that more negotiations will need to take place, especially when it comes to moving to phase 2, the permanent ceasefire.
All this progress would make Israel more secure, with Israeli families no longer living in the shadow of a terrorist attack. And all this would create the conditions for a different future.
Here we go. We did it.
A better future for the Palestinian people. One of self-determination, dignity, security, and freedom. This path is available once the deal is struck. For months, people all over the world have called for ceasefire. Now it's time to raise your voices and demand that Hamas come to the table.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
And end this war that they began. Of course, there'll be differences.
He's such a freak,
on the specific details that need to be worked out. That's natural. If Hamas comes to negotiate, ready to deal, then Israel negotiations must be given a mandate, the necessary flexibility to close that deal.
Joining us now, retired CIA officer Mark Palmeropoulos. He's an NBC
CIA,
News
dude.
security and intelligence
No,
analyst.
fuck
Mark,
Biden, dude.
good morning.
Jesus
Thanks
Christ.
for joining us. So let's
Saying
get your
Hamas
reaction
is the
to
issue,
this
like,
breaking news from a senior Israeli official
so
who
annoying.
says that the president does not quite have the details correct of this proposal, particularly on the idea of moving troops out of Gaza. Do you think, from what we know of this deal, do we think that both sides will eventually take it?
Well, Jonathan, good morning. And I think, President Biden, that was a masterful play on a Friday night speech. Particularly, this is the Sabbath in Israel when some of the more, hardline members of the...
This part is so funny that they just keep going. Biden used Biden used the weakness. Expert play, masterful gambit, sir. He played the Sabbath card.
coalition do not have access to media. And he put forth a plan, which in essence was the Israeli plan. Now, there's going to be some back and forth on this. And, you got to remember, Henry Kissinger once said, Israel has no foreign policy. They only have domestic politics. And in some sense, Biden's move was a reflection of that. But at the end, there might be some back and forth. You also have some Israeli officials over the last several days saying, no, actually, this was what the Israeli negotiating team did put forth. Don't forget that the Israeli negotiating team, along with the war cabinet, was aware of this proposal.
Okay, I don't think I'm gonna have enough time.
The Israeli population were not. So lots of
do this. Let me just find out when Yubi's on.
The two sides could get together.
Oh.
We've been optimistic before. The last piece on this, and I'll throw this out there. It's
on fire. No.
Sure that Bibi Netanyahu has what it takes to do this, but he has a visit to Washington within 8 weeks. There's arrest warrants out for him, but there's a chance for him to kind of reshape his legacy. Will he take this? It really remains to be seen. One tries to be optimistic. At the end of the day, there's
It's kind of crazy that this is a fucking CIA guy, and he's wrong. He doesn't have arrest warrants out. There's an application for an arrest warrant. I don't think it came down yet. But like that's a wild mistake to make on MSNBC as like the fucking CIA guy. Anyway, Like I said, though, it would be cool to follow the letter of the law and show a firm commitment. I would like to see a firm commitment
Where are we
by the
supposed to be
United
going? Up
States
there.
of America to the
Where's the
rule-based
Sky
international
Island?
order. I demand the arrest of this war criminal, who's hopefully his application for his arrest warrant will go through, and America will,
So,
in an effort of good faith,
I'm just
arrest
quick,
this
hold
man.
on.
There's no other plan B. So again, a masterful move by the Biden administration. Let's see what happens next. Let's see actually if Hamas can accept this as well.
Yeah, we'll come back to Hamas in a moment, but staying with President Biden and Netanyahu, it did seem like the president was trying to box in the prime minister here a little bit. We know Netanyahu's taking a lot of pressure from the far-right part of his coalition to not take this deal. And he's certainly got one eye at all times fixed on his own political future.
I don't get it. Isn't this the Israeli deal? Should mainstream media not be asking that question more? Be like, why aren't they?
Okay. All right. We won't have time to do
Why aren't they
the rest of this.
recognizing their own
So
deal?
will I be able to get back here
Didn't
easily?
Biden present this as the Israeli deal that Hamas must accept?
Will I be able to get back here, Chad?
Kind of confusing. That's the best part about this, though, is that Brandon used the term ceasefire, recognized that it is international pressure at play. He said the entire world is looking for a ceasefire.
Okay.
Now it's time for you to put pressure on your government.
You progress a little bit further. There's a shrine.
And a permanent end to hostilities.
Where am I supposed to go? Up there?
It's over. You took the fucking toothpaste out of the
Okay.
tube, baby. Israel thought that they could get away with the ambiguity in terms of the hostage negotiations between phase 1 and phase 2.
I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna get up there. I would say this is a
Now,
good stopping point then,
obviously,
yeah.
The part of the problem
I'll just
here,
get
the
back here
reason
next
why,
time,
like,
it's fine.
While it is a good thing that Brandon said this, the reason why I think it was a fuck up for him.
Oh no.
The reason why I think it's
Okay.
a fuck up for him personally is because, like,
Is this bird gonna
I
follow me
don't
around
think
everywhere
he-
now?
I think he
Probably not.
miscalculated what Israel would do.
Once
and
you
I
fi-
think
I was just
this
gonna
is
say,
going
once
to
you
make
find a
him look
shrine, okay.
weaker if Israel continues to do Israel shit. And
I will
the
find a
rest of
shrine, and then I will
America
raid.
And the rest of the world look to
Oh,
what
there's
Brandon
Gust.
said,
That takes me up there, okay.
and the lack of enforcement on the Brandon side against Israel when Israel keeps doing Israel shit. That's just gonna make him look really fucking bad.
So tell us a little bit more here about the dilemma that Netanyahu faces.
So he has the more extreme members of his coalition who are now threatening to withdraw from the government if the deal collapses. That's Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. One of the interesting things will be if does the Israeli opposition actually come to the rescue of Netanyahu. It says if he does take this deal, they'll keep the government afloat only for a short period of time. Kind of lots of moving parts here. But again,
If you
there's
never
a
see me
fundamental
again, I
disconnect
liked
between
it.
some
Oh
of
god, okay.
Netanyahu's numerous statements about finishing Hamas off entirely versus what his negotiating team put forward. Does he do something that is historic but risk his own political survival? And I think these are his calculations. Never underestimate him. A lot of us can criticize Netanyahu for good reason, but he is frankly a survivor. And so in the next several days, we'll kind of go forward. One idea, of course, is that he actually okayed this proposal knowing that Hamas, or expecting that Hamas would reject it as well. So lots of moving parts. Netanyahu's legacy is on the line. And again, don't forget, this is in the backdrop of a visit to the United States and an address of Congress in the next 8 weeks, which will be, have really profound effects both here in the United States and abroad as well.
Unclear if Netanyahu will also get a White House invite when he is in Washington later this summer. So, Mark, tell us about, is there a sense that Hamas will indeed reject this? Address that, and then also just give us the latest as to what Israelis' moves in Rafah might be. Tanks spotted in the center of town.
Right. So, I think a lot of this, when we discuss this proposal, kind of fails to address the notion of would Hamas accept this deal as well, because there's parts of this where it's unclear if this would be an actual full cessation of hostilities. And don't forget that the Biden administration has also, in essence, given a green light for Israel to go forward with the elimination of, Hamas senior leaders. That's a whole separate kind of intelligence, kinetic campaign. Hamas is going to be under incredible pressure from the Qataris. I think what the U.S. is really counting on is for both Qatar and Egypt to bring Hamas to the table on this. But again, Yahya Sinwar, who in essence is calling the shots, he's deep underground somewhere in a tunnel in Gaza. What does his legacy, want to be? Is he willing to actually call an end to the war as well? So, we shall see. Finally, on Rafah, you have the Israelis, the Americans, and the Egyptians, the Qataris as well, meeting on this. One of the things that certainly the Egyptians want to see is for Rafah to reopen. But I think a lot of this has to do if Israel and Hamas can come to a deal.
Yeah, a very delicate moment in this conflict. We, of course, will stay on every single detail. We appreciate the insights this morning from retired CIA officer Mark Polymeropoulos. Mark, thank you again.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support.
This is actually a really good video. If it's the one I think it is. Is this with David Levy? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Okay, get
we'll
fucked.
watch this. I listened to this morning.
Okay.
First phase would last for 6 weeks.
Anyway, we're skipping the intro.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has
Really,
not
really
yet
enjoyed this. Thank you
publicly
so much for what you're doing, sending offering
One of his
your platform to us
aides
to
said
share the community about our
Israel's
passions and
agreed to the
perspectives. Yeah, of
framework of
course.
the deal, but no
I love
official
it, dude. I love
announcement
how
has been
like
made.
much more
Two
connect. Oh, there I
far-right
see the
members of
shrine. I see
Israeli
the shrine.
government, the Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich and National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir have threatened to leave Netanyahu's government if he supports the truce proposal. On Saturday, tens of thousands of Israelis, led by relatives.
Channel 11 poll yesterday from our Israeli chatter. Only 38% of voters favor Gantz as prime minister, down from 46%, while 30% favor Bibi, up from 24%. Meanwhile, Likud is stable at 21 to 22 mandates, whereas Gantz is down at 25 to 27, down from a high of 41. The opposition polls at about 69 seats, with 61 needed for a coalition. But it's too divided in such a way that it couldn't form a government either. Why in the ever-living fuck would Bibi destroy his career just when he's bouncing back?
These motherfuckers. Okay, hold on.
Of hostages took part in protests
Get owned.
calling on Netanyahu not to sabotage the ceasefire deal. On
Who's
Sunday,
the other one?
I think one of the wildest aspects of what Time Without an Ovo is mentioning here is the fact that
Get owned.
Benjamin motherfucking Netanyahu's popularity is seemingly bouncing back with every new dead Palestinian child. Israelis are like, you know what? This guy is our guy, actually. Okay? It is fucking insane. Actually.
Families of hostages protested outside Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office in Jerusalem and urged him to accept President Biden's peace deal. This is Shay Dickman, whose cousin.
Like, the more he's fucking up, the more there's like new reporting on, his spokesperson being like telling the fucking hostage families and their negotiators that like, you can suck my dick. We're going to kill all of them or whatever. Any number of different things. The more the Israeli society broadly is like, you know what? This is our guy, actually. Yeah, you're right. Hostage families should suck our dicks.
Is an Israeli hostage in
great.
Gaza.
I'm here to
How
support
close
my
am I to a
government
shrine?
in taking this deal, the deal that
Oh, it's over there. It's all the way over there. Oh God, okay.
That will get all our people back home. We are all here in support for the return of all hostages.
Okay.
Meanwhile, U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer have invited Netanyahu to address a joint session of Congress. Senator Bernie Sanders slammed the idea of inviting Netanyahu at a time when the International Criminal Court is seeking his arrest for war crimes. For more, we go to London, where we're joined by Danielle
We'll be
Levy,
there in a bit, yeah.
president of the U.S. Middle East Project, former Israel.
Remember when I said early in October, Israel was using the hostages cynically as a broad mandate to genocide Palestinians? And people were like, wow, Hassan, how anti-Semitic of you. Remember all the other commentators that were chirping at me back then? I ask you to revisit some of my early October commentary. My conversations that I had with many people, even those who I disagree with, and try to understand where I was coming from and how correct I was even back then in comparison to where we're now and what the broader public sentiment is now.
Peace negotiator under Prime Ministers Ehud Barak and Yitzhak Rabin.
I wrote about this in university and my professor loved it. He couldn't believe what I was writing, but little did he know I was plagiarizing you. Bro, don't admit that. What if your professor is a Hassanabi head?
Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Daniel. If you can start off by laying out what this plan is, the significance of President Biden presenting this plan, and where Netanyahu and Hamas stand on it.
Thank you for having me back, Amy. This is significant because it's not something you can do, every week for the President of the United States to say, here's the plan. I don't think he's done it at the most propitious moment. I don't know why he's waited this long. But there you have it. He has set out this plan.
Oh, okay, I
set
know.
out was various phases. It's not something particularly new. I think the crucial ingredients were
Okay, yeah.
that President
Now we should just
Biden
be able to go
seemed
up,
to
right?
suggest that this is a package which is a permanent,
Okay.
sustainable ceasefire in the context of the current hostilities. That was a crucial missing ingredient. The other thing was he suggested that this is an Israeli proposal. Curiously, he then went on, considering he said this was an Israeli proposal, he then went on to outline why this was so advantageous to Israel and why, therefore, Israelis should accept their own proposal. Now, Amy, I'm a strong believer that there is sometimes a place for constructive ambiguity in order to advance something, and sometimes one needs a bit of poetic license. In other words, where he gave the Israeli victory narrative, I don't think that was an accurate reflection of reality, the balance of forces, the balance of power. But if that's what will get us to an end to these horrors, so be it. That's Friday.
You'll be
night.
thankful for getting to this show.
We
By the
then
way, I'm
have,
sure.
an initial Hamas response, which talks about this being positive and constructive. We have Egypt's foreign minister today visiting Spain, telling us that Hamas has viewed this positively. I think for Hamas, what they have suggested is the key is making clear that indeed this is the on-ramp to a permanent ceasefire. We had a couple of strange tweets from the Israeli Prime Minister over the weekend in which he suggested, well, we've got our own.
I love that his cadence is like mirroring mine as well when talking about how curious the nature of the Israeli proposal is and how it is in direct juxtaposition with how curiously Israel is now saying that they are not in support of their own proposal. How odd. I'm noticing a direct direct juxtaposition here with
We'll
what
go
the
deal with
fuck
that afterwards, okay?
Israel is saying about their own proposal and
Let me just
what
get
they're
to this
doing
shrine, little
so
bird.
far. It's just very odd. I don't know. I can't for the life of me put my finger on it. Awesome.
Can we get down?
Conditions. And then you had not only the ministers you've referred to, Amy, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, but much of Netanyahu's own Likud party unequivocally
Netanyahu.
rejecting the deal. And just now, appearing before the Israeli Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, Prime Minister Netanyahu, because I think this is important, said the following: the deal will not stop the war, will not stop the fighting. it will bring a temporary
Jump
ceasefire
on the
for
sail.
42 days to get the hostages out. This directly contradicts, should he stand by his word, what President Biden
Well, I
said.
fucked
And
that
so
up.
the question now is, do you allow constructive ambiguity, Netanyahu having forcefully
Netanyahu.
rejected this, do you allow that to become duplicity and dishonesty, or do you act differently? The ball is back in President Biden's court.
So, talk about Hamas's response as well. And again, to be clear, what we understand at this point, the first stage proposes a 6-week ceasefire during which the Israeli army would withdraw from the populated area of Gaza. Hostages, including the elderly and women, would be exchanged for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Civilians would also return to all of Gaza. 600 trucks carrying
Is this a
humanitarian
freebie?
aid flooding the
Doesn't look like it.
enclave
Okay.
daily.
All right, everyone.
And then
I'm
going
going
on
to
to the
raid
second.
Beetle now. Beetle's gonna have you be on, so stay around to listen. And yeah, I'll see all of you tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm not gonna continue any of this. I'm gonna play more Zelda, but I'm not gonna continue with this. Anyway, all right. See you all tomorrow. Much love. Okay. Keep well. All right. Bye, everyone.